It's a very windy day in Bank Hall country. We're at the home of champions, indeed. The big clash. It's Empire versus Spartan. It's the derby. And when you talk about the derby, you are so excited to come to either Queen's Park, just on the outskirts of the nation's capital, or you come to Bank Hall. Today, we are in Bank Hall country, and we're very much looking forward to the battle indeed between Empire and Spartan. Both teams on similar points, and that makes it extremely exciting. We're preparing, of course, for that toss. The two captains are already in the middle, and I see Dave Thompson and Shamar Boyce as the umpires, and certainly the two captains, Akeem Springer, along with Nathan Seeley. Now, a little bit about Nathan Seeley, a young player with lots of ability, a former Barbados under-19 captain, and he has got an important responsibility today. He's captain of the team. Now, it's time to go to the middle and join Andy Payne. Hello, Andy.
For a six-round encounter of the BCA Division Elite Division 2026 season. Here we have the rivalry, the big derby, Spartan up against the home team, the mighty Empire. We have with me our match referee, Mr. Dennis DePisa. Also, we have the Spartan captain, Akeem Springer, and the home captain, Nathan Seeley. Mr. DePisa, you're going to hand over the coin to the Empire captain, Mr. Seeley. Seeley? Coat of arms is the call. Match referee. It's coat of arms, it is. Yeah. So, Spartan winning the toss. Mr. Sprayer, your decision after winning this toss this morning?
I'm going to have a bat.
Your reason for that?
Look like a very good wicket. We're playing Saturday, Sunday, so just looking to get a good score up on the board and then come back tomorrow and let defend it.
Yes, a rivalry that goes back from 1914, the mighty Empire, who's been getting the better of Spartan in recent times. I'm sure you're looking to turn that around in this round.
Of course, over the last couple of seasons, yeah, the history is there, but the last couple of seasons, we play Empire, we got first innings, then the year in front, we lose by 7 wickets. So, although we haven't won against Empire in a while, we still have to be competitive the last couple of years. So, this season, we're looking to go for the win and change that.
Well, thank you very much, Akeem. All the best to you and your team. Nathan Seeley, the captain of the Empire side, losing the toss today. If you had won the toss, what would have been your decision?
Yeah, we was going to bowl first as well. Obviously, with cricket playing back-to-back days at the club, the pitch is normally be a lot better to bat on the second day. So it was just obviously to bowl a bit. Although we lost the toss, we're still getting to do. So happy about that.
Okay, we just heard me speak about Akeem, about your dominance over the Spartan side in recent years. I'm sure you know the history and you would like to continue in that vein.
Yeah, obviously 10-1 is good. So yeah, just to keep it up and try to make it 11-1 at the end of the third day.
Okay, any changes from your team from last round?
Yeah, obviously Joe Mawari can't going off to test duties and Kevin Wickham's leaving. So Hakeem Perriman came back into the side as well as Shaquem John Ruck. And Cottle is also out as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
and Shaquille Combat is also back in as well. So
Shaquille is back as well. Any other surprises that you want to bring to us?
Nah, that's it.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Nathan. Wishing you all the best.
Okay, thank you.
Here he is again from the toss at Bank Hall, a top of the table clash, especially in the sixth round, dubbed the Derby. We've also have some very important seasons players here in this production. One game when two of our managers are female. We have from the Empire side, Sheena Mason, very much the manager of the ANA Auto Express Empire, and Shanae Smith. She's also the manager of the Fusionz Boutique Spartan. So you have it from the middle. The news is that the Spartan have won the toss and they've elected to bat.
Payne for doing a wonderful job. The news from the middle, as he said, Spartan, the team that would have travelled, I'd suggest they could run really from here to Queen's Park, winning the toss and electing to bat. I'm not surprised at all by that decision because you really want to maximize on the conditions here, as you would expect, a situation where we've had very little rain, the outfield very parched, but that wouldn't take away from the big derby between the Empire Club and Spartan. Two teams that have rivaled each other over the years, and certainly the Empire side, home of champions, they are certainly doing well in terms of the points. We've got both teams on the same points, and that really should set up for an interesting, very interesting situation in terms of the battle. As I said, the sun is out in all of its brilliance, and the reality is that we've had very little rain, and we really would like to see some rain because the outfields across Barbados are not good at all. And I'm sure the farmers will want to certainly get the rain. I understand it's just around the corner. So once again, the news from this wonderful venue here at Bank Hall, just in the outskirts of the nation's capital, the local derby, Empire versus the Spartan side. Both teams at top of the stack in terms of the points. They have in fact won the toss. That's the Spartan team, and they've decided to bat first. Interestingly enough, the Empire side, without one or two of their big guns today, Kevin Wickham, yes, one expects him to maybe go on to play for the West Indies team, having done so very well in the regional competition with 3 consecutive centuries. He is very much an Antigua, and certainly the other big gun, the big snapper, is the left-arm spinner Jamal Warkan, who, as you know, is the vice-captain of the West Indies team. He left on Thursday to go to Antigua to prepare for those 2 test matches that will be very much on in terms of the battle between Sri Lanka and the West Indies. So that's a big blow for the Empire side. But let me tell you that we've got a surprise for you, in that Kevin Sinclair, yes, a man who's played 4 test matches, is very much in their squad. He's an off-spinner, he's from Guyana, and that should make a significant difference. There's no question about that. So then the news is that the Empire side winning the toss, certainly Spartan, I beg your pardon, winning the toss and electing to bat here. And we'll certainly have a chance to see the construct of their side. It's a side that really and truly is one that is strong. They were in the doldrums, so to speak, last year when they were doing poorly. And the reality is that they've really come in and they've done well. Let's first of all look at the Empire side. Nathan Seeley, Kevin Stout, Kevin Sinclair is in the side. Kofi Hurdle is very much there as well. Akeem Perryman, Murray Albert, interesting name, the keeper is in the side. Then we come down to Jaden Edmond and certainly Cheyenne Brathwaite, who normally captains this side and has been in good form. And Shaquem John Rock is very much there. And of course, Shaquille Cumberbatch, the big fast bowler who's had the experience of playing for the Barbados team. So that's a look at the Empire side, looking very strong on paper. Nathan Seeley is the captain of the side, and no doubt he is going to be looking to do well, a former Barbados under-19 captain. Now it's time to look at the Spartan team, captained by Akeem Springer, and certainly Achilles Brown is very much there as well. He's a good player, there's no question about it. Akil Greenwich made 100 the last time I was at Queen's Park. That's the son of Alvin Greenwich, the former West Indies batsman, former Barbados cricketer. Maradon Ben, the man from St. Lucie. We'll talk about him a little bit later on. A player with lots of ability and has been an important cog in Spartan's wheel over the years. In terms of Andrea Marshall, now Marshall is the president of the club. He's also their main left-arm spinner. He's a wonderful bowler, and he would want to certainly do well for his team here. Also, as well, we've got Stefan King. Yes, a busting medium pacer. and certainly Shem Holder. Now, let's talk about him. He plays for the Barbados team. He's an off-spinner and a pretty decent lower batsman as well, and he would want to make a statement here in Bank Hall country. There's also a youngster called Gibson. He's a keeper, Tyrone Gibson. There are many who feel that this young man has got the ability to go on to play for the Barbados team. No doubt about that. And certainly one that has impressed me immensely. And one would think that if he continues to do well, he could very well be very much a part of the construct of the Barbados team pretty soon. Jaden Norville is very much there as well. And certainly when you look at the other members of the side, Neil Prasad, an off-spinner, one who certainly bowls very, very well indeed. And he, no doubt, is looking forward to be very much a part of the side. Kevin Newton is the 12th man. Of course, he's the son of one of our commentators, Lyndon Yard. And he didn't make the final cut today, but a player with immense ability. So, the sun is out in all of its brilliance. A lovely breeze is coming across from the Pine area, right across Country Road. We're just a couple yards away from Country Road. In fact, I can leave here and go to Country Road. Of course, the weather is good, and that strong breeze is coming across the ground, and we're certainly looking forward to the action. So once again, the news is that the Spartan side winning the toss and electing to bat here, joined by the man who was very much in the middle doing the toss. Of course, we're talking about Andy Payne. Andy Payne joins me. Hello, Andy. Nice to see you. First of all, is it hot out there? Or you're happy with the lovely breeze coming from my parish, St. Philip?
Oh, very
good afternoon
morning.
to you, my friend.
Good afternoon there, Andrew. Good afternoon to all. Yeah, it's very breezy out there. It's a lovely breeze, so it's not as hot. Now you're surrounded by quite a lot of walls here, but this breeze, like you said, coming from the east, is very much welcome down there in the middle. So breezy, so good enough.
All right, now you're in the middle. Tell us about the conditions. How's the pitch looking?
Yeah, it looks a placid pitch. It looks very dry. There's no grass. It's very void of grass. It looks like a good batting surface. So I think Spartan winning the toss rightfully. They would have wanted a bat on the surface all very hard, and it looks like a surface you would want to bat on.
Well, we're just about 50 minutes away from the actual start of the action. Spartan winning the toss and electing to bat. It's an interesting decision because I note with interest that in the past they've actually come to, say, a venue like Empire, win the toss, and then decide to bowl first. I would think it's the right decision. You're playing away from home. The conditions are ideal. But what we've seen a lot in local cricket is that teams go, let's say, to St. Catharines, ideal batting conditions, and as they say, they give the toss away. Why do you think they do that?
Well, let me just talk about this one firstly. To tell you, in this particular game, Andrew, as you know, is playing in consecutive days. So tomorrow, there's nothing can be done to that pitch overnight. So, I mean, winning the toss on day one, I think you've got to take the advantage of having the best conditions probably of the pitch over 2 days. So I think that would have been a factor for the Spartan side. And like you said, generally, yes, we know with the advent of bowling points, teams think that they have the advantage of getting the points more so in the bowling department than the batting department. And so that's probably one of the reasons that teams tend to give away the toss generally.
It's an interesting observation that you're making because I always had a challenge with the late, great Thurston Payne when he was coach of St. Catharines, because his theory was, because he had Derek Bishop in the side, whenever you win the toss at Bayfield, you would want to bowl first. My argument was that once the conditions are good for batting, I'm at home, I win the toss, I'm looking to bat first, because cricket is played Saturday, Sunday. And therefore, I would want to see my champion bowler bowl in the last day.
Yeah, and generally that's a good point. Like you said, you want your main spinner especially to have a fourth innings bowl, really. But I think in the advent of what's happened to the batting, what was the demise in recent times, it seems like the bowling strength has been a lot stronger than the batting strengths of most of the teams of recent. So you take the advantage. Probably that what Coach Telson Payne was advocating, that his most prominent weapon was in the first innings in terms of picking up that bowling point.
Yeah, but the argument I'm going to advance here, it's very easy to get bowling points. not so easy to get batting points. And I would think you would want to bat when the conditions are ideal in the first day and look, because it's Saturday, and you would think there'd be a bit of wear and tear going into the last day with your spinners. But, there are many theories to it. And in the final analysis, that's what he used to do whenever he got the opportunity at Bayfield. It actually backfired on a couple of occasions. I remember against YMPC on the second day, the conditions were not good at all with YMPC batting, and we almost lost the game. Now, let's look at the teams. You had a chance to look at the squads. Your impressions, first of all, of the Empire team.
The Empire team, like you said, I had a good chat with Coach Ryan Nurse overnight, and he was very much of the thoughts that, he's missing two of his most prominent players in Kevin Wickham, and also he's missing Jamal Warwicken. So it's obviously it's what's available to you, but he's still got some very good players. He's got Kevin Stout, who's been very prolific with the bat all season. He's 600 runs more, I guess about 300 runs ahead of any other batter in the tournament. And he's also got this man Cheyenne Braffett, who seems to be in good form. I'm sure Cheyenne's due a big score. He's brought back in Hakeem Perryman, who's very much a promising batter in his own right. Captain Nathan Seeley, who's been batting high. But they've also made the inclusion of Kevin Sinclair.
Yes,
the player from...
That's a big snapper.
That's a big snapper. A player from Georgetown. Berbice. I think he's a Berbice man.
Yeah, he's a Berbice man.
Very much so in Guyana. So he definitely would add some enhancement to that Empire side. Again, Kofi Hurdle having a century already to his name. And then you go into the bowling. You've also welcomed back Shaquille Cumberbatch, the Barbados fast bowler who hasn't played as yet for the season, so making his first introduction here at home in this big game. Jaden Edmond, fresh off of a Barbados A-team select, going to Dominica. So again, that is something of a good composition of a team to have. The ANA Auto Express Empire.
Now, before we go to the Spartan side, there's some interesting names there, Andy Payne. Shaquille Cumberbatch. Now, here's a cricketer, interesting story. Groundsman at Kensington Oval, was seen and actually forced his way into the Barbados team. A very decent all-rounder and one who can be an important cog in Empire's wheel.
Definitely a great man to have back for this this important game. Is the top of the table clash, and Shaquille Cumberbatch. We cannot miss any of his performances. Like you said, how he forced his way into that Barbados side with some success as well. I mean, you can't dispute that. And he to make his way back into this side for such an important game. I'm sure the Ryan Nurse coach team, the Bank Hall Blues here, they're happy to have him back in their squad.
Let's talk about Kevin Sinclair. As you know, he got into some trouble with the Ghana Cricket Board, didn't play for them in the recently held regional tournament, but he's such an important member of the Ghana side, and I'm sure that the folks at Bank Hall will be happy to have gotten him here. He's got 4 test matches. He's a pretty decent off spinner and a pretty good lower batsman as well.
Oh, what a very much so. A very good utility player to have. Like you said, you spoke about his exploits there for Guyana. He's also had a good stint with the West Indies. You know, many go back to that Adelaide test where Shamar Joseph made his impression. But if you recall,
he took a couple of catches.
And he did score a half century.
He did a very important half century as well.
Century in the game as well. So many might have forgotten that. So that's the caliber player that you're speaking about, Andrew. And obviously, I mean, we look to see some of those celebrations.
I wonder if he still does them.
We'll see here today. But yeah, so what a very good player to have in your lineup for such an important game.
No, they are missing an important cog in their wheel. They're missing the left-arm spinner Jamal Warwick, the West Indies vice-captain.
Yes, coming off of 8-wicket haul as well, Warwick. And I mean, in local domestic cricket, he's a handful. You can't take that away from him. His accuracy, he's also one who can bowl a lot of overs for you in a day's play. So with that, he gets quite a lot of wickets. So taking away Jamal Warwick, I mean, really, that's a big loss. Because, again, you just know what he's capable of doing in terms of that wicket-taking prowess.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer, no doubt about that. I always enjoy seeing him bowl here at Bank Hall. Lovely variety. And they're also missing Kevin Wickham. Now, here's a guy that many people believe, Andy Payne, could very well go on to force his way into the West Indies squad. I didn't say the 11.
Squad, yes.
They're going to be playing 2 test matches in Antigua. He is an interesting guy. Certainly when you look at his performance for the Barbados team this year, 3 consecutive hundreds, and that's, in my view, a big miss.
Yeah, definitely a big miss. I mean, this is a player who's got that appetite for big runs. He scores a century, so you can't take that away. Anytime you got a player like that who's got that appetite for centuries, you can imagine how valuable he would be to anybody in lineup, as you see how good he was for Barbados Pride in the regional 4-day competition like you just spoke about. So, yeah, to miss him, I mean, you just need, that is runs that you're missing. But you rightfully said, hopefully he will get himself a look in that West Indies squad. I think he's done enough. He's a young man. He's very much talented, immense talent.
Very talented indeed.
Immense talent there.
How good is Kevin Wickham, in your view, as a batsman?
Well, Kevin Wickham is one of the premier, one of the most enterprising young players that we have in the region presently.
Right.
Yeah.
Strong breeze here at the Bank Hall clubs. In fact, as we look out, we can see a lot of the flags dancing, rather merrily in the wind at the far side of the ground. And the youngsters are warming up. They're getting very, very close to the first ball. And the news in brilliant weather is that the Spartan team winning the toss and electing to bat here, a decision that I believe is quite predictable. Now, we spent some time, Andy Payne, on the umpire side. Let's turn our attention now to the Spartan side. Do you like it?
Yes, I think that is what they have available to them. I mean, I saw the captain, Akeem Sprayer. And again, this is a team that has been well put together for the duration of the season. They've lost their first game, Andrew. They lost their first game to Wildy. And I mean, it was a demoralizing to the way how they lost that game. But to come back and to be leading or joint leaders at this stage, I mean, it had to be a lot of soul searching and to put themselves, just show the character of the team. And I mean, it's a team that has been together for some time now. Remember, they were demoted to the Division 1. They won that competition, and here they are back in the Elite Division. And like I said, these players have been playing together for some time, so they've got that chemistry, and they know each other very well. Yeah,
and Andrea Marshall, the left arm, he's actually the president of the club, has been very, very good for them.
Yes, Andrea Marshall, anytime he's in the team, you know he's going to take wickets. Again, here's a man who's very consistent to what he does over the years. He's always been there or thereabouts. I mean, it's a bit unfortunate that he never got into a Barbados team, but he's been very prolific for Spartan all the years that he's played. And here he is. He didn't play that first game that they've lost, and ever since he came back into the team, it just felt like he's made that completion as to what was missing. And you see him, he's got some wickets in the tournament to date, and a couple of 5-wicket hauls, one that stands to mind. He got 11 wickets against the Pitwit side. I mean, really blew away the Pitwit team. And again, and winning the last encounter within 1 day and under an hour. So that was an emphatic victory over the WMPC. So this team, I mean, like I said, have been together for some time. Andrea Marshall definitely making his presence felt.
Well, the time has come for the umpires to be in the middle. And we've got 2 very good umpires, Dave Thompson and Shamar Boyce. They are already in the middle, and we're certainly looking forward to the action in the local derby. Always a big game between Empire and Spartan. And of course, Philip Spoon, who is very much a part of our commentary team, knows about derbies because he would have played in one and got to 95. Was not good enough to get those other 5 runs, Philip Spooner, but he's very much a part of our team. Of course, young Rashawn Hackett is also very much a part of the team. I'm Andrew Mason, and we say good afternoon to you from the Bank Hall ground. So the players are coming onto the field. We've done a great deal of talking, and perhaps it's time for Philip Spooner to come a-calling, along with young Rashawn Hackett. They're going to be starting the broadcast. So once again, lovely weather, tremendous breeze coming across the ground, and the news from Bank Hall in the local derby is that Spartan, they've won the toss and they've decided to bat first. I'm Andrew Mason, and I'm certainly going to take my break, and time to have Philip Spooner, and he's going to be joined by a young man who is creating a wave, who's done very well, and one that I believe has got all the potential in the world, Rashawn Hackett. Good afternoon to you. Philip, nice to see you. And alongside you is going to be young Hackett.
Good morning, Andrew, and good morning, Rashawn, and all the listeners and viewers. It's still morning, still 11:58.
It's good morning. Sorry about that. All right, so let me get it right. Good morning to you, my friend.
Good morning,
all right,
my
good.
brother. Wonderful occasion here. Lovely conditions, as you said, Andrew, and good to hear Andy Payne also speaking about the tremendous event that this is. we would love to see more people, but cricket nowadays, crowds don't always come too early. So a wonderful occasion, as I said before. Pitch devoid of any grass, rather bare. Normally you come to Bank Hall, there's a lot of grass on the pitch. Well, I'm speaking about 20 years ago, but it's bare. It looks very flat. And Spartan winning the toss, and as expected, deciding to bat. The scene is set. Fielders are getting in position, and it's really good to see Empire making a last-ditch import, bringing in Kevin Sinclair from Guyana via the U.S. to participate in the Derby. And this Bank Hall ground is a place of tremendous history, legacy. You can look over from here. You see the home of the late great Sir Frank Worrell. Surrounded by all this architecture, some ancient, some modern, and within these walls, so many great contests have been played out. Rashawn, welcome. Good to see you.
Yes, a very good afternoon to you, Philip. It's a pleasure to be alongside you today. It's first, so I'm looking forward to this today, and obviously because of what is taking place, what is about to start, this historic clash between Spartan and Empire, known as the Derby. We can see currently the batsman is there, Akeem Springer. He's opening the batting for the Spartan side, joined by young Achilles Brown. So the stage is set, Philip, and we're in for what is going to be an exciting game of cricket. I myself am looking forward to it, and I know that the viewers on the stream are looking forward to it as well.
Yeah, you've painted the picture brilliantly as you look out. It's about to start from the north. Spring on strike. Okay.
Back of the length delivery there from Edmund. Springer in and behind it. So a good start from both sides. Batsman looks solid. Bowler, good delivery to start.
Yeah, back of the length. 2 slips and a gully ball trickling out to point where Sinclair gets a touch of it. I would have probably had a backward short leg because you expect something to happen with your new ball bowler. Edmund he could be sharp on his day. And I'm also looking forward to seeing Shaquille Cumberbatch as he makes his return to top flight cricket.
Another good delivery there from Edmund. And you talked about Shaquille Cumberbatch, a new addition to this Empire side for this season. We haven't seen him much, so I'm very eager to see what he delivers in this game, in this big clash, along with the likes of a Kevin Sinclair. How crucial do you think he could be?
Sinclair is a good cricketer, played test cricket, so he didn't get there by accident. He was called up by Jamel Warrican, who saw them as a possible spin combination, and then Warrican got called up to West Indies camp. First run, easy into the onside from Springer. Looks very comfortable. Springer, he always does. He always look up for the fight. And these Spartans, dig in man, so to speak. He always gonna give you a good, honest performance. He's a good leader, and he takes his cricket very seriously. Brown, young and ambitious. He's played well so far this season, Brown. He's fitted in very, very well in the Spartan setup, and big things are expected from him. But as you mentioned, Cumberbatch as well, he was in the Barbados team. He had a stress fracture of the lower back, and that kept him out of the game for quite a while, so he's making a comeback, and he will have a point to prove when he comes on at the next end. We now have 3 slips. Gully goes to third, well, 3.5. So the attack will be top of off.
Couldn't have called it any better there, Philip. Fuller delivery to Brown, so it looks to be change of tactics, different tactics for both batsmen. Akeem Springer, we saw a short ball field being implemented, deep square, deep fine, but for Achilles Brown, those 3 slips being implemented as you spoke about. Square leg came in, and a fuller delivery.
Yeah, they think Brown, well, not they think, everybody knows Brown loves to stroke the ball to the offside off the front foot, so they're gonna apply pressure there. Down leg.
Delivery just angled down the leg side. Good take there from Mario Albert behind the stumps. Also a new addition to this Empire side this season. He's been good with the gloves.
Yeah, Mario Albert, interesting character. Plays cricket in the day and football in the night.
Yes,
Yep.
I would have had a few conversations with him. Actually represented Barbados at the
Yeah.
national level in junior football.
Yeah, I think must be a fit man to keep for 75 overs and then go and play football at night at the Premier League level. So that's a character for him.
Yes, most definitely. Another delivery down the leg side, and Albert, who we now spoke of, agile, taking that one. First over comes to an end. 1 for the loss of none. Edmund closes out the first over, so a fairly decent first over from both sides. Quiet one.
Yeah, everybody, getting a feel of things. The pitch, there's no real moisture. We're into the second half of the day, and this would have been prepared obviously overnight from the hard work of Robert Tweedy Bird Clark, who's been around this club since the 60s. He has been a stalwart of Empire, a former player. Tweedy Bird, a former Barbados hockey player as well. And he's done a pretty good job to prepare this pitch for us. It's flat, no grass on the square, period. And you expect batting conditions to get better and better as the day goes on. So Cumberbatch is going to start from the south, the end closest to Bridgetown. Edmund started from the north, the end closer to Bank Hall. And he's going to have 2 slips, gully. There's a point on the boundary, which is interesting. Cover in its normal position, mid-off, a tad back. He now comes in a bit closer. Mid-on in orthodox position, deep square and deep fine leg. And as I said, they will bowl short balls at Springer.
Yes, you talked about that short ball plan to Springer. We know that he's one who's been scoring runs all season. Philip, you talked about his recent form for the Spartan side, leading from the front. 299 runs he has so far, amongst the top 5 run scorers in the tournament. So I'm sure that he'll look to continue to lead his team from the front this season. Well, actually, that single would have carried him across 300 runs for the season. So I know he will be looking to play a big knock here in this derby for the Spartan side, along with young Achilles Brown.
There we go, short ball already. Cumberbatch needing no invitation to go in the mud, as they would say. It actually left a bit of a patch on the pitch, so there is some moisture. Springer there, too short too early, if anything, and he seems to be some discomfort on his elbow. He's calling for some help now, but even before you look around, before you blink, they've gone to the short ball theory, and they know that it's one of Springer's strengths, but it can be a bit of a tactic as well. So he will have to combat that. As you said, he's 300 runs for the season. He's been going really well. He set a tone for Spartan, and he's a key man here today.
Fuller delivery outside the line of the off stump, so a bit of cat and mouse here from Shaquille Cumberbatch. Starts him with the short delivery, pitches up the very next ball. So good start from him so far. Empire side chirpy. Kevin Stout, Nathan Seeley, Jaden Edmund in the slips region, just keeping a bit of noise. Cheyenne Brathwaite, extra cover. Hakeem Perriman, mid-off. Bit of aggression being shown there from the bowler. Just taunts a throw back to the batsman. As we now see a change in field. St. Clair, he's coming in from deep point into the circle.
Yeah, if we're under a bit of pressure here, Roshan. The wind is so high, and we're upstairs. Well, we're on the roof, really, the concrete roof of the clubhouse. So it's going to take some getting used to up here.
St. Clair in, immediately gets service. Yes, and you talked about the cloudy nature of the conditions today, Philip. Very, very cloudy indeed. We can see the trees in the distance swaying. The tent that we are currently under is currently keeping a lot of noise, so I'm sure that will play a factor as well for the batsmen. Just can expect a bit more movement from the seam bowler.
Yeah. Oh my God. bit ambitious there, Springer. Not short enough, not getting up enough for that. Trying to smash it over the onside, and he is struggling a little bit here, Springer. He seems to be some discomfort with that ball from Cumberbatch that hit him on the elbow, and they're showing the patches on the pitch that are starting to come up a bit. So, there is moisture there, and they have to be very, very cautious in these early exchanges because Cumberbatch does do a bit with the ball. He gets the ball to shape, especially away from the right-hander. And as you said, there is the short ball policy where they're going to look to make him hit square. So Springer has to be a little bit more watchful.
Talked about being watchful. Just a loose flash outside the line of the off stump. A naughty shot there from Springer. But second over comes to an end. A maiden over there. 1 for the loss of none. 2 overs completed. Good start there from Shaquille Cumberbatch.
Good stuff. I mean, he looks he looks like a bowler that's played at a higher level. He's sharp and extracting some bunks there. And the ball did carry well through to Albert. Springer getting some treatment there on his elbow. There is some discomfort. They said Kevion Newton, the Spartan emergency fielder, he being a terrific athlete, amazingly young man with lots of speed, lots of energy, and a decent batting all-rounder in the Spartan ranks. So he brought out the magic sprayer for Springer, his captain, who knows he has a job to do here. He has a bit, settle down and see off this new ball because this is not any other game. This is the big derby and a top-of-the-table clash. So Spartan, winning the toss, deciding to bat, they're going to want to post something significant.
Edmund comes in for his second over. Hits him on the pad. Not the pad, in fact. It looks to be that uncomfortable thigh area. Delivery just looked to be coming back into the batsman.
Yeah. It hit him in the box. Brown been hit in the box, and that was sharp. That wasn't a lollipop by any imagination. That was sharp. It jagged back, and Empire captain should consider a little bit more attacking fields because the ball is doing a bit. It's not as flat as we first thought. You can see the bowler's footmarks from here, so that means there's moisture in and around the crease, and obviously if there's moisture in the crease, there'll be moisture on the strip. So advantage Empire early. Oh, wow.
A peach that was just beating Brown outside of his edge, almost clipping. What a delivery that was from Edmund. He looks to be a bowler in good form. He looks riled up and bowling good pace here, Philip Spooner.
Yeah, but Empire have seized the early initiative. The bowlers have settled down much better than the Spartan batsmen have settled. Edmund, getting the ball to deviate, really. That one went off the surface. And on the other end, Cumberbatch delivering a good first over. So Spartan's openers, Brown and Springer. This is going to be a tough battle. Better.
Much better there from Achilles Brown. Just leaving that one alone very watchfully. But a good channel there from Jaden Edmund. Just targeting that top of the off-stump line. And that would explain why he has the 3 slips in place, waiting for a catch. That's Kevin Stout giving Brown a bit of chatter. See Nathan seated beside Kevin Stout. And at a more wider slip position, looks to be a more 4th slip position. That would be Cheyenne Brathwaite.
Yeah, and they could consider taking extra cover out and bringing in the extra catcher. If Edmund is going to continue at this rate, he's earned some more support.
Another good delivery. And I agree with you on that, Philip Spooner. I think that as an opening bowler, getting a bit of movement on the ball, you should always challenge yourself to bowl without that extra cover. Put the extra slip in place. Challenge the batsman. Tell the batsman that if you're brave enough, have a drive at it.
Yeah, which obviously you shouldn't do, but if the ball is shaping, sometimes involuntarily you follow them, and then sometimes it's just so good that you nick it. And sometimes you can't do anything about it. You get a good one, and you're back in the dressing room. So, as I said, the early shower. So Edmund looks good. He's been on top of his game. Oh, there we go.
Full delivery. Brown just opens the back face, picking up the first boundary of the morning. That's 3 runs.
Yeah, good shot. Letting the ball come to him and then opening the face. He looked in control. And if you heard Rashawn say it goes to the boundary and it's 3, well, he's not wrong. For all those who don't know, Empire is a very small ground, and we play 3s and 4s up here, as opposed to 4s and 6s. They used to say it was as big as a postage stamp. And when we played here, it used to feel so intense because there were so many spectators all over the ground. But good shot by Brown, letting the ball come to him and opening the face. Fuller from Edmonds going searching, maybe for that outside edge, and the batsman equal to the task.
Yes, most definitely. How will Edmund return? Another full delivery. Brown just driving at that one again. Didn't make connection. Closes out another over. 4 for the loss of none. Brown is on 3. Akeem Springer on 1 run.
I'm trying to see if that ball deviated, swung in the air, because he was well to the pitch the ball, and he was truly sharp. And for some reason he got this big inside edge and into the pad, and it ended at the foot of the crease. So another good steady over. We're enjoying this contest, and I hope you, the viewers and the listeners, are enjoying it, because it's intriguing cricket. Good contest. As we said, there's a history to this event. There's no other sport in rivalry in Barbados or in cricket in the entire Caribbean that can match this. This game has produced some of the greatest cricketers of all time, ICC Hall of Famers. So to paint that picture, Empire versus Spartan is just not an ordinary everyday event. This is a game that goes back to 1914, and with the history behind it, there's so much on the line here and so much legacy going on. And this was always the game where if you do it in this game, you are a legend of local cricket. And, well poised for another great 3 days of cricket. And the conditions are immaculate for a game of this nature.
Yes, most definitely. I'm glad that you mentioned this historic game, the Derby, because it's something I actually want to have a chat with you about, Philip. We know that this game goes way back to 1914, as you mentioned. And I know that you are a guy who has been around the cricket for a very, very long time. So after this delivery bowls, if you don't mind, I would love to hear some of your experiences watching the Derby, some of the things that you would have seen throughout the years.
Yeah. Single. Yeah, well, ironically that you asked me that, because I played three times in the Derby. I played twice in the park and once here at Bank Hall, and it was serious. I actually got my finger fractured in the Derby. Sammy Skeet, he made a mess of me. Some very, very serious pace. Sammy Skeet was quick. He made a mess of me here at Bank Hall in '96. Sorted my finger out, and I just had to keep batting. I mean, I was batting with Henry Spring at the time, and I literally heard crack when the ball hit my finger. And I went down to Springs and I said, look, I can't make it anymore. This is seriously hurting. He said, so what are you going to go in pavilion and do, nurse it? and you just had to keep fighting, because it was no ball from Cumberbatch. But you just had to keep going. You had to fight, because you were, without even realizing it, when you were in it, you were playing for something bigger than you. And at the time, our team manager was none other than David Holford, and he would never take any form of back down. And Springer was a very good captain, and he used to really push you hard to get better. And and Sammy just gave me this awkward delivery on the top of our stump. I played back, and then I heard crack, and I knew my finger was in trouble. Took off the glove and saw it swelling already.
Well, that just really goes to show the rivalry of those two teams, the competitive nature. I'm sure that the bowlers were charging in at you, looking to get that fear into you. So it just goes to show that the rivalry has been something that has been here for a very, very long time. Did you continue to bat after that?
Yeah, well, you can go off. You simply could not go off. You had to stay there and do whatever you could. I actually got run out.
Wow.
Believe it or not, on a ground this size. I still remember Robin Paris. I felt the ball hit the wall and he picked it back up, but it didn't. And Robin ran me out. Coming back.
Delivery just angling back into Brown, hit him in the similar area.
Yeah, he's opening a bit too much. He's looking for that on driving the ball is a bit straight. So he's, his technique, he's opening himself a little bit, then the ball dragging back. ball doing a bit. He just needs to be a bit tighter there, and you know, and kill the, as I say, kill the ball rather than play the expansive shot. The square leg is still on the boundary for Brown, which is interesting. They had it back for Springer and up for Brown, but they've kept it back now with Brown batting, and you know, every now and again, Cumberbatch believes he's going to stick the short one in and ask a question.
Absolutely. And we now see another slip being implemented. So there are now 4 slips in place for Achilles Brown. Sharp ball. That one comes off the top edge and runs all the way into the boundary for a fortuitous 3 runs.
Yeah, well, there's not going to be no backing down, obviously, because Spartan have obviously come with the mentality that this is you know, all full on action. And Brown, that one was on top of off something. He could have let it go to the keeper, but he decided to have a go, and a bit fortunate off the top edge and over the slips for the boundary. But yeah, the derby, you know, that was my that fractured finger was my was a moment that I reflected on as the most enduring of all. The year before that, I got 95 and threw my wicket away against Empire at Queen's Park, and up to this day, my family still tell me about it.
Well, you must tell me, how did you manage to get that done? Throwing away a wicket on 95, you worked so hard for 95 and fell just short of the other 5.
Yeah. Well, the 10, before I peak the 10, wickets wants to go on the main road, so be very watchful. But yeah, so it was, we batted first, and you know, we batted all day. I ended the first day on 65. The next day was completely washed out. And the third day, obviously, the only result was going to be a draw, and we tried to push for first innings, so you just had to throw caution to the wind, and I spanked a few boundaries. I went to 95 with a 6 off Sherlock Graves. It was hit the middle of the middle. I felt good. Felt really good. I just have a dead boy. So I felt really good going to 95 with a 6, and I said to myself, well, let's go to 100 with a 6. You know, I never rated myself too highly. I was in the team. I was 20 years old, and Spartan, my brother was the captain, and Spartan picked me, so I was having some fun. And the next ball, Sherlock Graves bowled it from behind the stumps, and it looped very high. And the only connection that was made was the ball to the stump. Ball missed it back completely.
Well, that's what you call one shot too many, Philip.
Yeah.
Looking for that big 6 to go to 100. But another over comes to an end. 9 for the loss of none. Another tidy over there from Shaquille Cumberbatch. Just that one boundary off the top edge.
Yeah, and so Spartan have, you know, they're going well so far. No wickets lost. We're 20 minutes into the day, and the batsmen, though they don't look absolutely comfortable, at least they're staying there. They kept the wickets intact. Empire, you know, they're bowling well. It's been steady. The going has been a bit slow. We'd love to see the over rate pick up a bit more. We know 20 minutes in, and we've only got in 4 overs, so there's a bit of, you know, that as a by player, but steady bowling. I like the look of Edmund. He looks like he can be sharp. He could be sharper, you believe, if he gave a bit more effort. He's a bit of a Vibrant Green type. Remember Vibrant Green, the former Wanderers and Barbados seam bowler. He's a bit of a Vibrant Green type, and then Cumberbatch, strongly built, high action, looking to hit the deck and get some movement and some bunks.
Full delivery coming back in. Edmund, though, he just looks to be causing the batters a bit of trouble in that tight line. I noticed that he's targeting the deliveries at the pads, and the batsmen have yet to counter that ball just coming back into the pads.
Yeah, as I say, he looks like he could be slippery on a helpful surface. This is not, you know, this is not a helpful surface in two senses. Where there is moisture, and you'd expect moisture. You can see, as I said, the foot marks, and you can see a few patches from where the ball touched down, but you know, he's what you call thereabouts, and he's going to ask questions all day.
Short delivery.
That's better. That's good. There was a bit of pace, and there was bunks, and Springer had to get off his, you know, get up on his toes to to handle that one. So this is good contest developing. The score hasn't gone anywhere. You know, less than 3 and over, and the slips are in place. They're gonna, you know, he'll earn the right to get a more attacking feel and to build more pressure. I'm not sure still about the deep square on the boundary. I think that man could be better served halfway up, but we'll see.
Yes, I just want to ask you a question, Philip. You know, mentioned that you're not sure about that deep square being on the boundary, and you'd like to see him halfway up. May I ask you why before I give my opinion?
Yeah, okay, it's a small ground, and if you're going to have a short ball policy, you've got to get it really, really good because it's an easy ground to hit out of. I mean, let's be honest. The boundary is 45 meters. I think if he's going to bowl, if he's bowling with his slips in the gully and in attacking position, he might as well be served with somebody saving a single. Or I think a lovely shot from Springer. Full, lovely on drive, boundary from the time he left the bat.
Very well played indeed, straight out of the textbook. Springer just leaning forward into that one, on driving it down the ground, and it runs into the boundary for 3 runs. That is what you call a batsman shot.
Yeah, class. You know, just too full from Edmund. Yeah. So and back to the square leg situation. So if you bring the square up, you're saving a single one, and you know it could be an attacking field depending on how you bowl. And the deep square down there is saving one. And you know, in case there's a miss hit from a short ball, but you know he hasn't really bowled a genuine short ball yet, and he's into his 3rd over, so I don't see it coming. So I think that field up for me is wasted. Could easily be saving one up on square, or you know, or if you go into a 3rd slip situation.
Can't argue with you there, because as you mentioned, we haven't seen that deep square leg fielder getting any services yet.
Yeah, and it's not a natural attacking position, you know what I mean? And, you know, it's not to say it's a big ground where you're going to tempt him to hit out of it and he top edges. If most top edges at Bank Hall go up the boundary, right? And they're now moving him to his right. No, he's moving to pick up something. So he's going to stay at deep squares come back. And but Edmund looks most dangerous when he's full, as opposed, and he hasn't bowled a short ball. So I think he's better off again.
That same delivery that we now talked about, that one coming back into the pads, causing the batsman a bit of uncomfortable positioning.
You know, he's not batting a thigh pad, and that hit flush. So I'm wondering, his threshold for pain must be enormous, because it doesn't look like he's wearing a thigh pad. And he was asked just now by Cheyenne Bradford if he's okay, and he said he's quite okay. So Springer is obviously a warrior come to battle here.
Yes, and we now saw that replay. Delivery just starting and angling back in through the air.
Yes, yeah. So from that evidence, it's clear that Edmund is a good, genuine swing bowler as opposed to a pace bowler. So he's looking to shape the ball in, and if you're going to have a feed on the leg, so you bring him up then to square, and if he whips it, you might get a chance there behind square. You know, there might be an inside edge. You could take a catch. You can even bring in a short leg, sacrifice one of the fielders on the offside, the extra cover, and build that more pressure, build a little bit more pressure. But the deep square, I think, is releasing a bit of the pressure, and if the ball ever goes there, it's a free single.
Another good delivery from Cumberbatch. A good battle building here.
Yeah, it's an intriguing battle. I think Spartan should, you know, be thinking about rotating the strike, mixing it up a bit and creating more, putting the ball on a little bit of pressure there. Each batsman seemed to be lodged at the various ends. Springer at the south facing Edmund, and Brown here at the north facing Cumberbatch. So they need to, you know, look for those quick singles and get off strike. There you go.
That's very well played from Brown. Springer's looking for two. Two that's definitely not there.
Yeah, Brown, you know, as I said, get off strike. It's early days yet. There are no freebies, there are no half volleys coming up to stroke to the boundary, no long hops to smash onto the wall. So you got to think about how do we how do we get moving? We can't get stuck going at 2 and over all day. A good one will come along with your name on it and will get you. So get off strike, get those singles, get moving, get the adrenaline pumping, and put some pressure back on the Empire bowlers.
Another full delivery. But yes, you talked about that strike rotation, and I think that is so crucial in the early stages of this game. We mentioned that the wicket has just a bit of moisture in it that may cause some to hold a bit. And I think this game is all about patience for the batsmen, because it's only going to get easier out there. The more time you bat, the more tired the bowlers get. The wicket is going to harden out. So really and truthfully, it's just for the batsmen to spend some time, and that is where strike rotation comes in. Just rotate the strike, respect the good deliveries, put away the bad ones.
Shot. Wow. Top shot. Hit like a bullet. Springer. Out of nowhere. Cumberbatch too full. And he just met with the full face of the bat. And that's sped away to the boundary. Hit the wall and rebounded a good 20 feet. So the first sign of tempo with the bat. And Akeem Springer, I would say literally a shot from a gun out of nowhere. And, mid-off, Kofi Hurdle had no chance of getting that.
That one flew back past Cumberbatch like a bullet train. He wanted no part of that. How will he return? Back up the length delivery, loud appeal.
No.
Just looks a bit too high.
Yeah, but not a great shot if you're being honest. Just got to play it straight. He went right across, looking to hit that more to square legs left, when he could have easily have just, either blocked it or stroked it to mid-on. So he's in the wars as Springer. He's hit on the elbow, hit on the hip, now on the meaty part of the thigh. So he's taking it for the team.
Just turned down to that deep square fielder. Settle for one run. A good throw.
Wow, he hits this.
That's young Dre Springer out there. So a single brings the over to an end. 17 for the loss of none. 6 overs completed at just about half hour into the day.
Yeah, well, a good start from Spartan. No wickets lost. 17 on the board. Edmund, top of off most of the time, trying to get it to shape in. Cumberbatch also top of off, but trying to get it to deviate. And
yes, we see the Empire Club established in 1914. Very historic symbol there. I must ask one of the members, though, what the logo represents exactly. See the dove, the trees. Yes, but in this time, we'll now make a switch and invite Andy Payne and Andrew Mason back into the commentary booth. Two very experienced and two very good men.
So thank you, Rashawn. Well, I know that I'm experienced. I don't know if I'm a good man, but he said it, so I'm sure he knows what he's talking about. Nice to see you, Andy, again.
We're back here again, Andrew.
So we're going to have the first change. Drew Springer's coming to the attack. A bustling medium pacer to bowl his first ball. Ball into Springer. That's a loose shot. What have you made of the pitch so far, Andy?
Yeah, like I thought. I mean, remember I saw it there when I did the toss. I think it's a good batting pitch. Obviously, it's a new hard ball. You expect the ball to be giving you some assistance shaping around. As we saw, Shaquille Cumberbatch in particular, just getting the ball to move around a bit, just offering some movement off the seam. And you also saw him bowl a very short delivery. You saw Brown trying to pull and got a top edge, went over his head. So it seems a good batting pitch. Like you said, you just need to get through this new ball.
Another loose shot by Springer. Hasn't really settled as yet. He's normally a good accumulator of runs. talking about the pitch because we're accustomed to the Bank Hall lawn. You would have played it before, but this pitch is very brown.
Yeah, and when he got here this morning, I remember saying to Philip Spooner, one of our fellow commentators, it's really a contrast to what I knew. I remember we would come here and Apple would have had that pitch full of grass, really, and to see 3 pitches there in the middle and all of them void of grass, it is something of a sight at Bank Hall.
Yeah. Much better shot, good length. The Empire bowlers targeting the pads of Springer. Tends to play across the ball sometimes as well. So they've done their homework.
Yeah, I think there's some good set fields for Springer. Like you said, he's one who can go around the ball a bit. A heavy set guy, but he's always been very prolific for the Fusion Boutique Spartan side. He's taken his tally beyond the 300-run mark as well in this innings, Andrew. So, again, that Ryan Nurse think tank really getting it right.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Beaten by the extra bounce generated. Now Springer can be slippery. I've seen him before, and that was a good one.
Yeah, very deceptive bowler is Dre Springer. I mean, one who we've seen he's just coming back off an injury, so he didn't play much in 2025. But you see him start the season in 2026, and he looks very fit for this season. A short man in stature, but very, very deceptive, like you rightfully said.
Well, he's got 3 steps weight in. And again, Springer not settled at all. Good delivery.
Yeah, it just seems to be hustling a bit, John Dre Springer. So it's a battle of the Springers. Dre Springer bowling to Akeem Springer. You can see him just hustling his man, trying to get him into those shots.
Of course, talking about Springer, Henderson Springer would have played for the Spartan side and would have been involved in several derbies. Much better delivery. This is good bowling. I think Springer here, this is Akeem, is slightly undone by the extra pace generated. 7 gone, 17 without loss.
Yes, and as you said, how deceptive this young man is. He's short, so he's very skiddy as well. And what they've done well majority of the time for this Empire seam attack, as you can see this one here, just making its way back into Springer on a good length again. And again, just targeting those stumps of Springer, asking him to play through the onside. So good work there by the Empire team. Just really working their man over, not giving them those arms or those drives. A good delivery again, but obviously going past the leg stump.
So it's been a slow start, but important to get that opening stand going well. Springer's faced as many as 26 balls. Lovely breeze coming across the ground, and the BCA flag dancing rather merrily in the wind on the far side of the ground.
It's just nestled there in between a couple of palm trees. Miss Angela. Just nestled in between some palm trees, as I was saying. But this breeze is a very lovely breeze, Andrew.
Oh, that was fortuitous. A loose shot by Brown. You'll get a boundary for that.
Yeah, just seems to be losing his patience there. As I said, Cumberbatch continues to ask questions. He's got the ball moving around in and out, really. Shaquille Cumberbatch, he said how experienced he is. What a great acquisition to have back in the team. You see that one, a loose drive outside the off stump. Just losing his patience there is young Achilles Brown. And just picking up an edge for tourists, as you rightfully said.
Yeah. Didn't get across enough. There was a big gap between bat and pad when he played that. And lucky not to have been caught behind. So more victory for the man who's bowling Cumberbatch. Good bowling again. It's been an interesting pitch in that we've seen some deliveries bounce disconcertingly. But Spartan will want to get out of this period here, Fusion Boutique Spartan. This is over number 8 being bowled. 17 without loss. Achilles Brown, you've seen him before. Your impressions of the young man?
Yeah, a role which has been entrusted on him of recent of the Spartan side. You know, he's one who would have come through the Barbados youth and he's been a middle order batter. He's really an all-rounder. He prices trade, he bowls a bit of medium pace. He's also a useful wicket keeper. Oh, Andrew.
Wow.
That could
That
be dangerous.
slipped out. And Brown is in pain. Let's see what the umpire will do here. Full toss. Surprising the batsman. That was very high as we see it's on the monitor. Surprised him.
Yes, indeed. That is one of the worst deliveries you want to get as a batter. You're not prepared for that kind of delivery. If it's a short ball, you can handle it, but a ball coming at that height and at that pace is very uncomfortable. As you've seen Brown just there being wrapped on the hand somewhere. You can see Coach Dave Marshall making his way out now with the magic spray. But look at it again, Andrew.
Oh, yes.
Very uncomfortable.
That's very painful. Players are gathered around him, so is the umpires. But yeah, that was one that's always difficult.
I mean, that ball has missed all the padding on the gloves.
Yeah.
So
I think he's in a lot of pain here. The magic spray being used by Coach Marshall, who's been with the Spartan team for a long time. Dave Marshall, the former Barbados leg spinner. But let's look at this again. There he's coming forward, gets a full delivery. Completely surprised by it.
yeah, just one of those awkward deliveries to face up to. Like you said, you're not prepared for that type of delivery. You mainly, as a batter, you're batting on length. You're batting balls off the surface, and that one came in at a full. Really not prepared for that at all.
Well, Dr. Marshall is out there doing his thing. Has got the magic sprayer. Question is, will Brown continue? It looks as if he will.
Well, that's a good sign, really, that he'll be in a position to carry on. I mean, they need that. They need a start. They need to be opening batters to really give them that start to see off the main tracks in the faster bowlers. Once again, just see him, just eyes on it, just coming off of that awkward full pitch delivery.
Yep.
I mean, could be dangerous.
Very dangerous indeed. You don't expect that kind of a delivery, so you're obviously never prepared for it.
Yep.
But looks as if he's going to be able to continue.
Yeah,
Dave Marshall, a long-standing coach, has come up with the magic spray.
we've seen an interview going around with Dave Marshall for the, the pre-match for this game, and he's just saying this is the one team he doesn't want to lose in the season, the Empire. The Derby means a lot to him, and he's trying to emphasize to his players what it really means to play here in this rivalry. And it was very much interested to hear Dave speak about the last 10 or so the rounds of that they've come up against the Empire side, and Empire's really gotten the better of them for the last 10 rounds.
Yeah, that's true. So we're just about ready to continue. Umpire Boyce has got some work to do. It's a no ball. The other thing about the Derby, I remember as a young commentator, you'd always look forward to the schedule to see if you're going to be given that game. I've had the honor of doing a couple of derbies, and it's always great to come to either Bank Hall or to Queen's Park to be involved in the derby.
I'm sure you share a bit more about those rivalries, Andrew, and who would have been some of your preferred players back in the day that you would have really seen in the derbies.
Well, of course, I've always rated Livy Puckrin. I think he's one of the best captains that I've seen locally. And I remember coming here to Bank Hall, and he won. And certainly it was a situation where he had Suleiman Ben in the side, Henderson Springer, and it was a tremendous victory by the Spartan side. Tremendous performance and tactically very good.
Swan, go ahead, Andrew. Bit aerial, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to get to the boundary. A bit of a loose shot. There was a shot of catch it. But plenty of space on the offside between that backward point and extra cover, and gets away with it. Decent crowd is gathered as well. Of course, the famous hut on the far side of the ground. Some youngsters from the Empire program as well, youth program. Very, very popular program here. There we go. Nice crowd. Come down to Bank Hall.
Yeah,
Combat is having some challenges, bowling another no ball.
Yeah, just remember he's now into his first game, so probably short of work, really. Shaquille coming back, like you said, coming off injuries. Haven't had much match time, really. So, yeah, expectation is that he'll be good. One thing about him was to speak about that crowd there, Andrew. You can see the crowd just building. You see quite a few. The rivalry even goes as far as the spectators.
Yep.
So I keep them warm there a bit
Yeah.
earlier.
You know, Kipling, who's been here for a long time. Over 50 years,
Of
Kipling.
course, that one chipped up to mid-on. Another no ball.
Yeah,
So
he's having problems here.
he's got his challenges.
Umpire Shamar Boyce.
One of your favorites.
No, yeah, I think he's a good umpire. I think he's one of the best umpires in Barbados.
Pike Corner man.
Pie Corner man, Pie Corner St. Lucie. Of course, St. Lucie, Barbados is the only female parish. You're a St. Lucie man as well?
That's correct. My neck of the woods.
Okay, Pie Corner as well?
Correct.
Okay, so you know him very well.
Very well.
He's your neighbor.
Yeah, we kind of travel together somewhat. So good to see young Shamar Boyce making his way. Like you said, one of the better umpires.
Interesting because I think he's under 30, is he?
He is.
Yeah. And to make a choice so early in your life to be an umpire, that's an interesting one.
Well, like you said, he's one who's grown up through cricket. As you know, he's been around cricket for a long time. He's been around the St. Clement's Lords area. And he's known cricket. Combermere, he's been a Combermere boy. He played a bit at Combermere, but he's really made that conscious decision from early that officiating is what he wanted to do. And I think he's really came through the ranks. His brother Mario Boyce, who plays down there, he's at Cogent Park now. He was a good player in the junior program at Alexandra, and he's really been his real guider. And you know, to see a young Shamar Boyce making his way into stages, hope that we can see him make that next step soon.
Yeah. I agree with that. I think he's pretty close, actually. In fact, we saw last year when we had regional cricket, no Barbadian umpires in a couple of the matches. That surprised me. Barbados has produced some very good umpires over the years. Stanton Paris, good umpire.
Indeed. And we go back to that.
David Archer.
Archer. We had Lloyd Barker.
Lloyd Barker. Famous Lloyd Barker.
Famous Lloyd Barker.
Yeah.
I mean, coming through those early days, I really remember some of those umpires, like you rightly said, a good friend who's a Spartan man, or Vincent.
Vincent Bullen, yeah, an umpire as well.
Again, we know that one, given the treatment there, Andrew short, outside the off stump, wide, and just standing up there, and Springer was never going to miss out on that and giving it this treatment for a boundary.
Yeah, I think he was struggling there. Just wanted to not bowl a no ball, and as a result, his length was compromised. And look at that, too short. Even you would have hit that to the boundary at your 10 days of 60. It was hit over that cover area for, well, 3s and 4s here. Bank Hall ground. A venue that would be considered one of the smallest in Barbados, you reckon?
Yeah.
Is it smaller than Needle Club Maple?
Of course. I think this is probably the smallest ground between Bank Hall and maybe Beckles Road. I don't think they're any much smaller than those two in the least.
I got a question for you here. YMPC, Bank Hall, Maple, the biggest.
I must say Maple.
Is it because you're Maple?
Maybe, but I mean, I'm just looking at the dimensions of all three grounds, and
you reckon Maple is the biggest?
I think we might be slightly the biggest of the three. Again, just opening the face on this occasion is Achilles Brown, getting that one past the third slip and goes into the boundary again for a 3. Remember, boundaries are 3s and 4s as Andrew and I are here discussing. So, yeah, another boundary, taking the Fusionz Boutique Spartan up to 20 for no loss. As you see this one over-pitched by Springer. Just opening the face to the bat on that one and allowing it to run past that third slip to pick up a boundary is Achilles Brown.
Yeah, good player. Lovely family support. His mother's always here watching, and his
Granddad,
former headmaster of Queen's College, Mr. Brown.
I'm sure I just had a note from his mom, so she's on his way. She's on her way.
Okay.
She's on her way.
Is she coming from St. Lucie?
She's coming from St. Lucie.
Good comeback delivery. I like Springer. He's got good shoulders. And one of those deceptive types. He's not going to get up to 90 miles an hour, but he can make you hustle sometimes.
Yeah, he's one of those bustling young pacers who I like. And like I said, once he's at his fittest, Andrew, he would create some problems. So he's short, he's skinny, but he's strong. And he really bowls a heavy ball and with that size that he carries.
That's very well played. Lovely use of the wrist there. And it goes through and will get to the boundary. That's naughty by Cumberbatch on the boundary. Wouldn't want to see that in primetime sports. Ball went straight through him.
Yeah, that's a bad bit of work by the fielder there at long legs, just running around to his left. I don't think it's Springer. I mean, Cumberbatch be disappointed in you, Andrew.
Yep.
He's not going to take the blame for that one. Springer's that deep bat was square, so you just see the fielder there at long leg making a meal of that one, really, and just allowing the Spartan side to pick up yet another boundary.
Yeah, it was badly lined as well. Too straight. All the batsman had to do was to get back into that.
Yeah, it looks like Perryman down there now. Yep.
And that's a much better delivery. That started on the top of the off stump. And from here, we're on high. You can see the movement into the right-hander.
Yes, and that's what they've done majority of the morning. They've bowled some good lengths. They've been asking the ball to move back into the stumps, so they've been challenging the stumps. As you said, particularly Springer, who they think their mode of dismissal is probably in the leg before region, trying to get him to go around those balls. So, again, you see him going back to his top delivery and bowling that one. Good length and angling back into the stumps of Brown.
Oh, that's a beauty. Perfectly pitched just outside the off stump, that corridor of uncertainty. And that was very close to the outside edge.
Again, we speak about that good length, Andrew. That's the length that you want the ball with the newer ball. Just asking trouble of the opening bat and challenging both edges, really. And you've seen that one leaving him on this occasion and going through to Mario Albert, the keeper. But a good delivery. So I go well for his confidence after that bad midfield by, looks like, Perryman on the long leg boundary.
A good contest between bat and ball. So far, the Fusionz Boutique Spartan side will be quite happy. They've been very slow but purposeful. And of course, you would want to get a good start from the opening pair.
Yeah, I mean, after winning the toss and electing to bat, you just want that start between your opening batters. They want to at least get the first hour out of the way, get into that first drinks break. So I think this pair, they've been doing a good job for the team. Andrew, have you seen that picturesque, the palm trees, the coconut trees in the distance there? Cameraman Jamar Cheese Lane doing a fantastic job, as he always does. You can see that's just the Bank Hall area there, Andrew, an area that you know very well, I'm sure.
Yeah, just trying to find Sir Frank Worrell's house there as well. In fact, we can see it. But beautiful. Bank Hall will be, I believe, in terms of politics, St. Michael Central, I believe. Yeah, I think it is. But it's always a wonderful venue. And the club is one of those clubs that certainly, there we go. That's the house of the great man, the late great.
Yes, indeed. And only of recent weeks we've been hearing what they're going to be doing to that house.
Yes, indeed. That's a lovely shot. Badly bowled and played away through that forward square. That's gone up to the boundary for 3.
As we would say in our day, Andrew, meat and drinks. That one, Edmund coming back for a second spell, this time being bowled from the northern area, and you see him just bowling that one into the legs of Sprayer, who's not going to miss out on that today, tomorrow, or any other day, as a matter of fact, and picking up yet another boundary. So Edmund is coming back for a second spell from that, the northern end, and he couldn't get his line right to start.
Yeah, it was badly lined, full and juicy, and went across this parched out field. Never single there was the batsman's who's facing, that was his call, the ball going behind the non-striker. Seen so many batsmen get run out in that fashion.
Like you said, these two creating a little bit of a chemistry between them. Like you said, Brown, who would have started mainly as a middle order batter, all-rounder, one who can also keep wicket. Now he's entrusted into this opening partnership with Springer. And they've done a good job for Spartan, to find himself in this position. I think Brown started this series at some 240-odd runs. And Springer, like we said, he was 298 before the beginning of this innings. So you can see landmarks for them both, one going beyond the 300 and one going beyond the 250.
Yeah, and Akeem Springer's had the experience of playing in Australia recently as well.
Yeah, he's had a stint in Australia just at the beginning of the year, and he came back here to lead his team. He's the man who's entrusted to lead this Spartan side, and he's done a good job. The majority of the time, he's brought them back from relegation back into top flight cricket, and he always leads from the front. Again, here this is a full pitch delivery and taking full advantage on that occasion. Andrew Mason hitting that man back over the bowler's head to pick up yet another boundary. So see Edmund coming back here, can't find his lines, can't find his length, and Springer really capitalizing now. He's on the go.
Yeah, he looks good. It's been a quiet start, but of course that's what you do as a batsman. Just bide your time. That tricky little period at the start, and it's getting easier. And he's looked good. He's a good player, one who scores a lot of runs at this level. Very pleasant personality as well, one of the nicest people you could meet.
Very good guy. And again, there's a guy from St. Thomas, Pori Spring.
Oh, he's a Pori Spring man.
Short.
That's a bad delivery and hit with a washman of disdain. That's gone for 4. Bang onto the wall at Bank Hall.
This is good batting by this man, Akeem Springer, compensating from that full length delivery and pulling his length back on this occasion, as you can see here, Andrew. And he got into the perfect position and just swivel and hit that one over backward square for the maximum runs you can get here. So he's just showing his ability, stamping his authority really on this innings as Akeem Springer.
Yeah, I rather suspect that pretty soon we're going to see some spin. Kevin Sinclair is in the side. He's down at backward point. The man from Berbice, one of the 3 counties of Guyana. Of course, preparing to host the New Zealanders come July.
And they've been good friends of Barbados. From
yeah, very good friends of Barbados. Two leaders are bosom buddy, I understand.
It's more runs, Andrew. This time, this one is work off the pads, neatly turned to the vacant fine leg position, and picking up another boundary is Akeem Springer. So a very expensive over there by Jaden Edmund, being reintroduced into the attack and can't contain his man, and the captain really capitalizing and really cashing in that over. Yeah, so you see that very body line over there by the man Jaden Edmund, and captain taking full advantage really. Akeem Springer, like you said, just crossed the 300 runs barrier in this innings, and he's just showing his authority as the leader in this Spartan batting lineup. So the overs come to an end. Just showing some debate there between the captain, Nathan Seeley, and Edmund. He's seen keeper Mario Albert sending for his helmet as well. So Andrew, just like you said, you might soon see the introduction of the spin as you've spoken about. But in the meantime, it's going to be Dre Sprayer. He's going to continue. He'll be bowling to Achilles Brown as this pair is really putting together a good opening partnership after winning the toss and letting to bat.
And I'm quite impressed by the approach of these two Spartan players. At the start, one or two awkward moments for them, but they've settled quite nicely and doing a good job. Commentators curse as you big them up, as we say in Bajan parlance. He plays a loose shot.
A loose shot indeed. That delivery just going past the other edge. Outside the off stump, I mean, it's a wide delivery. He just could have shouldered arms to that one. Is young Achilles Brown. He wants to feel ball onto his bat, but you just push out that one. There's some 3 slits behind there waiting, as your word, Andrew. A naughty shot, you would call it.
Very naughty indeed. Lovely weather in Barbados. Lovely breeze coming across the ground as well.
This time he's gotten full bat on that one and saying an exquisite cover drive, just playing that one past the man at point and into the boundary for another boundary. So a really good shot there by young Achilles Brown, as you rightfully said, shot of the day, really coming onto the front foot and saying a fantastic drive.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. Philip Spooner in the back, who comes a call in to join you shortly, said it's the shot of the day. We'll make a good picture on Primetime Sports tonight. Beautifully played.
And Brown, he's a very attractive player once he gets himself in and plays some very exciting shots.
Look at that. Look at that.
Textbook.
Wow.
Textbook, Andrew.
Hope that Ken Mobino would pick that up and put it into the Sun tomorrow. Very close to the round table. I'm sure that Philip Spooner may get another pick on the round table. Making some wonderful contributions, of course, to the Nation newspaper. We almost played that on.
Yeah, just a bit more effort on that occasion. There's Dre Sprayer hitting that one into the surface, just getting an additional pace. And Brown just again hustle. That's the kind of deliveries that we come to get accustomed to from young Dre Sprayer, just hustling the batter. And you see them back of the length on that occasion and just getting the inside edge and through to keeper Mario Albert on the bounce.
World Cup football is very much with us as well. Saw you United States last night with the Secretary of State watching.
80,000 people in attendance.
Good bouncer. Of course, President Trump watched the Knicks the other night. What a comeback by them. Down 29 points and winning. Are you a basketball man?
I've been following. You're a good friend, Philip Spooner.
Okay,
he's
yes.
a New York Knicks fan.
Okay.
I'm surprised that he's not in New York.
I thought he was a Bulls man.
And I think he's got he's got one of those very expensive tickets. Philip Spooner.
He is indeed. Yeah, he comes a calling at the end of this over.
But like you rightfully said, a day full of sport. You just mentioned World Cup football. Brazil, there's going to be an action today.
Yeah, they're playing. I'm sure many people will be looking forward to the Brazilians. Are you a Brazilian?
I like the style of the Brazilian
you
football.
Support them?
I support Brazil. So yeah, as most Bajans do.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And you've also got the West Indies women. They're going to be
they're looking forward to play against New Zealand.
And later
big loss for them with Henry
loss.
out.
Yep, Henry's vice captain. Swan played behind point. Sinclair giving chase, but can tell you he's not going to pull that one back today. So another boundary there, just getting on top of the bounce on that occasion and riding it past that backward point position to pick up another boundary is young Achilles Brown. So closing out the over with a boundary. So 3 more to the total. And then Spartan, the opening batters, just continues to really add a good opening partnership here and put the home side under some pressure.
Well, I'm gonna leave you as we see a lovely replay of that beautiful shot played away square on the offside. Next man comes a calling. You're going to be joined by Philip Spooner. So again, this continues to be good.
Is this the Spartan side winning the toss and electing to bat? They've moved themselves into a comfortable position to start. Good opening partnership here in the making as we welcome Philip Spooner. Good afternoon, my friend.
Good afternoon, my brother, and good to be here. I enjoyed your conversation with Andrew well, I didn't say I enjoyed it. I should say I listened closely to your conversation with Andrew on the teams I support and don't support. I just want to clarify that I am a Brooklyn Nets fan and also a season ticket holder. So the Knicks are doing well and we're happy. But it's caused New York City to be blocked. And so that's one side of Midtown Manhattan is blocked. And then the other side of the city is also blocked because the Brazilians have taken over the east side because they're playing against Morocco this evening on the New Jersey-New York border, and now the entire city is taken over by sport. So if Brazil wins today and the Knicks win tonight, it's bedlam. It's bedlam in New York tonight. So it's not a place that I want to be right now. So I'll trade New York for Barbados for today.
I'm sure we're happy to have you and have you in our team here, as it is the introduction of the man from Berbice. He's not very much out of New York.
Well, he was in New York up to a few days ago playing in the Guyana Cup, and he got a call from Jamel Warrican. The Emperor was looking for a slow bowler, and he answered the call. So he's from Guyana via New York to Barbados, and he's fitted well, really fitted in well. When you look on the field, he looks like he's so familiar with everything.
Here he is, just bowling his off spinners, and you see that one ball into the middle and leg and just worked neatly into the square leg, reason for another single, just tucked neatly behind square there by Akeem Sprayer to pick up yet another single. So
there's a day of sport, and the West Indies women will bowl first. They won the toss and they will bowl first against New Zealand at Southampton. Haley Matthews is the captain, and but it looks as if Chanel Henry might be out, and it's getting tight with her because she might be out for the whole tournament, which would be a real shame for West Indies.
That's a good delivery there, Philip. It's just getting this man played on the back foot. He was really want to be on the front foot for that delivery, Philip. But moral victory there for the Empire side and Kevin St. Clair in particular.
Yeah, he's get to his overs very quickly. There's not much time in between balls to think. But St. Clair's a test cricketer with a good track record. So Brown first needs to be watchful, and then before he gets into his stride. But as you said, better to be forward than back.
Another good delivery, and Jay goes for a booming drive and beaten outside the Austin and true to the keeper Mario Albert. Like you rightly said, he gets through his overs very quickly, Kevin St. Clair, and he's through another over. Philip, your thoughts on that first over?
First thing about him, he's playing with a smile on his face, which is good to see because he's had his recent challenges both on and off the field. He's been left out by the Guyana team. A lot was said about him and around him and through him, and then he had his response, and it started to get a little bit messy. So he pulled himself away, and he saw greener pastures in other places, playing in Trinidad, playing in the US, and now, as you said, his brother Warri Khan, looking out for him and saying, look, do you want to come and play in Barbados? So there's that smile on his face again. And that over, steady, top of off stump. He didn't stray, didn't give anything really to hit. Springer tucked one on the onside and got an easy single. Maneuvering the strike. And then a couple good deliveries to Brown, which forced him to defend. So a good start from St. Clair, and he looks like he's in the right head space here.
A short delivery and dispatch over mid-wicket.
Wow.
What a shot, Philip.
Wow. First throw of the dice here from Spartan captain. That wall was smashed. And at one point, we couldn't see it clearly, and then we heard a bang on the roof of the small stand, the hut. And then it ricocheted over the fence and into the street. So the Spartan captain means business. The Spartan motor up now to 57 for no wicket. And after a very steady and watchful start, Springer's getting into his stride, and he's showing his intent. So it's advantage Spartan in the first hour, And we know hour and 7 minutes into the advantage Spartan, thanks to the recent aggression of the captain and the steadiness, the poise and the class of young Brown. So you know, it's a good game developing here, and as we see it again into the mud, Springer swiveling, 1 foot up like Gordon Greenwich, and the ball disappearing out of the ground. So you know, a shot of intent and a shot of a statement, really.
Well, if you know the Empire area pretty well, is that hut that Philip rightfully spoken about, just in front of the square leg, really. So that one's hit in front of square and making its way for the maximum. But if you know Akeem Springer, he loves a short ball, and here he is again.
Gone again.
Not the short delivery there, Philip, and he got himself in another good position, like we were just saying. That's really one of his pet shots. And like I said, Ala Gordon Greenwich gets that foot up and hitting it in front of square again to pick up another boundary. So young Dre Sprayer, he needs to be mindful of his length, really bowling to the Spartan captain. As you see it again, Philip getting himself in a really good position.
Yeah, too slow to bowl short balls, really. This is not the lawn of the 90s where it gets at your head for fun. This is a flat deck, and if he's going to bowl at that pace, at that length, he's going to disappear. You saw it with Edmund on the other side. They don't have the pace. It's not their fault, but they just don't have the pace to be bowling short. And Springer's faced better and quicker, and he's going to enjoy this. This is where he needs to be top of off and making the batsman, you know, rotate the strike. Those short balls will disappear.
Yeah, this time he's just getting on top of the bounce on that one and playing it to backward point. Vacant backward point, really. It seems now some changes in the field. He's lost that third slip, and he's got a deep backward point on the boundary. He's got a cover. He's got an extra cover. There's a man at mid-off. There's a mid-on. There's a man at deep backward square, and a fine leg.
Well, major news from West Indies women. Not only is Chanel Henry out, Stephanie Taylor is also out. So two big brand name players are out unfit, and these are questions need to be asked. How do you go to a World Cup and on your opening game, you're without your 2 major players? Taylor, you know, she struggled in the warm-up matches. She's out, and Henry had an injury, and she's out of this game, and I'm hearing she could be out of the whole tournament. So West Indies hamstrung from the first match, and they're going. This is not an easy game to start with if you're at full strength against New Zealand. They're the defending champions and they're playing good cricket. And a whirlwind has come from nowhere and has disrupted our comfort. So bear with us for a minute, but we've just been in the middle of a whirlwind that no one saw coming.
Well, you said a whirlwind. It almost felt like a whirlwind. But yeah, a heavy breeze here. High winds. Said you can hear it through the effects microphones there.
Yeah, it's not quite gale force. Otherwise, we would have. Well, give us a minute. We're trying to regain our composure as we regain our bags. As I said, a whirlwind just passed through and caught us on alert. But I'm back on the field. Spartan galloping now. Started slowly, but they're galloping now up to 63, is it? I make it 63. Sorry, no, the 63 is the overs we bowled. And that's the water break, first drinks break. 62 for no loss. 62 for no loss. Springer doing the bulk of the scoring. And he's looked really good. He's looked solid, compact. And he's put back to ball when he had to. And young Achilles Brown, steady, composed, and what they say, relaxed, looking at the crease and played a shot of the day, a quite tremendous square dog off Springer that sped away to the backward point fence. A shot of class, a shot really that any batsman would be proud of. So Spartan steadily going along, going about their business, and advantage to the Parkites after the first hour.
Yeah, 62 for no loss. Very good opening partnership between Captain Akeem Sprayer, his young charge, and Achilles Brown. I mean, they've really had the challenges in the initial stages. Cumberbatch just bowling some good balls. On top of that, off some asking questions into the stumps. Edmund with a good first spell, not that telling. And Sprayer, as you see when he was introduced, he's not as quick as probably the other two. And they really got stuck into him, Sprayer in particular. Those two pull shots that we spoke about, one full disdain over the umpire, the umpire hut, really, Philip, and went all the way into the road for a maximum. But the pair has been doing a good job. Remember, they won the toss and they elected to bat. So a good decision on the part of Captain Akeem Sprayer, and he's put his side into a good position after the first hour and a bit.
What I like about this atmosphere is really wonderful at Bank Hall. I mean, this a twin, it looks like a twin, a bespectacled twin of Empire Cub cricketers with junior program who just brought out the water at the water break with the players. And that's so good to see that the Empire junior program, they have quite a few of their players here, and they're allowed to watch the derby, and then to have the opportunity to bring out the water at the water break is something really wonderful. I remember as a teenager when my brother played in that derby, that probably the most famous derby of all time in 1990. I sat literally right here on the roof. It was the only place you could get, and as a Spartan Cub at the time, there was, as a Spartan Cub back then, it was really good to be part of it. So those are the things that you learn from.
Yes, as you can see on our screens here, it's like Gladiola up against the YMPC, the home side. Superb Glen Gladiola. They're 46 for no loss after 15 overs. Shamari Gittins, he's on 23. And Rashawn Worrell, he's on 18. You can see the veteran in Dwayne Smith there. He's into his third over. I mean, they need Dwayne Smith to come to the party. He sent down some 2.1 overs. He's haven't picked up a wicket as yet. Conceded some 9 runs. But Rashawn Worrell continues to be in good form. And Shamari Gittins, his opening partner. They've led their team to a good start at 46 for no loss after 15.1.
Yeah, is the youngster Ramsey still at Gladiola? I saw him back, and I tell you what, the elegance with which he plays, it amazes me he doesn't make more runs. He looks so relaxed at the crease, so comfortable, nothing seems to bother him, and then he probably just gets out. But when you look around Barbados at the young players who catch your eye when you see them bat and bowl, Rashawn Ramsey, I think it's Rashawn Ramsey for sure at Gladiola is
That's
one.
correct. You go by the nickname Bash.
Yeah, I mean, every shot looks classy. And then obviously, for me, the best young batsman in Barbados is Ravalla Clark. And we've seen what he's been doing in recent times. 180 for the academy against Guyana Harper Eagles, and then 120 last week in Sri Lanka. I think he's the best young batsman in Barbados. And he's just going to get better. I think the selection seriously got to look at getting him in sooner rather than later. And obviously the guys at the Barbados trade got to make very good use of him in the CPL. Because I think, but Ramsey, I think a lot is happening up there at Gladiola with young batsmen for sure.
Yes, and it's interesting that you speak about that. I mean, we've got a lot of attention being made here at this derby, where the two teams here are top of the positions. First place on a tie at 67 points going into this sixth round. But closely behind them is Gladiola, as you rightfully spoken about. They're in third position on 66 points, so just 1 point adrift of the leaders at this stage. And you mentioned some players there, albeit they're missing 2 of their preferred players in Clark, as you rightfully said, and DePisa, Giavonte DePisa, who's with the West Indies Academy side in Sri Lanka. But they're playing some very good cricket.
Yeah, competition is tight at the top, and the last time it was a close tie at the top between Spartan and Empire was 1990, and that famous derby here, so it's history repeating itself.
Sinclair continues, and that's a short delivery outside the Austin. Badly aligned there, Philip, and getting the treatment again on the back foot is a keen sprayer, and hitting that one past the backward point feeder into the boundary for another boundary. So 3 more to the Fusion Boutique Spartan total. See him just wide outside the Austin.
Yeah, asking to be hit. Too short, too wide, and Springer needing no second invitation to put back to ball. And he's on the roll here, Springer. He's on the move. He's looking to seize on anything short and wide. That's his bread and butter. That's what he likes. He will wait and wait and bide his time for those loose balls, as any good batsman would. But he sets up his game to pounce on anything short. And Sinclair offering up a first freebie, really. And Springer's not going to miss that. Backward point is going down on the boundary. And so it's an easy single to point if he wants it. And Sinclair changes his angle, comes around. Again.
This time he's got that protection, as you rightfully said, Philip. You just saw the player coming into our vision at that deep backward point position for Springer. As Sinclair, he closes out another over, but you see him short and wide outside the Austin into the favorite shots of Akeem Springer, who picked up the single, and he's going to regain the strike at the beginning of the next over. As the Fusion Boutique Spartan win the toss and batting, they're 66 for no loss, Philip.
And if you remember, back in 1990, the derby was in November, but 1990 was a World Cup year too. And that was Italia 90. West Germany at the time. Lothar Matthäus. And, Matthias Bremer. Yeah, the great French team in 1990. So it's all a full circle here. It's all a full circle here, Andy Payne, and back then we were budding teenagers hoping to
trying to make our way onto our Barbados on the 19th slide. Both of us.
Yeah, Ian Bradshaw was the captain. We had some decent teammates. But my God, how is changed 36 years later. Oh wow.
Just to describe that shot, Philip, as you said, he would sit there and wait on the back foot for those type of deliveries. And Springer, like we said, he doesn't have that pace, short and wide outside the Austin. And Springer really cashing in on this occasion. Well,
he reminds me of Leslie Reefer. The way he really pounces on short balls. When he hits the ball, it's a boundary. There's nobody stopping it. It's away from the field. He always picks the gap, most importantly. But then anybody close, you got to be within a foot and a half of the ball when Springer hits it to stop it, because it just speeds to the boundary. And that's the way I remember Leslie Reefer Sr. used to bat. When he hits the ball, as I said, it stays hit. Straightforward, where Springer is making it look comfortable, because when it's wide and loose, he's going to pounce on it, and when it's straight and think he's going to defend it and look for the single. And Brown hasn't had much of the strike yet, but I think he understands the way the game is being played now, and his captain is galloping. This opening partnership is building, and they've added century stands, quite two of them so far for the season, and the way they're going, they're setting up nicely.
Short again. I think he must love to see this shot here, Philip. Again, forward of pace, really, is Dre Springer. Bang that one again into the pitch, and Akeem Springer on the back foot and hitting that one through mid-wicket to pick up another boundary.
He's lost the plot, really, Springer. Too short against a man that loves short bowling, and up on 1 foot, out of the great Gordon Greenwich, and it was only going to be one result, a boundary.
I'm sure this is not the plan. This is not what Ryan Nurse would have asked of his medium pace bowler. He just wanted to bowl a good line outside the off stump.
Well, the field is dictating how he bowls, and deep fine has now come to deep square. Deep square has come to deep mid wicket. The captain himself is at ordinary mid wicket, and mid on is hanging. Backward point is down on the boundary. There's now one slip and a gully, so they've gone in defensive mode as a pair. They've gone on defensive mode, and Springer equal to the task.
You know, Philip, and you spoke about that 1990 derby, and you speak about the experienced players. Andrew Mason a bit earlier, you were speaking about Livingston Puckering, the leader, your brother, of late great Livy. I mean, a very astute leader, very good player as well. But when you see a field like this for a medium pacer, you would like to think that the ploy really would be to, yes, you want to be go a bit on the defensive, but you want to be one side, probably asking to bowl balls like that outside the off stump and have your protection on the one side, and asking Springer to play different shots. You don't want him to be playing his favorite shots on the back foot.
Well, my brother was a very straightforward guy. You either do the job or you don't bowl. And that was the mentality in Spartan at the time. You know, you either get the job done or you don't bowl. And, you know, Springer has to be told, bowl top of off, build some pressure, and the wicket will come. But if he's going to, at his pace, wanting to be bowling short balls and creating a problem, he's not going to create a problem because he doesn't have the pace. So he needs to set the ring field on the top of off and bowl it.
Shot. This time he goes full, and Achilles Brown, he cashed in on that occasion. Elegant shot there from the right-handed bat, playing that one back past the bowler and picking up a boundary to close out the over is Achilles Brown. Like you said, Dre Springer, he's really lost his plot, he's really lost his way. And Empire, I'm sure they'll be looking to make a change from that. The southern end, if you see this one on the replay, full and a flowing drive from Achilles Brown to bring up a boundary to close out that over.
Lovely shot from the young man, and also understanding the moment and seizing the moment. And you know, some players could get in a little rut at the other end when one man is going good, but Brown is making sure that when he gets the opportunity to score, he keeps scoring, and it's a good, you know, a good side kick at the moment for Springer. Springer's gone up to 49 now. This makes 348 runs for the season, and he's Spartan's Mr. Consistent. Brown on 27, and they're building, so the partnership now goes up to 79 for none. In 15 overs, so that's going, you know, at a good clip on a threes and fours ground. So, you know, advantage Spartan, and already Empire, you know, hands are doing things. Something I find very interesting about this Empire team is that they're wearing red hats. Now, I've always known Empire as the Blues, and I've come here today and I've seen them in fire engine red hats. So they've obviously had a rebrand, and somebody's come up with this really flashy idea that red looks better than blue for the time being, but they're seeing red and they're feeling blue. Ooh. And Springer is going to look to apply some more pressure.
Well, I don't know, Philip, but if you can tell, we have a new sponsor, and it's the A&A Auto Empire side. So you see that one just work into the onside. So he brings up his 50.
Wonderful knock.
Springer, a fantastic knock by the young man. 50 off 57 balls, some 3 4s. Remember, boundaries there are 3s and 4s. We wouldn't have the amount of 3s. But taking the total up to 80, a good opening partnership. 50 off 57. Your thoughts?
Captain's knock in the making, really. He knows his job, Springer. He understands this cricket inside out. He's a metronome of sorts in this kind of cricket. Obviously never received higher honors, but someone you can literally bank on at this level. And another good knock. And you know, Derby runs multiplied by 2. There used to be that saying in the Spartan dressing room that the Derby runs and wickets multiplied by 2. So in the eyes of the Parkites, he's already 100.
Yes, so it's the A&A Auto Parts Empire. I think the sponsors are red, so maybe that's what that is. As you can see, their banner just over there next to the Barbados Cricket Association. Remember, this coverage goes to you via the Barbados Cricket Association in collaboration with Bell Imagery. So you can see it on their YouTube channels or the Barbados Cricket Association platform. And that's probably what the Reds are all about.
Oh, I see. That makes sense, because even the little Cub cricketers, they're wearing red and blue shirts, and they're predominantly red. So Empire, even though they're still the Blues, they're wearing red. Good ball, well played. Soft hands. So a bit of education there from Andy Payne on why Empire wearing red. But what I also find interesting about here at Bank Hall is the kites. The kites have been singing all day. It adds so much to the atmosphere. And they're making a joyful noise, all these kites. There are lots of kites in the sky and around the Bank Hall ground, this historic facility.
Always been the case. You saw the substitute in Cuddle. He was a man running around from backward point to pick up that one. So someone's off the field for them. I'm sure we'll get to know who it is pretty shortly. But the substitute, Ray Cuddle, he's on the field as he overcomes. And then 81 for no loss. Akeem Spring, he's on 50. Achilles Brown, he's on 27. 16 overs completed. So the Fusionz Boutique Spartan side.
Yeah, they're flying.
Take that there very much in the ascendancy.
They're flying high, like the kites of Bank Hall, and they're making a noise, just as much noise as this lime green monster that is keeping us noisily entertained over the boundary. And we look at this, another bowling change here now.
It's like Shaquem John Ruck.
John Ruck.
He's going to make his introduction.
Yeah, I saw him in the nets for the West when the West Indies practice series. He's one of these guys that loves to get in it. Loves to have a word or two with the playing. He loves to make his presence felt. Steady. I don't think he's your 6'4" man. Steady. He'll build pressure and look to get your wicket as a result of building pressure. I don't think he's going to turn it both ways or beat you through the gate. He's no Chinaman, googly man, but steady and build pressure. But Empire need to slow things down a bit, regain their composure, because they look a little bit ruffled and it's not even tea yet. And they need to look at how do we build pressure, what sort of fields do we set first to build that pressure, and then from there, how do we get the wickets? Springer is going great guns. He's on 50 or 58. He smashed 3 outside of the boundary already, and looks a man on a mission. And young Brown, steady, composed, and with the ability to play those classy shots that you'll remember for a while to come. So, big advantage to Spartan in the early stages of the Derby, and John Rupp into Brown.
Yeah, interested that John Rutt, he would have made his way over from Yorkshire. So this is his first season here at Bank Hall. You just give him a good description as to what he does. So if he needs a man to really slow things down, really this might be the man. But on this occasion, he can't slow it down, as Brown again playing that textbook drive and through the cover region, Philip, and into the boundary for another boundary. So he's one who will capitalize on the front foot, as Sprayer will be more dominant on the back foot. So what a good combination to have.
Yeah, but I've just had to adjust my description of the best shot of the day because the previous square drive was class. This one now was a classic. This was a vintage extra cover drive, speeding away to the boundary. What a shot.
We have 16 overs in, Philip. We can see quite a few shots for the duration of the day, but 2 excellent shots there by Achilles Brown. I'm sure we'll get an opportunity to see that again. Look at how he's looked. Textbook style, head over it, and full flow of the bat.
With a sense of, oh boy, feeling about the end of the shot too. He is on bending knee and keeping the pose. A bit of old school magic about that. Wow.
That's a freebie.
Yeah. Wonderful shot from Brown. Full toss from John Rock. Off, asking to be hit really. And he cashing in. And full banger and bang on the wall. And it ricocheted a good 20 feet in at mid-off. So Spartan on the charge now. They did the hard work. Build a platform and they're on the charge now. 100 partnership in offing.
Speak about contrast, as that ball ricocheted off the wall, and you and I at the toss this morning, we were speaking about the contrast. Generally in our time, anytime a ball is ricocheting off the wall, it's usually a Patterson Thompson bouncer over the head of Ricky Hoyt.
That's how the 1990 final 1990 match ended. It was Victor Walcott with a serious short ball. Nearly took Dexter Toppin's face off and over the head of Ricky Hoyt. What memories, but Spartan galloping along now. None for 88 in the Australian way of things. No wicket down for 88, 17 overs. Springer 50 or 58 and Brown 34 or 48. So a platform has been built, and you know, that's the way Spartan would want it to be when you win the toss and decide to bat first. And the captain Springer, meaningfully going about his business, you know, understanding what's happening and putting his team in a strong position as we welcome Andrew Mason.
Thank you, Philip Spooner. Apartheid will be quite happy with what has happened. And Empire's bowling looking as flat as a Bajan pancake, really, here. They've not really threatened in the last hour. Springer's look good. He's a solid, very organized batsman.
Yeah, understands his game, knows where he wants to score and where he defends. He sums it up easily. Looking for a single that's not on. But the communication is good, and from the time young Brown realized that no run was on, he signaled to his captain, hold your horses.
Yeah, it's also refreshing to see a good opening stand.
But yeah, they've been good all season. This is they're approaching now the third century stand for the season.
Oh, brilliant!
And you know, they've done it for Spartan every time.
Bit across that height would have been a factor there. So it's really good to see, as you said, those partnerships, and they've looked good. They've been solid, very solid indeed.
Good over from Sinclair. Yeah. Steady, building pressure.
Yeah, in fact, he's now completed, in terms of overs, his fourth. Edmund and Cumberbatch started. And Springer bowling the most 5. But this is a good partnership. There's no question about that.
This bowling figure is made for interesting reading because we're on a 3s and 4s ground. So runs per over will probably go down. But everybody that's bowled, with the exception of Sinclair, have been at 5 and up. So it goes to show the rate at which Spartan is galloping along. And Sinclair bringing a little bit of control to the proceedings, none for 7 or 4. And, you know, sort of pulling it back. He is a test cricketer, so you expect this of him. He is the replacement, literally, for Warwick Khan, who is always low on his economy rate and steady in his pursuit of wickets.
Like the approach of Brown here. Had 1 or 2 challenges at the start, but he's now with a great deal of freedom now. Good stroke player.
He's played a shot there twice.
He has. Get an easy single here. Lovely turn of the wrist on the onside.
Good control, good rotation of strike. They really understand each other at the wicket. It's clear to see that they bat well together. I mean, Brown is 21 and Springer is the other end of 30 going up the road, but this is a good understanding of the game.
Making the Empire side toil in the sun at Bank Hall here. No successes yet. And to be honest with you, it's been very, very good for the Fusionz Boutique Spartan side. Having, as we said earlier, had 1 or 2 challenges at the start, but they've batted well. No problems against the spin bowling. Now that's a poor delivery, and that's been dealt a serious blow. What a shot by the big man from St. Thomas, Puri Spring. That's going over mid wicket, out of the ground. Well done.
Serious batting here from Springer. I mean, he picks up the short ball so quickly. John Rupp, you know, too short. And, nothing on the ball, no turn. And from the time it was back pitch, Springer was in position. And, you know, the boundaries here aren't big, but that would clear most boundaries in Barbados. That went completely out the ground, and, you know, they haven't even retrieved the ball yet. But he's really, really feasting on anything short and loose, and he hits it with a hammer.
Yep.
I mean, he was coached by Collis King, so it's embedded in his psyche that, you know, anything loose, anything minutely loose, slightly off the correct line of length, disappears. And they're still trying to find. They've gone all the way down the street. Shaquille Cumberbatch.
Yeah, I think that ball may be
Yeah.
all the way in Eagle Hall now.
Yeah, it's making on a ZR to Bridgetown.
Yeah, but Springer's better. Well, I like him as a batsman. Said had a stint in Australia recently.
Talked a lot about Australia. He didn't get a century this season gone, but he always talks about his performances in Australia, how much he enjoys it there. Obviously, the level of the competition and the conditions that you play in are of a high standard, and you know, he brings back his experience and his know-how to the Spartan camp, and every season he builds on it. And there's an untold story about Hakeem Springer, and it's his leadership when Spartan got demoted. And you know, when Spartan got demoted, it was the lowest they've ever been in their 130 years. And you know, he was the first man to say, "I'm not leaving." He said, "I'm not leaving the club. I don't know who was going where. I don't know what you guys want to do, but I'm going to play for Spartan next season if it's only me." And I think that was the rallying call that showed the others that their leader is going to stay, and he's going to help to build the club back to its, you know, halcyon days. And last season they completely wiped the floor with everybody in the first division, and literally marched their way back up into the Elite Division. And to go from out of the elite to come back the next year and be in top position, you know, is a sign that, you know, good leadership, and that Spartan is on the march again.
Yeah, in fact, you talked about the dominance. Only one team escaped, and that was because of rain. That's the Maple side.
But they got washed out.
And they got washed out, you're right. But this is where they belong. Club with such rich history, producing some wonderful Test cricketers over the years.
Just saw Kevin Wickham, one of those good young players, not a Spartan man, but an Empire man, coming into the ground. Obviously, he's unavailable because he goes off to Antigua to play for the West Indies Board 11, or President's 11 against Sri Lanka, on the topic of good young players around the place.
And on Thursday, Jamal Warkan would have gone off to a camp.
Yeah.
How long is that camp, do you know?
No, I don't, because there's no information. If not for Jamal Warwickman,
yeah,
we would not have known
he told us, yes.
There was a camp, and but Kemar Roach is there as well. I can tell you that for a fact.
Oh, wonderful.
And
so you'd expect him to play, one would think, Kemar?
Be in and around the squad. He's recovered from the injury he had when he played for Durham in the county championship. Spent some time back in Barbados rehabbing with Roddy Eswick in Kensington, and now he's back in the camp. And to hear that a man with 294 Test crickets is a hopeful of Test selection makes you wonder. Makes you wonder. Yeah, Bridgetown and all of its brilliance, really, Andrew.
Central Bank
of Barbados. Tom Adams Centre?
Correct. Been played yesterday, launched.
Been played.
Yeah, in grand style as well.
The Pajama Party.
Pajama Party. Prime Minister Mayor Motley was there.
Pajama Party, Andrew?
I've never been to one. I've been to a party, but not a pajama party. Wonder what that would be like, really. I'll maybe try it sometime.
Yeah.
Have you been to one?
I've never been to a pajama party. I wouldn't know what to do. I've been to it used to be moonlight picnics.
Yeah.
I've been to a few of those at places like River Bay and Bath, but never a pajama party. And don't be tempted, BCA, to put on one, because.
So there we go, the Central Bank of Barbados.
Yeah, been paid. Innovation and modern technology at work.
Oh yes, indeed. You got to get with the times.
Back here at Bank Hall, continuing to build Spartan. 93 for none.
It's been a probing spell from Sinclair, particularly bowling to Brown, who was not as comfortable as Springer. They've got the forward short leg and slip in attacking positions. Now he gets onto the front foot and plays a full delivery up the pitch. Keen to come onto the front foot. Sinclair looking to spin the ball across him with the forward short leg in. This is a good battle between bat and ball. And as we said, Brown just keen to come onto the front foot and has looked good.
Good going, but I hope Brown doesn't get into a rut where he's just blocking and then looking to score a boundary, because he plays well. He plays with hard hands, and in defense the ball always seems to go a bit hastily to the fielder, and he punched one back. And Sinclair very excellent to his bowling. So Brown has to find a way of rotating the strike and getting Springer active again. And one way is to absolutely kill those balls, let it come to the bat and kill those balls into the extra cover or the point region, and take off for a single and get moving, because Sinclair is on a roll, and you don't want to get stuck at an end just waiting for a ball to hit for a boundary. So they have to just recalibrate a little bit here, the batsmen, and look at ways that they can contribute and rotate the strike. Because John Rock, as I said before, is steady. He's going to look to build pressure. And again, more dot balls.
Yes, he's one that generally bowls good length and line. Springer's been watched. We'll get a single. There's a bit of a fumble down at that backward point area. How are the West Indies doing, Philip?
Yeah, as I said, they won the toss. They're bowling. It's up against New Zealand, the defending champions. And it's steady going so far. 25 for none in 3 overs and a ball. So even contest in the T20 format. Isabel Ghazi, she's 20 or 15, and Georgia Plymouth, the youngster, she's at the other end. West Indies. West Indies without the great Stephanie Taylor and without Chanel Henry, so Zeta James over for 9 runs, Shwani Shahata over for 9 runs, Haley Matthews over for 5 runs, and dotting 2 balls for 6 runs so far. So Gaze and Plymouth building a foundation for New Zealand.
What are the chances of the West Indies team, Philip? What do you think?
Well, you need a fit Henry and you need a fit Taylor to win. I don't think we can win without the two of them playing fit and playing. They're linchpins. Taylor can bat the 20 overs for you, and you can bat around her. And Henry is explosive with the bat, and generally steady with the ball. She bowls a new ball, and she can give you those 2 overs up front for 10, and create a little bit of something up there. And we're not going to win it. We don't have the level of skill and experience to win it without the two of them. So we need them fit. With them fit, it's still a tall order, and I would like to see us get to the semi-finals again. We did it last time 2 years ago in Dubai. So I think with them fit, if we play good competitive cricket, we can get out of the group and reach the semi-finals. But we have our work cut out, that's for sure, and we need to be on our A game every time.
Very strong breeze is coming into the box here, and interesting in that the Empire side having a change in that this forward short leg is now at silly point. Interesting.
Yeah. And I'll tell you why. and it's caused a change of batting.
Yep.
No, so they're noticing that Brung is stuck.
Right.
He's not scoring. He's not rotating the strike. And his get out of jail card is tap it into the offside and scamper a single. So you brought the silly point over, and that takes out that shot.
It does.
You saw him come across the offside and try to narrow the ball onside. Not good.
Yeah.
Not good batting.
And he was on the back foot as well. There we go. That's a lovely shot. That's
well,
going to go for 4.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah. Beautifully played.
So they built the pressure on him and they forced him to do something different, and he responded with a majestic cover drive. But it's not bad tactics from Empire. It's just absolutely brilliant batting from the young man.
I agree with that.
It was a sizzling cover drive on bended knee, foot to the pitch of the ball, and just a full extension of the stroke. He doesn't use his feet much to get to the spin, but he certainly has good hands.
Had the width as well.
Had the width and a flashing blade.
Let's see what Sinclair will do here now. He's made a 1 or 2 adjustments to his field. And the backward point has come finer. Oh! Big appeal for a catch at the wicket. The umpire says no, and the umpire can't believe it.
I think he was beaten outside the off stump, but the bowling and the field placing has forced a response, and you're seeing a more attacking looking Brown now. They're playing on his ego.
Yeah, that silly point has made all the difference in the world.
Good take from the keeper, but hard to tell.
Lovely shot again.
Cumberbatch looking heavy.
Oh, it goes for 4.
Yeah. I mean, he's
looking very heavy.
Yeah, he was on a layoff from a. Yeah, he was on a layoff from a.
Well, of course, there are other matches very much being played in Barbados as well. Gladiola's side of this done pretty well, and they're doing pretty okay there, Philip.
Yeah, none for 69, with Sean Worrell on 24 and Shamari Giddens on 39. Where MPC, after being completely annihilated by Spartan last week, are trying to work their way back into a sense of of steadiness. But after being beaten in an hour, and sorry, the day and an hour, where MPC, going to have to try to rebuild really before they.
Yeah, they've been up and down this season, the Beckles Road men.
Yeah. And we're back here, also at Bank Hall, where Brung has just smashed John Rock into the pavilion and sent a few spectators scampering.
The name John Rock, what's the origin there? Do you know?
I wouldn't begin to assume, Andrew, because last week we met Pius Emoulier.
Yes. What a name.
And we couldn't work out the origins. It reminded me of a guy called Javan Etienne.
Yes, from Dominica.
So I was assuming that Pius Emoulier was probably either Dominican or St. Lucian. Shaquem John Rock.
Yeah.
It's a double-barrel last name, so.
But John, of course, is popular in the windwards.
Yeah,
Not quite sure what Rock.
Jean Baptiste.
Yep.
And John. So I don't know if his origins are also in the French-speaking Caribbean, but steady over, but nothing menacing. And Spartan hundreds partnership coming up in 22 overs and 2 balls and going at a very good clip. And winning the toss 106 without loss, half an hour before tea. Well, 40 minutes before tea is as good a platform as Spartan could have dreamed of coming into this big contest.
Yep. This is very good cricket from them.
And Andrew, I want to say something here as well. I've watched all 3 days at Wanderers, absolutely clued into everything that was happening there, and I'm watching now this first session here. First session here in the park, and I'm impressed. I'm impressed by the level of batsmanship. Once the batsmen get good wickets, and the conditions are favorable, which it always will be in Test cricket, for example. You will get good batting services in Test cricket. It looks like our players can play. We get a lot of talk about how poor cricket is and all that, and I don't think it's poor. I think it's just we could say it's a bit watered down, but I don't think the quality of cricket is necessarily that poor. I think if you build your best players in a captured environment, i.e. a semi-professional structure, and you get your best players playing competitively against each other every week with a premium on every game, I think we could get back to where a semblance of what we used to look like. You need intensity.
Indeed.
You need intensity.
So Brown is on 49 now, looking for his 50. Won't get it with that delivery. Good delivery by Sinclair. This has been a battling knocking sped, lovely drives. Had his challenges, but he's at the crease, and that's the important thing here. Faced some 71 balls. And will get to his 50 with a lovely flowing drive square in the offside. This has been a good knock by the young man.
Excellent from Achilles Brown. And he punches his chest with his Spartan badges and raises his hands, raises his back to the crowd and to the Spartan hailers. And a few who've come in and gets a hug from the skipper. But good going so far, and I'm sure he's going to be looking to go where few have gone before, that is to score a century in the derby. So he will be telling himself, this is only half.
Yeah.
I'm only halfway there. And Springer will be saying, we're only halfway there. We're only halfway there to where we want to be. But 110 for no loss in 23.5. And Spartan well and truly in a good, strong position. The captain is 56, and the lieutenant is on 50.
Well, coming up at the break at just around 2:30, an interview with Tony King, a legend here at Bank Hall. We'll be talking to Keith Ho. We look forward to that. So the over comes to an end, and the Fusionz Boutique Spartan team winning the toss and baton. They're looking good, 110 without loss.
Yeah, and bowlers have gone around the park, if we're being honest. Edmund and Springer getting some proper tap from the heavy bat of the well put together Springer. He's a strong man and he packs a big punch. And three of them disappeared out of the ground. And you can see they disappeared with relish. One of them went all the way in the main road. And that ball is not coming back anytime soon. Rumored to be on a ZR to the city. But strong start from Spartan. When you win the toss and bat, this is what you want. This is where you want to be. And your captain and your leader has set the tone for what is to come. And Fusionz Boutique Spartan will be very happy at this stage. But this is nowhere near where they want to be in the end. You want to keep building and building and building. And this is the derby. This is the big game of the year, top of the table clash. And this is what people would expect to see when they come to Bank Hall and watch these two marquee teams in this top class fixture.
So John Rock to continue, and that's a chance for catch, dropping just in front of the fielder. Didn't go all the way down towards that long off area. The first rush shot that he's played, and he's got that tendency sometimes to do that out of nowhere. Lucky they got away with that, and immediately rehearses the drive.
That's just not on. That's not on. Why would you even consider that? It wasn't to the pitch of the ball. He doesn't advance down the pitch to the ball. He keeps his position and he plays his shots from his position. And just a bad shot. And lucky to get away. Lucky to get away the ball. The fielder long off slipped a little bit as he was advancing in, and that caused him not to be able to get to the ball in time. You can take a leaf of the Springer's book. Wait, and when you get the ball to hit, you hit it. But I think Brown likes to feed the ball on the back. He likes to be going, and these are the things that happen.
No, that's a bad delivery. That has been put away appropriately. But you get 4 at Bank Hall, but really that should have been about 12. It was short, and he pounced, hit it high over mid-wicket. That's a huge hit from a big man.
Yeah, that's Springer 101. Waiting for that pull-down delivery. John Rupp seeing a need to try something different, and Springer just swiveling and just disappearing. It just disappeared out of the park. I'm sorry, but I said park, out of the ground. And again, way beyond the boundary. As you said, Andrew, that's 6.
Yeah.
That's 6 most places. And Empire wilting under the heat. If you be honest, 115 without loss. Their 3rd century partnership of the season,
and not many teams would do that.
Yeah.
So you got to compliment Spartan. 67 points along with Empire, and with visions of making a very good first innings here. Strong foundation on which to build. I was talking to Andy Payne earlier about the size of the ground, and we're trying to make the comparison when you look at YMPC and Maple. And he reckons that Maple is the biggest of the 3.
Yeah, well, Bank Hall it's an intense
Yes.
place, because not only is it a small ground, but it's surrounded by the walls.
Right.
So when the ball hits the wall, it comes right back. So there's some grounds like St. Catherine that go down in the cane ground, and you go down there and spend some time catching a breather. At Bank Hall, it hits the wall and comes right back.
Comes right back. Yeah.
You're in business again. Where NPC it might go out, and Maple it might go somewhere else, and you catch a little breather, and then Bank Hall bang on the wall and back in play. So if you're under the cosh at Bank Hall, you're well and truly under pressure. I mean, I remember fielding here, and a spectator caught a ball in front of me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the ground was so packed, there's nowhere for the people to go. and I'm on the boundary rope because Henry Springer tells you, go right back on the rope, and you walk back on the rope, the people in front of you. And the ball comes to you, and the spectator stops the ball and hands it to you.
Okay.
So it's a really intense cauldron of players for cricket, and that helps to add to the, not only to the intimacy and the character of the ground, but the pressure on the players.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
that's why you see a lot of drop catches on the boundary at Empire, because it is because and let nobody fool you. Your emotions get come into play when you're on the boundary and the Empire man look and say, "One ain't a good." It riles you up.
It does.
You know, and that adds a bit of edge to the derby scenario. Obviously, the crowd here today is not as big, but when I played here in '96, it was a proper showdown, and that made it enjoyable. If I be honest, I enjoyed those kind of things.
So we're going to have a change in bowling with the left arm spinner Nathan Seeley replacing Kevin Sinclair. As we head towards the tea break. 115 without loss, 25 overs bowled.
I'm just reminded, Andrew, that our stint is up and we need to get out of the chair. But I'm also following the women, and it looks like New Zealand are making hay. It's now 55 for 1 and 7. Aliyah Aline has come in and she's got a wicket. And 55. So West Indies staying in it, staying in the game thanks to Aliyah Aline. And as I said, 55 for 1 and 7 overs. New Zealand steadily going at 7.6 and over. And earlier, Scotland, as you know, beat Ireland, and Australia beat South Africa.
That's a poor delivery. And we'll get to the boundary. Had to delay a bit because he thought that backward square would have gotten across to the right. That didn't happen. It was a full toss. Not hit with tremendous power, but had enough to go across the rope and circle the ground. So that trend continues. A lovely sweep shot by the man from Pori Spring and St. Thomas. Akeem Springer, the captain, leading by example in the sunshine of Bank Hall. Another bad delivery. This time he gets away with it. Backward squares in business.
Good work by John Rock. After having that chase, it could be a little bit winded, but he managed to get around. And that area down there is a little bit rugged. There's some patches of grass and some brown areas where there's no grass. So good work to save that second boundary. But Empire they're looking a little bit weary here, and it's still early days. And Spartan, skipper leading, and the young Brown following in hot pursuit.
Just to the reach of the bowler, but another full toss hit with a lot of power. Down to long off for one. There was a shot to catch it. It would have been a stupendous catch had he taken that.
Yeah, Brown again losing his composure there. Needing to stay in the game. He seems to be someone who can lose concentration at stages. And as I speak, he's calling for some water, so his energy levels are down. And the quicker Spartan getting some hydration, the better.
Yeah, but the captain, with the batters brought his Bank Hall, has really done an extremely good job in terms of.
As you said, Andrew, excellent going from Spartan. 26 overs in rather, 1-2-1 without loss. Akeem Springer, the skipper, 64 of 83 balls and doing exactly what was required. And Achilles Brown, the young man, in his second season at the club, 53 off 76. So after winning the toss and deciding to bat, Spartan are precisely where they would want to be, with T around the corner, and we welcome back the exuberance of young Rashawn Hackett and the experience of a bearded wonder, Andy Payne.
So welcome, Rashawn Hackett.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andy. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to all the viewers. It's a very nice feeling to be back here alongside you for this afternoon session of this clash between Spartan and Empire. And as everyone watching can witness, Spartan are currently on top of things, large and in charge. What has been your assessment of the morning's play so far?
Well, first session we're still very much into. And good start by the visiting team. Winning the toss, elected to bat first. Captain Springer really leading from the front. As it's a bowling change, it's Shaquille Kambach. He's going to make his way back into the attack. But yeah, Spartan doing the early running, really. Fusion Boutique Spartan side. Achilles Brown offering good assistance on 53 off of 77. So a good opening partnership between the pair here. Wearing up the century stand in 21.5 overs. You know, now both players into the half-century marks and really pressing on. A good batting pitch, I said that at the toss, and Spartan side really showing why they chose to bat first.
Absolutely. Yes, you talked about Spartan side showing why they've chosen to bat first, and I think that they've made the most of these conditions and been patient. As I mentioned earlier, early on in the day, the wicket was offering a bit of moisture, causing the bowlers to get a bit of bounce out of it, but I think the Spartan batsmen have been so disciplined in just maintaining that concentration, rotating it strike.
Yeah, I don't think you said moisture, but I more think it was that new hard ball, really. It looks a placid surface. Couldn't see a lot of moisture, but the new ball, you saw the movement that you're speaking about and the bounce. But what they've done well is that they've really countered that, the opening pair. But they've batted through that rough period, so to speak. And really, that's good batsmanship. Just seeing the new ball off as you're a former opening batsman yourself. And you know that was the first job they would ask of the opening batsman. See off the shine and get yourself in.
Yes, absolutely. That is exactly what the role of the opening batsman is. See off the shine for the team. It's one that requires a lot of technical ability, one that requires a lot of discipline. But I think that these two guys are well equipped to do so, as we're seeing now. Full delivery.
Yeah, so they've done well in that regard, really. You can't say too much about Springer. Like you said, a man who's always been there to weather the storm for Spartan side. I mean, between himself and Mardonna Ben, these two have been very prolific for Spartan in recent years. Really, they've really carried the batting for Spartan. And Springer, like you said, passing that 300-run mark for the season. I'm sure he will want to get up to 400 at the end of this innings. We've seen him in an earlier game, and I've said to him, you're getting these starts, you must look for a century. I'm sure he's sending his stalls out here to get one in this innings, and he's looked very good. He knows his game. Any short ball, he really pounced on and really dispatched outside of the part here.
Yes, I'll tell you what, Andy, he definitely looks to be a man that is focused, a man that is determined to get to 100 runs here today, and I would love to see him cross this landmark.
Again, it's just a neat tickle down to fine leg. Here's Perryman doing the work. So leg by, signal there by Dave Thompson. And we speak about the officials in this game, Dave Thompson and Shamar Boyce, two of the young upcoming umpires. And not had much work to do today as yet, but very astute men and two of the better officials to have for such a derby.
Absolutely, those two guys are very, very experienced. Though young, still boast of a lot of experience, and those guys are two that are very well respected in Barbados cricket, and I'm sure that they will be excited to officiate this game today in a fair and firm manner that suits both teams, Shamar Boyce and Dave. But another over comes to an end, 123 for the loss of none, 27 overs completed. Yes, and we'd like to take this moment to thank the BCA for bringing this coverage to you live, the viewers and the spectators on the ground as well. We see a couple of the guys just taking in the action here at Bank Hall. Are you familiar with any of the faces, Andy?
Oh yeah, I am familiar with a few of the faces. I mean, I would have played quite a lot of cricket at this level, and these guys were around for a long time. These guys, you can find them here at Bank Hall for ever how long. I remember we said Kipling Ward, he's down there, one who we've known for some time, and he's always been there. He used to be a man at the gate, and he was the first man that greeted me when he get there this morning. So the Empire spectators continue to be there. The Spartan spectators, they're very much there. You see Donna Fleming, she's very much there for sure. She's at every Spartan game, so good afternoon to Donna. And you know, it's just a good rivalry. The atmosphere is always a good one. If you look back at the history that you all speak about, we said Empire, they've been getting the better of Spartan in recent years, not since Dave Marshall said in the last 10 seasons in particular. I think they've just come up with one victory, losing some 8 games, just one draw. So he had an interview with him, and I'm sure he shared all that information with you.
Yes, I had a very long chat with Coach Dave Marshall, which I'll tell you about after this delivery from Nathan Seeley. Yes, but Dave Marshall, obviously the coach of the Spartan side, and he shared some of his experience with me, not just as a coach, but as a player. He never forgot to mention that he took over 800 wickets playing for Spartan, and he talked about the importance of this derby. That delivery is just banged into the leg side. Fielder gives chase. Does well. So Achilles Brown goes up by 1 run. But yes, Dave Marshall, he was also mentioning the importance of a clash like this and what it means to a club like Spartan and Empire as well. It's not just about this current season, it's also about what the guys before have built and the reputation that both clubs have to upkeep. Obviously, he would want the Spartan reputation upkept. But yes, a lot of meaning on this game, and he shared a bit about what he would expect to see from his players in this game. He's told me he would like to see dominance, his players playing aggressive cricket, the brand of cricket that they used to play once upon a time, beating people in 2 days. That is what he said, and at the end of the interview, he told me clear and strong. Yes, he told me clear and strong that there are 2 clubs in Barbados that he refuses to be beaten by this season, and the 2 are this club, Empire, and the UE side. So I'm sure that he will be looking forward to coming out on top in this encounter. However, 127 for the loss of none, 28 overs completed as Spartan continue to be on top. So I'm sure that Coach Dave Marshall would be happy.
Good insights there, Rashawn. 127 for no loss. Springer, he's on 66. Brown, he's on 56. So good start there. And Dave Marshall, he, you know how animated he can get, and you could see him somewhere around the boundaries right now, just offering that support for his team, which is very much in the ascendancy. On the other hand, I'm sure Coach Ryan Nurse, he also would have had some words with you.
Yes, Coach Ryan Nurse would have had a lot to say. He reminded me of the fact that Empire have been dominant in this clash, winning majority of the games. 9 was it, Andy?
8, I think.
8 of the games, 1 of them drew, and Spartan came out on top in 1 of them. But he reminded me of that, and he also talked about the success this season, boiling down to the experienced players chipping in and guiding the youth with the likes of a man like Kevin Stout, one who we spoke about so much this season. He talked about the importance of Kevin Stout sharing his experience in the side, and the guys like Jamel Warrican who came back and helped out. So he has a very well-oiled unit that I'm sure he will be looking forward to doing great things in this game.
Yeah, 2 very good dressing rooms. I mean, to get in there, you always they fly on the walls of both of these dressing rooms as coming back and bowling a good delivery, a peach really, just beating Young Brown outside the awesome, and good carry through to Mario Albert, the keeper. Just 1 slip in place now, as you can imagine. They had to go a bit on the defensive with this opening partnership. So coming back, fresh off an injury, his first game of the season, one who's well enough to play for Barbados first-class team with some success. Your thoughts on how he's looked in this comeback?
Well, I think that he's looked fit, first of all, which I'm very happy to see. It's always happy to see when a guy returns looking healthy from injury. Another good delivery there, but he's been fairly tidy for the morning so far. 5.2 overs, 25 runs, so that would be just about 5 runs and over, and I think he's been fairly tidy, challenging the batsmen, bowling very straight.
Yeah, well, he was bothered by a few no balls from the northern end, but here you see him changing ends now to the south, and he's off to a pretty good start. First spell of some 4 overs. He's into his second over in a new spell. Just interested to see how he gets through the day, really.
Another good delivery there. And you know what I love about him as well, Andy? He just is never shy of a word. After that delivery, giving Achilles Brown a dominant stare down, just looking at him, and I'm sure that some words were exchanged in the middle, and that's the character of a guy like Shaquille Cumberbatch. He's always in the game, and he's always in the batsman's head.
Well, if you're Achilles Brown, you wouldn't be bothered. That ball is hit bang in the middle of the bat. So if a ball is hitting me in the middle of the bat and a bowler is in my face, I don't feel away at all. I just know that I'm well in charge of what's going on. It's just playing a little bit of mind games now. As I said, Brown was well on the front foot and full confidence in defence. He's asking his man at fine leg and man at square leg. He's also got a man in front square on the boundary. So maybe looking to go for the short ball or really just trying to be deceptive.
Very well played by Achilles Brown, just opening the bat face, guiding that one into free space, and they'll pick up 2 runs. Brown appeared as if he thought it was going into the boundary, but very well played. It's something that Achilles Brown has done so well all season, Andy. We've had the privilege of watching him on a couple occasions, and the way he just gets into the ball and opens the bat face so gracefully down behind that point region, he does it so well. It's a feature that great batsmen possess, the ability to play the ball late, and it reminds me of a Kane Williamson, one that plays the ball very late. Your thoughts, Andy?
Yeah, he's played that one late. He allows the ball to get to him. He wasn't going rushing at the plate close under his eye. Like I said, allowing that one, just riding it down to third man to pick up a couple. I mean, just here, especially with the ploy of wanted to force him, think that he's going to go for the short ball. And he was equal to the task and really, like he said, opened the face and play that one into the vacant third man boundary to pick up a 2. So a good batsmanship.
Yes, very good batsmanship. Good battle building here. Another tight delivery, and we see that aggression there from Shaquille Cumberbatch.
But again, Brown solid in defense. That one hitting bang into the middle of the bat. Again, we're just showing that good exuberance of a challenge between the pair. Again, Brown not being too perturbed about it. He looks the part. He's moved his tally up to some 58 runs off 88 deliveries. A partnership of 129. And really, Cumberbatch, I mean, just like you said, full of a word. But these batsmen are large, are in charge.
Yes, most definitely. And he's normally one that's very full of a word, as you mentioned. But I think that right now, that word is one of being rattled and not having the answers, because Spartan have been so in charge of this game. And it just appears that he just not working with the ball. So he's trying to do it with his mouth and speaking, trying to talk out the batsman's hand, as we would say. Nathan Seeley, skipper, comes back from the other end, starts with a no ball. Springer just works it into the leg side, picking up a single.
Yeah, just guilty of overstepping that front crease. And you see Shamar Boyce just raising that outstretched arm. So, battle of the captains, really. Brings Achilles Brown into strike. You can see he's got a man on deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, a long on. There's also a man at long off and a man on the sweeper. So some 4 men in the deep, 5 men in the deep, really, just 4 men in around the bat. So that could just tell you the dominance of this Spartans partnership.
Absolutely. Good delivery there. You know, said something that caught my attention though, Andy. Battle of the captains. And I think in this battle, we could say that Akeem Springer is certainly on top. But it raised the question in my head. A lot of captains have led from the front this season. And I'm wondering which captain has led the best, not just as a leader of troops, but also with performances. And I'll put some to you. There's obviously the likes of an Akeem Springer, 300 plus runs for the season. A Jerome Jones, he would have been very crucial for the ball with Wildy.
Well, I can tell you another Jones who I thought looked the part, Matthew Jones. I mean, he's been getting some wickets. He's always there in or among the runs and offering good partnerships. He's good in the outfield. And I think he's a good leader of his team, particularly. I've been impressed with Matthew Jones and what he's been doing for that Gladiola side.
Yes, absolutely. He had a spectacular game where he picked up 2 5-wicket hauls in the season so far. So he's been doing very, very well with the ball. What Matthew Jones also does very well is that he possesses the ability to bat. He packs a punch as a lower order batsman. So he's crucial for his side, both with bat and ball.
Yeah, he leads the Gladiola side very well, Matthew Jones. I mean, we spoke to Philip Spooner a bit earlier, and I was saying a lot of attention is on this game in particular. But Gladiola takes nothing away from them. They are 1 point behind in third position of these two teams. They're up against a YMPC side today. And you see that they look team that you need to keep an eye on really for this season, Gladiola side. So the overcomes and then 133 for no loss. See Jaden Edmond, good start at the top. Just no penetration really in that attack, the umpire side. And as I spoke of Edmund, he's looking to come back into the attack now. But what the guys have done well, they've really defied this Empire attack.
Yes, most definitely. And I think that Empire are just, they look a bit out of it right now. I'm seeing a lot of hands on heads, hands on Kimbers. So they just look defeated. I'm sure that this is not the start that they would have expected to this game, especially at Bank Hall, at their home ground. But it takes no credit away from what they have done. I think that they haven't been horrible this morning. Just all credit goes to the Spartan side. The batsmen have been solid and compact in their techniques, been very wise in the decision making, and they've just been all around the better side this morning.
Well, in saying that as well, if you look at what's transpired throughout the season, I know yourself, we did a little bit of a recap in another forum, but if you look at the Empire side, I think their performances have more so come from their batting. I think a lot of teams really have been getting runs off the Empire side. So in terms of their bowling, I don't think it's been that penetrative, minus a Jamel Warrican, who had an 8 for in his last game. Really can't tell that the Empire team be getting wickets.
Sure, that is a magnificent back foot punch there from Akeem Springer. Just up on his toes, punching it through the covers. What a shot that was, Andy Payne.
A man who's very strong on the back foot. Coming back for another spell here is Jaden Edmonds. To see here again, have a look on the back foot and on his toes, like you said, and punching that one past the cover feeder into the boundary for a shot. A shot of a man who's really, really in good nick. He takes his tally up to some 71 runs. He's looked really, really set. I mean, he has to tell himself this is a century for the making.
I would love to see that, because I had a chat with him at the beginning of the season, and he told me in an interview that he recently came off of a stint in Australia, and he felt good, and he's looking to have a 500-plus run this season, and I'm sure he can achieve that, but I would love to see 1 or 2 centuries from Akeem Springer.
Solid again, coming on the front foot and just stroking that one up to Captain Nathan Seeley, who's there in the way at extra cover. No run on that occasion, but just the authority of how he played that shot. It just says it's a man who's in good nick. He's enjoying himself in the middle here on what's a really good batting pitch. I mean, not seeing much lateral movement from the pacers here, and not a lot of spin from the spinners, not a lot of turn. So it's how they're going to get this wicket, how they're going to prize out this first wicket. What's going to be the mode of dismissal?
Yes, absolutely, Andy. And you talked about that pitch being a good batting wicket, and Empire conceding a lot of runs while also scoring a lot of runs here on this pitch. And I think that they wouldn't be too phased at what is going on right now, because they themselves packed the punch to score heavily, as we've seen this season. Kevin Stout, the man that we spoke so much of, 2 150-plus scores right here at Bank Hall. They also have the likes of a Cheyenne Braffett. So I'm sure that although they wouldn't be on top right now, they would know that they can come back and do the same to this Spartan side. So it's a good batting deck. Both sides have the ability to score the runs. So I believe that this game will strongly be impacted by who has the better bowlers and the ability to dismiss batsmen.
Well, like I said, it's 2 good dressing rooms, really. You spoke about the runs being scored by Kevin Stout. Kofi Hurdle, he would have had a century early in the season. They've got the likes of Cheyenne Braffett, who, in my mind, is one of the better top order batters in the country. So they've got themselves a good batting lineup. Nathan Seeley himself, who's been batting pretty high. But again, runs on the board, a derby. It just needs to be seen. Still a lot of cricket to be played here. We're still very much into the first session of this day. I mean, what Spartan's done well. They've scored at a good clip, 136 for no loss. We're into the 31st over. Well, they need to keep the Empire side in the field all day here and just turn that pressure on. And then coming to bat tomorrow, we just need to see how that would play out.
Absolutely. What a clash it is that is shaping up here at Bank Hall. That one just turned into the leg side. They'll pick up first run. And they settle for one. 137 for the loss of none. 31 overs completed.
Yeah, 31 overs gone, and we spoke about what will be the mode of dismissal here. It doesn't seem to be anything bothering these two at all. I mean, we saw Kevin St. Clair, the off spinner, again, he's just bowling some deliveries at Achilles Brown, which we thought was the most pressure time that they had. As we look into the crowd here again, the crowd continues to grow. I see man Phillips here from Pycorn as well. He's very much there in attendance. He's a brother of Ronnie Griffith, who would have been a Spartan player back in the day, and his another brother, Mike Phillips. He used to be an Empire player, so I'm not sure where his allegiance is, but he's very much here. Nathan Seeley, he's going to continue. But yes, we just need to see what's the plan in terms of getting a wicket. Seems like they're just waiting for something to happen as opposed to manufacturing something, making something happen here.
Absolutely. Nathan Seeley comes into Akeem Springer. Short delivery outside the line of the off stump.
Like I said, if I was a batter in here, very much into the first session before the luncheon interval, some 4 men around in the infield, in the inner ring, 5 men on the boundary. I just would think that I'm really in charge. No need to take any chances here. Just continue to bat and bat, pick up your singles. And that's what Captain Akeem Springer and young charge Achilles Brown just needs to think. There's no need to chance your hand here.
Easy scoring indeed. As we see on the screen right now, just working the singles, and that's really all they have to do. They've been doing it so well so far. And when the bad ball comes, pounce on it, put it to the boundary. So well done to the Spartan side. They have been batting like true batsmen.
This is what you need to do, like you said. No pressure whatsoever. They've really resigned to being on the defensive, the Empire side. There's no one near around the bat with the exception of Kevin Stokes stationed there at first slip. So it just seems to be an easy period for the Spartan side. A short delivery outside the off. This one is hit behind point and goes into the boundary again for 4. So like you said, pick up those singles, get away the bad delivery when it comes. Cashing in on that occasion there is Achilles Brown, taking the total up to 138 for no loss. He takes his tally up to 59 and making it look such an easy job.
Yes, absolutely. And although they're not playing many flashy shots, they're batting very wisely. They're still scoring at a good click. 4.38 runs per over, which is very, very good in this format of the game. So this Spartan side, they'll know that they're on top of things and will not want to let go of this grip that they have over the Empire side.
Yeah, remembering boundaries here at 3s and 4s as well. To be scoring that for almost 4.5 over on the 3s and 4s, I think this is very good.
That delivery there just now is probably one of the first signs of uncertainty I've seen from a Spartan batsman. I've seen some others, a couple top edges at the beginning of the day, but the first sign in a little while, Brown just looking to drive that delivery to long off, but gets the outside edge instead.
Just mindful that he's very much up to that luncheon period, so again, just driving that one up to long on and picking up an easy single, like I said, easy work. 5 men are stationed on the boundary. This overthrows. This just really sums up what's happened to this Empire side. Edmund from Lawan's brothers was just jogging up to the non-striker, and there is Brown, Captain Springer, trying to get up to the striker and heading the ball up to Mario Albert, who didn't hold on, wasn't back up by his first slip in Kevin Stout, and overthrows. So 4 runs to the good of the Fusion Boutique Spartan as it's going to be launched. We go to lunch at 145 for no loss. The Fusion Boutique Spartan winning the toss and deciding to bat. So very much in the ascendancy. Brown, he's on 66 and Springer, he's on 73. As we go directly into interview here by one of the Empire veterans and a very stalwart, Tony King.
Excitement is in the air as the local derby featuring Empire and Spartan is slated for Bank Hall this weekend. It's the 6th round of the BCA Elite Division 3-day championship. And for the first time since 1990, the derby has a big meaning. Both Empire and Spartan are at the top of the 10-team championship on 67 points. And what a setting. As we look at the history of clashes between these two great clubs, Tony King is with us, former Empire captain, former Barbados first class batsman, and Tony played in the era of the early 60s up until 1981. Tony, a pleasure for us to look back. And one of the things that struck me when I was doing my research, featuring a decade of derby battles, the year 1978, when Empire defeated Spartan at Bank Hall, that had ended a 13-year drought. Take us to that match and the period in which you Empire opposed Spartan.
Well, that's a game that I always remember. Apart from the fact that there were two extremely strong teams on paper, especially the Spartan side, who we expected to probably win the game because of the strength they had. It started with the pitch. We had two groundsmen, one called Eddie Welch, the other one called Richard Applewhite. They prepared the greenest pitch that I've ever seen at Bank Hall. It looked like the outfield. And Spartan, with a formidable batting side, were reduced to just over 100, I think 103. Albert Padmore, who had come down from the BCA, was playing with us at the time. And we had a medium pacer who had come up from the lower divisions, a guy called Ulrich Neblett. Ulrich Neblett produced some of the best seam bowling that I've ever seen in local cricket and probably beyond local cricket. Brilliant, brilliant medium pace stuff where the ball did everything. The ball probably even talked that day. And on top of that, he bowled some slower balls that totally confused a team that had in about 5 or 6 Barbados players. And he ended up with about 4 for 12, and I think Paddy got 5 for something. And we, on a hard, dry day, but a green top, bowled out Spartan for just over 100. It was a remarkable performance. Obviously, we struggled a bit. We went in. That season I was opening with Marvin Allen. We had a very good season together. But I got out early, and I remember Dave Warrington, who was opening the bowling for Spartan at the time, went into the pine where he lived and told his friends, some of whom I knew well, that he gave me an unplayable ball. So I was saying to myself in the second innings, I'm going to fix Warrington, because it wasn't an unplayable, it was an ordinary ball that the inside edge onto the stumps. So we ended up in a situation where both teams struggled. If you looked at the scores, just over 100 in each case, you would think that there were wet wickets around. No, wicket was extremely dry, but extremely green too. So we struggled, led them, and then they made about 130 odd in the second innings, leaving us with a last day of about 113 or so to win. Now, I recall getting a phone call. I was living in St. Philip at the time. Getting a phone call about 6 o'clock in the morning. And a guy who was the head chef, Colin Powers, he was the head chef at Paradise at the time. He called and said, Tony, the guys were chatting and feel that you should not open in the second innings. That you should come in when Howard and Wolford are on and deal with them. I disagreed with him, and I told him in no uncertain terms, listen, I am better off going in at the top and doing my thing, and when they come on, don't let them settle down. Just go on and shut them out of the game. Because if they'd got among some of the other players and they were on top, it would have been difficult to keep them out. In the interim, I had it in my head that I needed to do something about Warrington, who bowled me this unplayable ball. But I saw a bigger picture. I saw a bigger goal that day. We wanted to beat Spartan. We hadn't beaten Spartan. I'd been playing for Empire since 1962, just after I left school. And we had not won a game against Spartan. All the matches used to end in draws because both teams were strong in batting and, nobody gave away. So he said, this is a chance for us to win. We had a whole day to make 115 runs or whatever. So I decided to hold on and bat and forget Warrington. And it was all about taking on Howard and Holford, and in some cases from both ends. And we got home. I got 60-odd not out in that game. It was a bit of a fight. You had to really work because no other batsman had reached 50 in the whole game. And I ended up 60-odd not out. But certain things stayed with me ever since.
What were the crowds like?
Crowds were good. I mean, a day in the park, I remember seeing matches in the park when you had sometimes close to 5,000 people ringing the whole ground. At Bank Hall, we couldn't accommodate so many, but there were hundreds of people who, in some cases, were all around the ground. The paling on the eastern side had people standing up. The wall, and these are all part of the boundary. The wall on the southern side always had people. And when we had built the new club, people standing on the top of the existing club, we had hundreds, maybe the Empire crowd used to be maybe in the region of about 2,000, and there were times that the Spartan club crowd was anything like 4,000. I remember one year it must have been 5 because everybody apparently that liked cricket turned up in the park to see us clash between the two clubs. But what I found remarkable about that game, and what stays with me even until now, that Kenmore Biner's father was a serious Empire fan. And when we won that game, he sent to Kentucky, there was no chauffeur at the time, for 2 barrels of chicken. And that was shared by all the players. The Spartan players joined us because there was no real animosity. There was competitiveness, but no real animosity. And we shared that chicken, and it was a win Empire had over Spartan for, I remember how many years. I had been playing from 62, and that was the first game that I remember winning against Spartan.
Yes, and they came back and they defeated you in 1982. We are talking Bank Hall now, the venue for this key 6-round game. So they defeated you in 1982 and 1990. But
Yeah. By then I had stopped playing.
Precisely.
I finished in 81.
But Tony, talking about Bank Hall of itself, there is a chap by the name of Kipling Ward, and you couldn't get into the ground when he was at the gate unless you paid that $2 or so. And he's still around now.
Kipling was a very vocal Empire fan. There was no doubt who he supported. There was no doubt who Kipling supported. He gave Empire his heart and soul on weekends, you know. And you had several people like that. Spartan had their fans too, you know. You remember there was a guy who used to drive a taxi called John. They used to call him John Gallon.
Yes.
Because he used to go around saying, well, we get 8 pints them. And you know, 8 pints a gallon. So they used to call him John Gallon.
Spartan.
John Spartan, John Gallon sometimes.
Yes.
He was a real serious Spartan fan. There was a story that he used to drive taxi at one stage. And Connell Valance had some problem getting down to Maple one Saturday. He was without transport. And John saw him at the bus stop or something like that and put out some tourists and carried Valence down to Maple, and he was not out apparently, and he put on the pads in the vehicle and walked straight out. By the time John got there, it was just about time to start, and Valence went straight onto the field from the car, dressed in his cricket clothes. So there are a lot of stories about supporters. I mean, you had some serious men who were more serious about the cricket than the people playing it, you know. It was a lot of fun.
Now, the history of both Spartan and the Empire, the production that they've able to put to the forefront, especially at the highest level. 18 players having represented Spartan played for West Indies, and Empire with 19. And you know some of the great names.
Yeah.
What does that say for this tiny island?
Well, I think there have been some surveys done that have shown that Empire and obviously Spartan can be rated among the best amateur clubs in the cricket world that have produced the most outstanding players and sometimes some of the most outstanding cricket. You know how Barbados was made up. Wanderers, Pickwick, Carlton, to some extent YMPC, carried fair skin and white people. Empire and Spartan carried the black guys. You know, Spartan is an older club than Empire. Spartan is probably about 15 or so years older than Empire. I'm not sure exactly when Spartan started. Empire started in 1914, and Spartan was around then. And I guess you know how the history developed with those clubs.
Yes, I know the history, but Tony King needs to tell all and sundry about this blackballing and the formation
Yeah,
of Empire.
well, there was a very promising young sportsman called Herman Griffith, who was on the scene in the early part of the 20th century. But he was a guy who apparently never refused to say how he felt about things. And that upset a few people. And he wanted to join Spartan because there were very few opportunities at the time. As I told you, there was Wanderers, there was Pickwick. I think Harrison College were in the first division in those days. But there weren't many clubs. Maybe GSC, Garrison Sports Club may have been around then. But there weren't many places for people to go. So when they tried to get Herman Griffith into Spartan because of his all-round ability in cricket, football, and even a bit of athletics, some people in Spartan didn't want him. I don't think it was only color. I think it's because he was an outspoken type too. But Spartan, don't forget, was set up to accommodate the children of white or near white Barbadians who had children from non-white women, black women, brown-skinned women. And that's how Spartan was formed. And that's probably why they were in the park. Because with the old vestry system and so on we had, people had contacts with grounds like Queen's Park. So Spartan started there with the backing of some of the important people in the society. And at the end of it, they didn't want certain people because they didn't qualify. It upset some people at Empire, at Spartan. And they decided, no, we're going to break away and set up some club built around Herman Griffith's ability. And Empire was formed in 1914, and it's remarkable to hear stories about those early days when it was all a cane ground. It was part of the Bank Hall estate, was being cut up at the time for housing and that sort of thing. And it's amazing, the stories about how fellas used to come from work in their jackets and so on and take them off and go out there with hoes and forks and so on to level, because cane grounds in those days had the little inundation where you trap the water in the cane holes, not like now where it runs off and washes away everything in the road. But those people put in a lot of early work, and then Empire managed to squeeze in to what was happening in terms of the cricket at the highest level in local cricket. And, there's so many stories about those early days. I was checking my records recently, and I saw that in 1935, there was a game between Empire and Spartan, and Empire had done quite a bit of damage to the Spartan players in the first 2 days. And on the third day, they wrote a letter stating that they weren't coming back. They forfeited the game. And that's a story that a lot of people don't know, but those were the days when fast bowling, Empire had 4 quick bowlers in those days: Manny Martindale, Herman Griffith, Fuffy Williams, and a man called Pompey Spooner. And Empire didn't have a very strong batting side, but they had pace that used to run people all about.
In your era, Tony, who were some of the outstanding Empire and Spartan players?
Well, I started in '62 at Empire, and Sir Everton Weeks was still playing. I mean, you can ask for a better player. And we had people like...
Well, of course, Sir Frank were...
Sir Frank had gone away from Barbados years before.
His house still stands.
Yeah, right there, yeah. But we had Rod Branker, Lionel Williams. In my time, Courtney Selman played around that time. Hallam Mosey to some extent, Hallam Gill, Darnley Boxell, Andy Simmons. There were some pretty good players. Spartan, on the other hand, always had a good team. There was Holford, Howard, that you came up against them in the 70s. Rolly Miller, Valence Connell did fairly well against us. Richard Lord was in that team in those days, mid-70s. I try to remember some of the others, but they always had a good side. Not a lot of fast bowling, but they built their success on spin. Howard and Holford used to bowl everybody every season, Quite a remarkable combination. And then Georgie Linden.
What do you believe has been responsible for the last 2 decades or so for the dwindling of crowds, not only for the Derby, but generally in the top domestic level here in Barbados?
I don't know. I feel that we haven't done enough to promote cricket. People started to spend a lot of time around the one-day stuff, which is exciting in its way. But we haven't talked enough about the history of the game and probably the benefits too, because I am not seeing enough action at the lower level to stimulate interest among the youngsters. There are a lot of young fellas that are amazed when you tell them stories that were common knowledge that when I grew up I knew. But I don't know. I think we haven't done a good enough job working on cricket at the lower level in terms of juniors and stimulating their interest. There's a lot that can be done. I tried from 1988 to sell the whole concept of plastic equipment to youngsters. That should have pervaded the junior schools. It did so in other countries. And India got cricketers like San now, as the old people would say. Australia always producing people because they have strong junior programs. So the stimulus is there from downstairs, and I haven't seen it. We're hoping to resurrect it now. I noticed that we're making some effort. But we missed the boat for many years, and that's probably why the crowds dwindle. And not only that, too. A lot of people prefer to sit down in the comfort of their own homes or watch some bad TV sometimes, And we need to probably let people know that West Indies were a good side and let them see some of the old stuff when we were really good and hope that we could get back there. But there's certain things we have to do. We're not paying attention to 1 or 2 areas that are weak as far as I'm concerned. If you don't have fast bowlers, you're not going to compete at the biggest and highest level. If you can't play slow bowling, you're not going to be able to make runs because everybody's going to bring 3 and 4 spinners in the team and fellas going to not use the feet. They're not going to look to see what the bowler is bowling, if it's a leg break or a googly, and they're going to run into trouble. And I heard them complaining up to last week when they played the one day that they only got 68 runs off 20 overs off with his spin. That should never be. We should be looking at spin bowlers all over the place because as the old people said, they're no good.
Yeah.
A lot of them are average fellas, but we haven't worked out. I gave a talk years ago to a group, and at the end of it, they stopped me, midway, they stopped me halfway and said, look, how do you play this slow bowling thing? And I discovered that their problem was they never read from the hand. They waited for the ball to hit the pitch and work out which way it was going. How much time you have between the ball pitching in front of you and getting to you?
You know, Tony, you served in administration. You were a former member of the BCA Board of Management. You took the West Indies on the 19th team to Australia at the Youth World Cup in 1988. You were assistant team manager Clive Lloyd. I don't want to go down the line of nepotism, but your son Jason, also a cricketer in his own right, represented Empire, also Carlton after leaving Harrison College, played at the first division level. Times have changed. Jason, your son, now sits on the BCA Board of Management, Board of Directors as treasurer. We're talking here and going down memory lane, but there's an innovation in place. And this derby match, like other Elite Division games, will be featured come this weekend, as has been the case with the previous rounds as well. How do you see such a move where now anyone from all over the world can log on to barbadoscricket.org and see the derby, Empire against Spartan, at Bank Hall? I know you like to talk finance. You also are at an age now. You're 80 and counting, 81 now, Tony?
I'm 82. I'm going to be 83 next month.
Right. So my question in terms of the innovation to have the top division matches being featured on a stream where you can follow?
Yeah, it's a good move. Anything to stimulate interest. I certainly am happy to see something like this happening. But I hope it isn't too late, Keith, because a lot of the young chaps now are not really following the game. There was a passion we had when we were very young, and I am not seeing enough of it. But I see the effort to have some semi-pro thing going now. That might encourage one or two people, but you have to let the people know what we did achieve in the past and what we can achieve if we get certain things right. We need to do a little more work at the lower level, because if you fall in love with a game when you are young, it never leaves you. So we need some work downstairs.
What would be your advice to the relatively new BCA president, Calvin Hope, and those who sit as directors?
Just don't sit on the board because it's prestigious. You have to make sure all your committees are working. And a lot of the root situations in our cricket are no longer there. We know we used to get a lot of people coming through from the BCL, cricketers everywhere. Keep the interest high. We need to improve our grounds. We need some work. I want to see irrigation systems at all the Division 1 grounds. Sink a well, pump water from the well. Even if it's brackish water, it can still irrigate our grounds and get better playing conditions. And hope that the guys will remember our history. Remember what made West Indians proud. And don't fool yourself. Black people were seen in a different light in sport years ago, in the days of Clive Lloyd and Viv Richards. Frank Worrell even started it. And it is important to aim to get back there, because it gave non-white people in the world something to hold on to. I personally feel that the world is trying to white itself up again. I taught race because I am a businessman, and I know how we have suffered on occasions and how I personally have suffered from not, getting the breaks I should get. I've seen it up to recently. And I'm not afraid to open my mouth. I'm old enough to die now, Keith. So,
But Tony, as we wrap up, it would be remiss of me not to ask you about that fine innings you had against India. I believe it was back in 1962, around there.
yeah, 1962.
Yeah, the opposition and the quality of your batting, and indeed the Barbados strong first-class team in that era.
Yeah, I mean, that was a team that only 2 people in it didn't play Test cricket, George Rock and myself. All the other people in that 1962 Barbados team played Test cricket. I mean, we had, I tell people, I have a picture in there which shocks people when they see it. Oh, you make that side. You know, but at the time it was doing well. I had a very successful 61 season, I had the most runs, the highest average. And when India came, I made the side, thank goodness, having had a successful run in Trinidad in 61. And I didn't think that slow bowling was a big problem. And Prasanna, who was a big off spinner for India, you know, I came out the bat after Kami had had a little script with about 3 different batsmen. He ran out.
Cammy Smith.
Yeah, Kami, they would say ran out about 3 men. So I had a short partnership with Sir Gary. And then I went on and got an 87 not out, thinking that I would get there the next day. And I threw it away. I was very annoyed. All my school friends had come down. They started the morning to see me make this 100. And I got out cutting too early against the same Prasanna. But I enjoyed playing slow bowling because it was much easier to face than fast bowling. All you needed to do was to work out which way the ball is going and be prepared to use the 2 feet that God gave you. And it used to work for me all through.
Are you going to be at Bank Hall for the Derby this weekend, Tony?
I don't know. Maybe I'll try and pass for an hour, but I find it so much more comfortable, like so many people, to be home in the comfort of your house and getting a little sleep after lunch and that sort of thing. But I may go down and watch an hour or 2. Because an Empire Spartan duel was the fight of the times. It was, everybody used to be either for Empire or Spartan, all the cricket fans in those days, and it was always a contest. And the thing is, when you perform in that game, it often took you to trials and sometimes into a Barbados side. So that was like a trial game, you know, very important. I'll try and probably get there.
And as an alternative, log on to barbadoscricket.org and follow the wonderful streaming provided by Gary Bell.
Yes.
And I got the impression before we started that you know something about his dad.
Yes, I used to be a teacher once. I taught for a few years at Combamere. I don't remember what I taught. I remember I taught Spanish, but I don't know if I remember a lot of the Spanish now. And I taught Gary's dad. He was one of my pupils back in the mid-60s at Combamere. I know him quite well, Charlie.
And talking about Combamere, you were a Harazonian. There was a period, and for a long time, when the tradition went that if you were a Harazonian, you ease over from Crumpton Street to Queen's Park to play for Spartan. And if you went to Combamere, you moved from Waterford to Bank Hall and joined Empire.
Well, that was, well, I'll tell you, my father was born in St. Lucie and came up to St. Michael when he was in his early teens and lived in the area of Fairfield, Blackrock. And it was obvious. He was an Empire man. Empire started in 1914. And my dad was a serious Empire fan. So there was no way you were living in the house in Green Hill and you were going to play for Spartan. My father was such an avid Empire fan. So we all the Kings ended up playing for Empire as the years went by. No, you can go to Spartan. How you can go to Spartan? You making sport? My father was such a serious Empire man.
Yeah.
So that's how I ended up at
Yes.
Bank Hall.
The last time I visited your residence was when Yorkshire, proudly sponsored by your company,
Yeah.
IGS Insurance Brokers, got promotion to the Elite Division.
Yes, sorry to let it slip.
Yes, and one thing I recall is that a lot of pork was consumed. Apart from the cricket field, I'm told that you're now a specialist with fixing up that particular yes.
Creature?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something that I stumbled into some years ago, and it has been one of my hobbies. I spend a lot of time roasting pigs and sheep, and it's great fun. And the final product is something worth sampling.
Yeah.
I still do it periodically. I have a few to do next weekend. Father's Day, there's a church that for years have been dependent on me, Mount Tabor Church, have been dependent on me to roast a pig for them. And I hope the time, I don't know, I hope that I can keep it going, but I can't promise them I can go on forever. It's a lot of work.
And finally, what would you say to the local cricketing public with the derby on in the 6th round? Empire and Spartan, the good old rivals, at the very top, locked on 67 points with just 4 rounds remaining, and Spartan returning after a 1-year demotion.
Well, go out there and remember that if you play the game well, give it your maximum, and remember the fans are important too. Give them exciting cricket and make them want to come out every Saturday and watch the two teams wherever they're playing, because there's nothing like a real pleasant outing, watching some quality cricket. It stays with you forever. I can remember some of the things I saw. I was talking to one of my brothers, and he was reminding me that there was an Empire Spartan game in the park years ago. Remember, his Hall had just come back from India or something like that and got a hat trick. And included in that hat trick was Everton Weeks, 1 ball. Everton said that he didn't see the ball in the background, so he didn't see it. He got 1 ball. But let's got a hat trick. And it was a sort of a serious derby, with 47 being top scorer for Empire. I think Roddy Norva got 47 and somebody's got 40. But runs were scarce and the cricket was competitive. Now, if you play cricket that the people enjoy, they'll want to spend the time and come and see the game.
Tony, you've been wonderful, taking us down memory lane and also educating us on the game generally. And we hope to see you at Bank Hall, even if it's for 1 hour. Failing that, you will become a young boy by streaming, watching the streaming on Bar.
Yeah, I'll try to come out for at least an hour or so.
Wonderful. So,
yeah.
A pleasure. And next time,
the pledge is mine.
To this place, we will get some pork.
That can be arranged.
Welcome back to Bank Hall, where we resume play in the derby between Spartan and Empire in what has been a one-sided affair so far. I am Rashawn Hackett, and alongside me is Philip Spooner. 147 for the loss of none after 32.2 overs. Spartan have completely dominated. Philip, it's good to have you back alongside me. What has been your assessment of the game so far?
Thanks, Rashawn. Great to be back after tea. Can't let it go without saying we were wonderfully looked after by the folks here at Empire. A wonderful lunch, sumptuous and filling. So thanks to them, and they seem to be feeding Spartan and feeding them food and runs. Complete domination by this opening pair, and they look like they want to build and get even more.
Absolutely, this opening pair just looks set and ready to carry on for big scores. Akeem Springer, the skipper, is on 74 from 104 deliveries. He has been very good. He's known when to defend and he's known when to attack. And Achilles Brown, he's also been there on 68 from 97 deliveries. These two guys have built what has been a dominant performance for the Spartan side.
Yeah, indeed, and they've looked good. They've looked really, really good. Solid, as you said, and purposeful. They're scoring every opportunity that presents itself.
Akeem Springer looking to pull that delivery, but he's hit around his thigh area.
He bats with a thigh pad, so any blow is telling. It's a heavy blow. Cricket ball is not hit easy, and he continues to bat. He was struck there twice before lunch in the early exchanges, and he just soldiered on. And since tea, another blow to the thigh, but he doesn't wear a thigh pad, and he just grins and bears it. And just keeps going.
Another back pitch delivery there from Edmund. 148 for the loss of none. 33 overs completed. Spartan are currently in charge. Akeem Springer, Achilles Brown at the crease.
Yeah, good start after lunch. A bit, you have to say more of the same. Springer, very, very solid. Defending when he has to and going on the attack. Anything slightly loose, and Brown, who is a calming influence at the other end, and he picked up the pace just before tea, and now since players restarted, he's looked comfortable as well. They started with the seam from the pavilion end up front after tea, and now we're going to see some spin from the south. Kevin Sinclair, the Guyana West Indies bowler, is going to be reintroduced from the south. He was pretty good first up. None for 18 off 7, and he's the one they're banking on to get the breakthrough, because he's the big day player that they brought in for this game. So they're going to be looking to him to produce some magic after in this final session as we resume.
Well, he's certainly been very challenging so far this morning, just asking questions of the batters. He does push to the ball a bit faster than the typical off spinner. Short delivery, and that one is dispatched over the wall all the way for 4 runs from Achilles Brown. What a shot that was.
Amazing shot. Just going back really and using his, it was a long hop, it needed to be hit, and he just went back and just, for a moment you missed it, and then you realize you expected to hit the wall and come back, then you realize it's gone completely over the wall, and the bowlers, the fielders go through the gate and pick it up. But long hop, he didn't quite get up as much as he thought, but he was able to adjust his stroke slightly, and he's in now. His eyes in, he's seeing the ball very, very well, and full extension of his levers, and away the ball went. 150 up. Spartan completely dominating proceedings. 150 without loss. And we are now only into the 34th over, so it's complete domination by the men from Queen's Park. And the good thing about the way they're playing, they look solid. There are no chances, there's no near misses, no close shaves. They're very solid, and they look very purposeful. And I don't know what the records show, but this has to be one of the biggest opening partnerships for Spartan against Empire.
Most certainly. You have to give Keith a call for that, Philip. We know that he's very good with numbers and statistics.
This match goes back 100 years. So there would have been matches in the 1920s and 30s that we probably would be scratching our heads to find any form of information on it, other than the fact that Herman Griffith played and Matty Martindale played. But this is such a historic fixture going back 110 plus years. Yeah, we've got to do some digging.
Oh, loud appeal, and umpire Boyce raises his finger. So that's the breakthrough, and the bat flick comes out. What a delivery that was from Kevin St. Clair. Spartan have lost their first wicket. The skipper Akeem Springer has to go. Empire are back and ready.
Yeah, Springer playing back and missing, and hit between wicket, and I guess fair call, but I think the celebration a little over the top. You would think that they were 150 for 8, not 150 for 1. So I think Empire players there a little bit finally getting something to shout about. But look out, playing back when he probably should have been forward a little bit. You know, lazy on the part of Springer, but excellent knock. Spartan winning the toss and deciding to bat, and the skipper getting up to in the partnership 100 and 150, and St. Clair giving us his characteristic backflip and a bit of shouting and screaming from the teammates, but yeah, a bit over the top at 150 without loss, but I guess they finally got something to shout about.
Yes, most definitely. I'm sure that that will give this Empire side some momentum to come back and fight even harder. Immediately back at the start of this session, and they've struck Kevin Sinclair picking up that first wicket, and it brings the new batsman to the crease. That's Akil Greenidge, already scored a century for the season versus Pickwick, so he is another force to be reckoned with, and I'm sure that Empire would love to get him early before he gets going.
Yeah, but Greenidge is a good player. As you said, he got 100 early this season, and his first 100, and he will look to build now on that. He's come in with a proper platform laid by his captain, and young Achilles Brown, who's on 73, and he too will be looking to see how deep he can go if he can get 3 figures. Spartan's top 4 this season have been very, very good. If you count Maradon Ben next, and then after that is Teron Gibson, the wicketkeeper, who's also been contributing. So with the bat this season, Spartan has been healthy, and Greenidge now comes to the crease, and he's someone who likes to score as well. So this partnership would be interesting.
Good delivery first up to Greenidge.
It's a no ball, and his exuberance, Sinclair overstepping there. But a good one to get first up, Greenidge, especially with short legging.
Greenidge off the mark immediately, just stroking that one to long on for a single.
Yeah, really an easy shot to get off the mark, mid-on back to a new batsman. And I would have to have my mid-on and mid-off bat and look to build the pressure, have a ring field. You're behind the 8 ball here, and you want to keep the pressure on, and you just let the new man off the strike with the easy single to get off the mark. Mid-on up would have obviously saved that single.
Big swing there from Brown, misses out.
Tried to hit it too hard, it was there. Another one to launch out the ground. We tried to hit it too hard and he completely missed it. He just tap it around the corner, he brought himself an easy boundary.
Yes, Philip, another over comes to an end. 155 for the loss of 1. Big wicket falling in that over. Akeem Springer, 35 overs completed. I will now make an exit from the seat, Philip, and allow you to have a conversation with a very esteemed man, former Spartan man, Coach Dexter Toppin.
Thanks, Akeem. Thanks for Sean, rather. Well played. Well done. Good start by Spartan, 153 for 1. Sorry, 155 for 1 in 34 overs. So a solid platform if ever they needed one. And we welcome Dexter Toppin to the chair. A man who needs no introduction, a stalwart of Spartan. Before that, the BCL, professional cricketer on 3 continents, and someone who was given yeoman service to the game. Welcome, Dexter.
Yeah.
It's good to have you. This is a place where you have fond memories, where you happen to be at the crease on a great day in Spartan history, November the 4th, 1990.
You're right about that, Philip. At that time, you know, when I walked through the gate and I looked across the field, Philip, to be honest with you, I was wondering where the pitch was. It was like everything green. They had Grossman was Richard.
Applewhite,
Yeah.
The late Richard Applewhite. Yeah.
Now he was a master, and to be honest with you, when you look at the condition at that time of the year, there were lots of rain. So he had a green pitch, and he couldn't get the moisture out as you would like. So he said, well, look, let me keep it green. Yeah? And we turned up here, and to be honest with you, the discussion was like the toss also to, I think, Mike Innes and your brother, the late Livingston Park Crane, a genius for a young man, a leader. He was only one of the best, you know what I mean, that I come across in my time playing with, you know what I mean, and a very quality person too, right? And just had this debate about, you know, if the toss was right, we won the toss, and Mike tried to play because we know that we're going to put them into bat, you know what I mean, straight away. So the game went on, and the pitch was like a bowler's friendly pitch too. Liberating thing, and Otis Gibson and Franklin Stevenson, they start the innings, and Otis, you know, I mean, do the business. But then when we started to bat, it was a lot of problems.
Yeah, and for those who are wondering, we have with us Dexter Toppin. Dexter played in that famous match in 1990, which goes down in history as the most challenging derby of all time, where Spartan and Empire at that time were top of the table, and Spartan came away with a victory. And now this year, as we fast forward to 2026, for the derby, Spartan and Empire joint top of the table as well. So that's a bit of the reason why, one of the reasons I should say, why Dexter is with us, and he's going to share those amazing memories from then and other derbies. So it's close. Going down leg. For a moment I thought he was signaling out. So, you know, back since Steve Greenwich early in his innings, missing one going down leg, and not out, says the umpire. Spartan 155 for 1. Yeah, Dex. So you were saying about Otis Gibson and Franklin Stevenson, and then Empire set the cat among the pigeons.
Yeah, you see, the Empire ball in attack, because Apple, you know what I mean, he knew what he was about. And he knew his players because they practice on the same pitch. You know, I like to use the word pitch. A lot of people like to say wicket, but when a fella out, they say wicket down. You know what I mean? They don't say pitch down.
Pitch down.
So I always believe the pitch, you know what I mean, is, for me, the correct way of saying it. Now, he know what was happening all week, and he sees bowlers. They probably encourage him to say, look, let me get a green top, because we know Spartan, Otis was coming through as a young man, and Franklin was not that quick, but he was a quality bowler, one of the best cricketers that never really played Test cricket. I don't know why. And I think they were not as quick as Victor, nor Sammy. Denroy wasn't as quick, but he was very effective. You know what I mean? So they prepared the pitch in a way that they could at the end of the day put me on a lot of pressure.
So it's 156 for 1 at the end of that over from Edmund. It's Spartan choosing to bat after winning the toss. Achilles Brung is on 73 of 102 balls, and Achilles Greenwich is on 2 of 7 balls. And it's good going by Spartan. Good going by Spartan as they continue to build. And you heard Dexter mention just now of Otis. The Otis he means is Otis Gibson, who, as we know, went on to play for the West Indies and coach the West Indies team as well to the T20 World Cup Championship. So these are some of the players that would have played in the derby, that derby of 1990, and the Franklin that he referred to as the great Franklin Stevenson, as he said, the best cricketer never to play a test match. Rated as the best cricketer never to play a test match. St. Clair will continue from the southern end. He'll be bowling to Greenwich, and Dexter will continue to give us some more interesting snippets on 1990.
Yeah, when you look back at 1990, right, you would have loved to come here and find a pitch like this. Not that we didn't find pitches like this before in derbies, but 1990 was something was strange about it, right? But when you look at what's happening here, the pitch is a very good pitch, you know what I mean? The ball is coming through pretty decent. But in 1990, the ball was just rising off a good length, you know what I mean? Into your chest and things like that. I can remember I was batting and George Linton come out at the time to bat with me.
This was the second innings or the first?
This is the second innings.
You're chasing 130.
We were chasing 130. And he was saying to me, you know, that's you're not getting behind the ball. And I was saying to myself, well, Georgie now coming here, but he's not know the feeling or the understanding how this ball is rising. And Victor was bowling fast, no doubt about it. I can remember Roy Allen take one or two, you know, in his rib cage, and I said to Georgie, well, if you want to get behind it, I can let you get down here to get behind it. So Georgie came, and he was gone.
And the Georgie there is George Linton, the late George Linton, who was probably, arguably, some would say, in the top 3 leg spin bowlers have ever come out of Barbados. And the victor there is Victor Walcott, who was one of the most difficult bowlers to navigate in the local club scene. So all these are Barbados players that Dex is talking about here, guys who would have represented the country with great success. And this is in the era of Greenwich Haynes, Marshall Garner. You can imagine. Dex, you were there at the end. The famous, people still talk about that delivery from Sam Skeet.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Off a length.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
Miss your head.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that.
Went over Ricky Hoyt's head.
Yeah.
And onto the wall, one bounce.
You have a good memory, you know what I mean?
I was about 15 years old. Yeah, my brother obviously had to serve the captain. In this very vicinity where we are now, watching that game, and when it happened, some Spartan people jump off the roof here and jump down on the field.
Yes. No, I'm glad you mentioned the delivery from Sammy. I was batting with Henderson Springer at the time. Yeah. Springer walked down to me because we needed 3 or something like that to win the game. And Spring says to me, Dexter, if you see it, give it a lash. Because to be honest with you, Sammy went further back in his run up. And no doubt about it, Sammy Skeet had some pace.
Yeah.
He had some pace, no doubt about it. And that day, he was probably bowling 80, high 80s, 90s. And I says to Springs, okay, man, don't worry about it. And Sammy come in and he ring it in the pitch and it climb. And I see it climbing at my face. And I could just rock back and pull away my head out through it. And I see Ricky Hyde climbing to get it, but he couldn't get it. So he went straight into the boundary. So we won the game with on boys. You know, 3 boys. So it just show you the tension was the game. And I hear you mention early on, Philip, that it was one of the best. To be honest with you, I can tell you about a lot of derbies because I was playing cricket for the Barbados Cricket League competition for Avenue Scholars Association. So I didn't have no time to come down to watch cricket and things like that. The first derby that I ever find myself is 1983. You know what I mean, in the park. And it was amazing.
Yeah.
When you look at the crowd, we talk about the crowd here in 1990. The crowd here in 1990, it can compare with the crowd that we had in 1983. You know what I mean? You know, you had Albert Palmer playing for you. You had Marvin Allen. You had a young Carly Best. You had a Timothy Boyce, who I think got 100 in that game. You know what I mean? And young Sherlin Graves. All these guys. You know, 1919. That was the first derby I had there. But the crowd was amazing. And not only that, Spartan had a pavilion, everybody knows that, and them who go in that time, I don't mean the modern time right now, where they got the Arnie Walkers and the Two Brothers Pavilion, Keith and Clyde Pavilion in the park. There was like a shadow house, like where, you know, it was a wooden pavilion. You had seats inside of it. You could come in, you could pay and come inside, you know what I mean, and watch from inside. And I guess that people love that because they love Spartan. And then you had the Empire crowd and you had the Spartan crowd. So it was a bumper. It was amazing for me that coming from the Barbados Cricket League and playing on Saturdays and playing in the IV, just 3 or 4 people coming to watch the game. When we played against Spartan, when we was playing for the BCA, you would get that crowd. But coming the park and playing at the first derby. I got some runs in that game too. I got 40 odd, which I had probably gone on and make a few. Not that I said I was a star cricketer, but I think I had some sort of cricketing ability, to play in some good Spartan team. Even the team that played in 1990, I think Stevenson, they come in. I was in the game, so I was out. Then Mosey went, so I come back in and things like that.
Mosey went to
Pakistan.
To Toronto.
Or something like that, yeah.
Series and then on to Pakistan.
Right. So then they draft me back in the final 11 and they play dividends because I come back in the second innings and what Stevenson and Stevenson's Franklin and Otis Gibson can do in the second inning, I take it on my shoulder. And your brother, Livy, because I can remember when they were making changes, Roy Allen says to him, bring in Georgie. And Livingston says, no, we can bring the pro, because the time they were calling me the pro. And I come at the ball and they were looking to beat me, but the ball was swinging because I was just back from South Africa, played some first-class cricket for Border, and that helped my bowling and helped my cricket a lot. So at the end of the day, I bring that kind of experience into Spartan team at that particular time when it was needed. Because don't forget, I was at the end when everything, me unfold, because at the end of the day, I had to stay. You understand with me? I had to. But that's how it is.
Yeah, we're here. It's 162 now. Spartan have gone on. 162 for 1, Greenwich 6, and Brown 75. And we'll take this next delivery and then let Dex come back in before we start the next over. But this is a bit of nostalgia, folks, from one of the men who lived it, who literally lived the cricketing dream. Dexter Toppin played in Barbados, played for Border in South Africa, played in Holland, played in England, and since then coaching, one of the most successful coaches in age group cricket. Short delivery, bang, Greenwich, lovely shot.
Lovely shot.
Square the wicket, looked a lot like his father, Alvin Greenwich, when he played that shot, standing tall and hitting it square the wicket for a boundary.
That's a lovely shot.
165 now, Spartan for 1, and the Greenwich, looking very, very comfortable at the pitch there, on the crease rather, and that says a very good pitch to bat on, and these young batsmen making good use of their time in the middle. And Spartan continue to grow and build more momentum in Empire, needing another wicket badly. But Dex, you said the 1990 game. So the Empire, the team was stocked with top cricketers in the Barbados context. I mean, Walcott was a top fast bowler. Sammy's keep was quick there. Roy Waldron was the leading bowler that year. Emerson King, a player that not many people will remember, but someone who's very efficient, very dynamic at the top. Mike Innes, Sherlon Graves, Ricky Hoyt, Roland Holder. We always forget Roland Holder, but he one of the few men that make 300s in the Derby, spread over his career. And then on the Spartan end, Roy Allen, Ronnie Griffith, yourself, Phil Wallace, a young Phil Wallace,
Franklin
Stevenson, Robert Headley, who made hundreds upon hundreds for Spartan.
And Ronnie Griffith.
Fallison Dilks, Otis Gibson. And you said Ezra Mosley pulled out because of a tour and Franklin Stevenson came in. So this was no walk in the park.
No, it was both things were good teams at that time, to be honest with you. Empire always produced quality cricketers, and when you look at the team that in 1919, it was a very strong team.
Yeah.
I think we was just as strong. We beat them in their conditions. At the end of the day, they planned for this because we didn't expect to come and find something so green. And it showed the character. But to be honest with you, when we arrived, Philip, there are a lot of people who didn't really want to play on that pitch. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, some fellas went on the toilet because to face Victor and Sammy, the ball rising like that. And at times there's no helmet. Nobody got no chest guard. Yeah. Your hands.
No covers on the pitch.
No covers on the pitch. Your hands, to navigate with. It had to be brilliant. And that's something now in our modern cricket that we don't find cricketers with good hands, you know what I mean? Now, we're looking at this game here today. Spartan in a good position to bat the whole day, yeah? And I feel like if you're playing 3-day cricket and you get conditions like this, if it's worth your salt as a batsman, you should be able to bat. If you're looking to good pitches, we got to make sure that you're quality batting, you know what I mean? Now, if you're a good spinner or a good seamer, you should be able to hold your own. That's the only way you can get better and to see your skills improving. And if we're not saying that, that's why people say in the
Not by
cricket.
Greenwich. As you said, Dexter have good hands.
Good hands.
Greenwich demonstrating that as the ability to rock back and extend, and where the ball went to the point boundary, the fielder had no chance. Fast outfield, devoid of much grass because of the dry conditions all around the country. And Spartan speeding up now to 169 for 1. And I'll let you continue Dexter after this next interview, because Sinclair, he's one of these bowlers like Roger Harper and Clyde Butts that get through the overs very fast. A lot like Henderson, Springer back in the halcyon days of Spartan. And but I'll ask you next question would be about the atmosphere and the crowds, especially Greenwich forward out to cover. They will get an easy single. Spartan will be 170 now for 1 in 38 overs. Bronx 76, Greenwich up to 12. Dex, you know,
The atmosphere.
atmosphere, and what was it like in a dressing room like that? Because, you know, the other day I heard, and I found it a little bit unfortunate, but I guess it's a reality of where we are today. I heard an official attached to a team trying to explain how they go about the bonus point system, for example. In your time, there was no bonus points. It was first innings.
And 3 points.
Winner, yeah.
Yeah.
And I heard him say they look at the table and they look at what's going on and they manufacture. They adjust the situation to suit the bonus points and how they're going to play. And indicated that sometimes you don't always play to win. And I felt to myself, I said, well, the little time that I played for Spartan, I played 2 derbies. I can't imagine anybody saying not playing to win.
Philip, before you can answer your question in a sense, first of all, I will say well done to you as a fella that played in a derby, and not only playing a derby, you get a score.
Yeah, I got 90
odd in the park.
Yeah, in the park.
And I played in that game, you know what I mean? I can't remember playing anymore after that, because being in South Africa and going to England and things like that, you know,
I don't
didn't
like
play
to
a lot.
talk about it too much because they always ask me where the other 5.
But you see, the other five probably would have came in a manner if you were very attacking.
Yeah.
So you think that everything should go to the boundary.
Yeah, I did that.
And you didn't realize, well, you know, something as 96, I could get 2 here, and I could get 1 here, and I could make 100. And you have gone on in history because there's a lot of people that never make 100 in a derby match.
All I can say in my defense is that not a lot of people made 95.
You know what I mean? Because my high score in a derby match, because a lot of people don't realize that I used to bat number 4 for Spartan.
Yeah.
I played at Spartan as a batsman. But after I realized that if you want to be a professional cricketer, I upgrade my bowling. So that at the end of the day, if the fellas want me in England or South Africa, that I can do both. Right. Because if you go as just a batsman and you don't make runs, you're not going to be worthy to the team. So these are the little things that you gotta double up. Yeah. Now you're talking about the atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
Up where we are top here now. This is where the crowd were.
Yeah, the crowd
and in front there, all over the walls and things like that. That little hut there, people were. Yeah. So when you look at this crowd here now, man, how will you match it up?
Well,
you can't.
You can't. But the other thing about the crowd back in those days, because of the way the ground is and there's a wall, the crowd has to stand next to you if you feel on the boundary.
Yeah, yeah.
And that made life at Empire very, very intriguing and different to any other players you would play. Because I remember feeling here, and Hendy Springer told me go on the boundary, and I said, well, I'm on the boundary. He said, but there's space. I said, but I can't go, otherwise I'll go behind the crowd. It was, you know, it was 10 people thick back in those times, and the atmosphere for anything else.
It was great.
Was great.
You know, even after the game, you know, I mean, I see some photos of I coming off the field with my sister and people that I know running up on the field and holding me and things like that. I can remember you gave me a photo of that. That same picture. But when I went to South Africa, I take it with me. And they like it down there more than I do. So it's probably somebody else. It's just like when I went to South Africa, I went to school to coach. And this little white boy said to me, I have a Barbados flag home, man. I said, you? You got a... I can't remember the school, but I said, no, you can't go to Barbados. The next day, the guy could bring a big Barbados flag here to me.
Weinberg?
No, it was in East. We were in East.
Okay.
No, we were in Peter Marksburg.
Oh, okay,
yeah?
Okay.
And this guy turned up with this.
Barbados
I couldn't believe it. It was unbelievable. It just showed the power
Yeah.
and the love for the world, for Barbados.
Barbados, yeah.
At the end of the day, people don't know that. Traveling is very important, yeah?
Yeah. So you said you in '83 was the eye opener because that's when you played your first derby and you couldn't believe the how big the crowd was.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe, playing for Barbados Cricket League. In and out. I play a lot of first class there for them, but I couldn't hold my play because I probably wasn't good enough, to hold my, but I know he had some sort of cricketing ability. That's why he was down there. Because when I was a young man, I used to score 100 for the BCA competition. Right. And there were a guy named, from Oak Crusaders, Arthur Lewis. He saw me make some runs against Joel Garner at the time, and Joel was running people all around. So he said, look, you have to come to the Barbados Cricket League down at Bleming. And I journeyed from Ebenezer down there. I was 70 odd not out. The game in front, the same man Bush I played against him, I got a 70 odd. And when I went to the BCL, he said, look, you could come down here. When I went there, he said, no, Dexter, I can't get no play in this team. None of the two teams. So I went back to Ebenezer, and they told me, no, you're good enough. So Critside was in the mid team, and Critside was in the first innings team. So in the first division team, and you're playing against, playing with Sylvester Clark and the same Franklin Stevenson, because to be honest with you, right, and I can say it here now, Barbados cricket were built on the Barbados Cricket League. We talk about community cricket, and it's gone. But that was the cricket. That was the cricket. That was the community cricket. That helps.
A big hit from Brown, disappearing out of the ground and onto the roof of the wonderful Channel House next door. Tremendous shot, just extension of his drive really. And for a small man, he packs a big punch, and that ball hit the roof of the house and ricocheted next door, and it's probably parked right now somewhere on the street. But Brown continues to impress with this some tremendous stroke play, and down the ground, brilliant shot. If you watch the contact, the point of contact, he was at full extension.
Good hands.
And Spartan now 182 for the loss of just one wicket, and Empire go fetching for yet another ball. That's the sixth time today that the ball has disappeared out of the ground. And we have a break now, and Dexter will continue to give us these wonderful bits of information of cricket in his time and what we came to love.
Yeah, when you look at the derbies that I played in after, 83 to me was one that opened up my eyes as far as Barbados cricket is concerned, and these two clubs. Yeah, because to be honest with you, I played a few first division games before he came to Spartan in 1983. I played for the BCA from 78 to about 82. Spent 5 years there. I was thinking either to come to Empire or go to Spartan. But, a poor boy coming from the country, you got to make sure you know where you're at, because I will have to get off the town and walk to Bank Hall. But after I get off in town, I could go in the park. So it wasn't easy either, because Spartan, you know what Spartan give in them times. You got to show that you could play the game. Don't know about it. Don't let nobody fool you. And you had good cricketers around. Yeah. You know what I mean? You had good cricketers around at Spartan. And not only that, you had a guy like David Holford, who was still a big part of the club. A big part of the club.
He was the club. He was
and then Tony Howard, who was like there and thereabout. You know what I mean? So you had fellas that had the ability, not only cricketing-wise, but people who understand life. You know what I mean? And I think that they play a big part in Spartan development with his young guys. And your brother, Levy, no doubt about it. My feeling that Levy should have probably been captain Barbados. I feel so, because his skill levels as a captain at all the senior side was great.
Yeah, we captained the youth team and they won the cup quite easily. That youth team was quite good. Otis Gibson, Henry Brooms, Dan Maynard, Pedro Yegard, Tennyson Roach, Ren Miller, Terry Roller, Philo Wallace, Sherwin Campbell, Roger Coward, Tennyson Roach. That was the best. One of the best youth. Floyd Reefer, a 14-year-old Floyd Reefer, yeah. And
to be honest, if you when Pucky, I will say it here now, when Pucky get the captains, because it wasn't easy. Don't nobody fool you. Before Georgie was captain his side, George Linton was captain his side. You know what I mean? And we didn't have the election yet for captain and things like that. So I said to myself, I feel the best body to captain the team is Livingston Cochrane. I proposed in, it went across the floor, it stayed for a couple of minutes, and then Robert Helly, I'll never forget this. Robert Helly said, I'm seconding. And you see what paid off? We do the double that same year.
Yeah.
Because this guy was a leader. No doubt about it. He was a cricket leader, and he had good cricket skills in front of the stumps and behind the stumps.
Yeah, well, thanks to George Linton.
You know what I mean?
George Linton used to bring them down the pitch, and everybody would miss. And
Yeah.
we know another over sent down by Sinclair. His overs go down in record time before you blink, before you can sip your water. He finishes the over. 179 now for one Spartan off 40 overs. Brilliant going by Brown, who is putting his foot on the gas now. 81 off 111, and Greenwich, who since he's come in has played some sparkling shots. The memorable square drive that he climbed on his toes and punched it to square the wicket for a wonderful boundary. St. Clair is 1 for 41 off his 11 overs, the only wicket taker. And we'll have Edmund, the seam bowler, continuing from the northern end. Empire with fielders spread out all around the fields. Square leg on the boundary, fine leg on the boundary, point on the boundary, just a slip, keeping the company of wicketkeeper Albert. And Dex, the double, doing the double. I mean, that was laying down the law really in cricket in Barbados. But I remember the very last match of the season, Spartan had already secured the cup.
Yeah.
And it was just a matter of playing the last game. Dougie Ford, 8 wickets.
Yeah.
Spartan lost to Police.
Yeah, I can remember Spartan. You know, I think we better complacent too.
Complacency, yeah.
You know, maybe
And this was in December near Christmas.
Christmas time, Santa Claus is coming around. You know, maybe already get a gift from him. We come before he could come for Christmas. You know, maybe we won the cup. We ate the double, and then we had to play Empire. You know, what I mean, Samsky and Philo Wallace. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was a battle.
So that was the battle. 2 guys for Hodershill. Yeah. One is very attacking as a batsman, and one is very attacking as a bowler. Because a lot of people don't realize fast bowling is a very attacking method. Mentality. Yeah. So you got to take that mentality in the game. And that's why we don't see a lot of fast bowlers now. Because we don't find that. And to be honest with you, now if we can find that, because there's fellas here can bowl fast. You know what I mean? When I grew up with a guy called Wayne Daniel. And Wayne Daniel, a guide who at the time they had a car named Zephyr. And he was bowling fast. You either fast or you're not fast. Yeah. How will we develop pace? You know what I'm saying? There's some method that we could, because the youngsters today, their body is not strong enough. But there's some method that we can use. You know, I mean, up to there was coaching, because you know that I do my private coaching at my home, Coach That's Cricket Center. You know what I mean? That's it, to help Barbados cricket and help West Indies cricket. You know what I mean? So my aim is to make sure that when people come with me, if they're bowling fast, they have to bowl fast. Yeah. Don't tell me that I want to hold up top of our stump. If you bowl fast up top of our stump, the mentality is look to bowl fast. Yeah? We're not coming in line in length, and then when we come to practice, we running from a little short run, and then we going home and things like that. Yeah? I see a lot of international teams come here and practice at the Oval. Their fast bowlers bowl at practice like they can bowl in the game. So your batsmen will get proper practice in terms of preparation for the game. So if you bowl 5 or 6 over that top pace, yeah, your batsman will get the best out of you, and you will get the best out of yourself. Yeah. So that brings a competitiveness in terms of your preparation. I try to see what we're saying, and then we can say fast bowler got to rest here and run there. You think Dallin FS has to rest when they go to play for Middlesex? Yeah?
So who was the quickest? Who was the quickest that you know? Spartan was strong on spin.
Yeah.
And we go back to Howard Howard, Linton Springer, Marshall, Dave. This is Dave Arlington Hunt, and we had in between the Asquith Lord.
Asquith Lord. You had the off spinner fella. I went to Harston College.
Aaron Barker. Wonderful action. One of the best spin bowling actions you'll ever see.
That you ever see.
And people who hear that Aaron Barker would probably think Aaron Barker of table tennis.
Yes.
And that's the same guy.
That's the same guy.
Beautiful action. I mean,
good skills.
When he propel his body into the air and release the ball at the top point of his action, spin and bounce,
But you think about Barker, right? And I always believe this, and you can take this. Don't care how pretty your action is. You got to work hard. Success comes by hard work. I don't think Barker was that. He had good skills. He got good action. If you look at Springs used to, Springs is one of the best off spinners outside of Jamie Maxwell that I see in Barbados.
Rated highly by Brian Larry.
You understand what I mean? But you see Jamie Maxwell, which is Lawrence Maxwell.
Former Barbados captain.
He is one of the best off spinner I see ball in Barbados. You know what I mean? To be honest with you.
For all those who wonder where it's Barbados, that was the euphemism used for Barbados. So any Bajan over the age of 50 would refer to the country as Barbados.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we now Spartan 182 for 1. The producer is sounding in my ears that
good things must come to an end sometimes.
Good things must come to an end. But I'm looking at this crowd. These sheets that you have here. There's a crowd. The crowd from 19.
Yeah.
From 1990,
1990
November the 2nd. I mean, this is more people than at the Gold Cup.
This is more people at the Gold Cup, is right.
And
Scofield playing some shots there. Look at this crowd here. Look. This is a lovely picture here. This is a lovely picture.
If you look at this picture that we're going to show you here now, this is the photograph of the match in 1990. This is at Bank Hall. And where we're sitting right now, this is where these people are on the roof. And this is tremendous. This is a tremendous photograph of what the 1990 Derby looked like. I mean, obviously, people don't turn out to cricket like this nowadays, and there are other things to do in life, and we appreciate that. But when the Derby was at its height,
there were cell phones.
There were no cell phones, so nobody could take the picture. So you had to come to the cricket to either watch it. And there was no live stream like it's brought to you today by the Barbados Cricket Association. We want to thank them again.
Yeah.
But Dexter, you're walking around here with a treasure chest. Of tremendous.
But Dexter's in there playing some shots too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we want to thank you enormously for that. And there's another one of Dexter, literally on the back page of the Daily Nation. Hit it after the winning ball went past his face.
My nose.
His nose. He's being celebrated by the Spartan Hailers.
And my sister too.
His sister, yeah, as they go up the field. So. I mean, this has been a wonderful chat, Dexter, and we thank you. We really thank you for sharing your insight and your knowledge and the thrills of what probably is the greatest cricket match at club level in Barbados history.
I think so too. I think so.
Yeah. Here is 1990 again. Photographic coverage. Spartan, celebrating.
And Levy Parkrine is making a great something of somebody there.
This was the last match actually that we spoke about when Spartan had already secured the cup, and Dougie Ford took it and Spartan lost. So Dex, at the end of this over, we'll give you a break and you take your leave. I will be making my way out of the studio as well. Andrew Mason will come in with Andy Payne, a man who knew many Derby players well, and not only the Barbados Derby but the Manchester Derby. Andy Payne plays golf with Jordan Pickford and Harry Maguire and Wayne Rooney and the like, Marcus Rashford and these guys. So
I had a bad time with Andy also. Yes. Maple versus Spartan, a good battle. You know, so it was nice, Andy.
No ball in this
of
over.
Course.
When he drives, the hand comes off the bat out to cover. Edmund picks up and sends a return in. Spartan 184 for 1. So Dex, just sum up as it is in this game now. Akil Greenwich, Alvin, son, your good friend. Achilles, he's on 19. Achilles Brown is on 83. How do you see it?
Well, good pitch. To be honest with you, I didn't really want to dwell a lot on the bowling, but I don't think that what I'm saying, I don't send the bowling attack that I think that Spartan could be bowled out cheaply. This is a very good pitch. Spartan in a very good position. And as I said to Dave, you know what I mean? You got to bat. You got to bat today and bat sometime in the tomorrow. And it's nice to see that he's playing tomorrow because the pitch won't change. The pitch will get a lot better to bat on. So you got a guy who's 80 yard. And you know, Akeem Greenwich, he looks good. He got 100 already for the season. So I think that any day that he could carry on from there, Spartan could put a big score on the board and put Empire under pressure, because Empire is a very, very, very good thing. Don't forget, Kevin Stout is in the team, and Cheyenne Bradford is there too.
Good players.
So at the end of the day,
Spartan need to make 350.
350, 340. Thanks very much for having me. God bless. Look after yourself, and I will go and watch the streaming as I lie in my bed. Yeah.
And and with that, I have nothing more to say. What a man, Dexter Toppin, the man who faced the final ball in the most famous derby of all time. Spartan beating Empire by 2 wickets here at Bank Hall, November the 4th, 1990. I hand you over to Andrew Mason, who will then be joined by Andy Payne.
Who is from Barbados. I love that. Good old Dexter Toppin. Always with a very good English twang. St. Philip man like myself. But this is good going by the Fusion Boutique Spartan side. They're very much in control here. They won 84 for 1. And Drew Springer looking to get a wicket. Bowling to Akil Greenwich, who's got 90. He looks solid. Saw him make 100 against Pickwick. That would have been a couple of weeks ago. First 100. And huge celebrations in Queen's Park when he got the 100. But he's looked good. He's looked organized. Welcome back, Andy Payne. What a discussion with good old Dexter Toppin.
Oh, good old Dexter Toppin indeed. A man who I've had myself a couple of battles with at Maple. Dexter the Pro coming off of his stints, you know, and it was really good to play up against guys like Dexter Toppin, Nolan Clark, who a lot haven't spoken about, and being in the dressing room with these guys at the end of close of play. It's always a good learning experience.
Oh, that's a good one. Could have chopped that ball into his stumps. Looked very lazy with his footwork there. Akil Greenwich. Lucky to go nowhere with that. That's the kind of delivery that could just hit the bat and roll back onto the stumps, but he's there.
Yeah, just tend not to get too casual to the newer bowler. I mean, just replacing Jaden Edmund here in Springer. You know, Edmund probably possesses a little bit more pace than someone of Dre Springer, so you don't need to get a bit too casual there. So you need to be mindful. You still need to dig deep.
Different length on this occasion, a bit short. He's on the back foot and with a broad bat. Forces down towards that short extra cover area. There's a big gap between slip and backward point on the boundary. Interesting field here. There's a cover, short extra cover, and mid-off. Mid-on slightly wide, mid-wicket. There's a long leg, and the fielder done it square leg. But he's looked organised, good solid batsman he is. His father, Alvin Greenwich, would have represented Spartan and of course played for the West Indies as well. Technically a good player. Did you play against Alvin? That's way before your time?
That's before my time, definitely.
Even
not
as a veteran?
No, I don't think I've ever played against Alvin Greenwich. Trying to remember, I know I probably had a practice game at Dover. I remember these professionals used to come back home, and likes of Dexter, Ezra Mosley, Alvin Greenwich. I'm thinking that I probably played a one game.
Maybe in the Masters competition. Is there still a Masters competition in Barbados? I know that Sam Wilkinson used to be very much a part of it, and
Robinson.
Yeah,
Hensley Robinson.
Hensley Robinson. They've gone to the great beyond.
No, there haven't been a Masters tournament in Barbados for a couple of years.
Okay. Remember Seymour Nurse would have been very much involved and made lots of runs. You couldn't get him out. Seymour MacDonald.
Oh, flick.
Just got a single. Offline. Whipped it down towards that position of long leg for 1. But this is a good pitch. Very good pitch indeed for batting. 43 gone. Fusion Boutique Spartan in the driver's seat, 185 for 1.
Yes, you spoke about the pitch. We said that from the morning when we saw it at the toss. We just thought it was always going to be a good pitch for batting. It's void of grass, looks very dry. I mean, it's just such a good compactness about the pitch. And I thought once you get around that new ball period and you get yourself in, that you'll be in for a good day on this surface. Don't think to be offering too much turn for the spinners, and as well the seamers doesn't seem to be getting that lateral movement as required. So what this player here is doing very well, and they've negotiated it well. On the front foot they look solid in defense, and as well on the back foot you saw Greenwich in particular playing some lovely shots off the back foot. So it's just such a good through pitch for batting.
Yep, it's very good indeed. So Kevin Sinclair from Guyana, the only wicket taker. He got Springer leg before for 74 when the score was 153.
Did you see the celebration?
Yeah, I saw it. Ian Bishop doesn't like it. He reckons that he could injure himself. Trusting his pitch, trusting the judgment there on the bat. It might have been forward, but pitch is so good for batting, he elected to go back there, Greenwich. Strong breeze coming across the ground here at Bank Hall. And we welcome it because it's summertime and very, very hot indeed. Again, deep in his crease, though, full delivery. Plays it hurriedly into the onside. Bowler thought he'd breached the defense there. But this is a good contest. He's got 20 from 41 balls. Greenwich. Oh! Flirting with danger on the back foot. Very well bowled.
This is good stuff here by Kevin Sinclair. Again, generally we ask the spinner to bring the batter onto the front foot, but Greenwich happy to go back on the back foot. I think he's being deceived by the pace, and on the final, that last delivery, the bounce as well, he was undone by that.
Yeah. Sinclair sometimes can be very flat, very deceptive in his pace. It's bowled well. It's gotten the wicket, but it's a good batting pitch here at the Empire Club. That's good cricket. Giving a bit more air, coming onto the front foot, and played it quite nice. The elbows well caught. The over come to an end. Fusionz Boutique Spartan made an over as well. 185 for 1.
Yeah, good bowling here by Sinclair. He's just set down his 13th over, picked up that one wicket, like you rightfully said, 43 runs conceded. I just saw him getting Akil Greenwich onto the back foot, just deceiving him a bit with pace. As his final delivery, just offering a little bit more flight. And Greenwich, again, equal to the task, coming on the front foot on that occasion. So you think he would have had a more victory when he beat him on the outside the off stump with that one that bounced. But Greenwich, like you said, he's looked solid. He's been there for some 44 deliveries, 20 runs, and he's offering a good partnership up with Achilles Brown, who's been quiet of recent. He's on 83 off 120. Shouldn't be in a hurry. He's got a lot of time to try to get up to that 3 figures, Andrew.
Well, we'd love to get to the 100. That has eluded him so far. His mother's here. She will be celebrating like Biggie Irie until the morning come. I think it says, we now go home till the morning come.
Now go home.
Oh, she may even cause a roadblock, Big Shaggy. You're Shaggy, man?
I know Shaggy well.
Oh, you do? Yeah.
And anything from RPB?
Well, he's batting with the confidence of RPB. That lovely song, He's Got Confidence. Know that one? Yeah?
Yeah. There you go.
But this has been a good knock. He's been solid in defense, very selective, very calculated. I think you get the feeling that he's set his stalls out to make 100 here. Watched by his grandfather, who of course is the former head teacher of Queen's College.
Principal, Andrew.
Oh! Chance for a catch, put down by the keeper. Lovely outswinger. Got the feeling that Albert, who's a goalkeeper and a Maple man like yourself, might have moved late there. We'll certainly see it in a minute.
Yes, good edge there, induced there by Dre Springer. Taking the edge, Albert late, like you said, wrong-footed a bit and going with hard hands and really boxing that one away to first slip. Life goes a begging there for Achilles Brown, but a very good delivery, as you see it here again by Dre Springer, taking the edge. And Mario Albert failing to hold on to that one. Could be a costly miss. Man on 83. And Springer, who's really toiled hard for that wicket. And just to see the edge being floored. Mario Albert, guilty culprit. The Empire side further deflated.
Yeah, it was a lovely outswinger. Touchdown just outside the off stump. Had to play at it. And Albert should have poached it, moving to his right. You got to take those catches. I think Springer's bowl well. He's lively, little man.
And this is what we expect from someone like Dre Springer. He's knowing his opening spell. He was really a bit too short, and Akeem Springer, the captain, really took advantage of that. But you see the length there on that delivery, and that's where he is so good, Dre Springer, just hustling the batters, getting the ball to shape away from the outside edge and juicing the edge, and Mario Albert feeling to hold on. But those are the areas that you would expect from someone like Dre Springer.
Yeah, he's bowled well. Good hard-working bowler. Brown has batted well. I think you just get the feeling that Brown doesn't want to chance his hand, as they would say, would want to just slowly but surely walk to the 100. So you're not going to get any big shots from him. Sometimes that can be good, sometimes it can be bad. But having been beaten outside the off stump and dropped, we note with interest that Springer's now bowling in swingers to him. No, that's a loose shot. That's a very loose shot indeed.
Yes, this is that period where you need to be calm. You need a calm head. They probably need someone like Greenwich at the non-striker having a word. You just see the inexperience of both players. The more experienced players will definitely be there having a word with the young Achilles Brown. Tell him he's got a lot of time there. Just look to get on the front foot. There's a lot of spaces in the open area on the offside. Come forward and look to open the face. Run that one down to third man. You know, just try to get off strike. Just try to regroup yourself.
Here's your friend who's enjoying himself in the hut. Always good to come here and go to the hut at Bank Hall.
A good friend Chalky.
Yeah, Chalky's here.
He's always walks with his horn. I'm sure you'll.
Yeah, we heard it just
yes.
moments ago.
Yes.
So the over comes to a very good over indeed from Springer, an over which he should have had the wicket of Brown. 45 gone, 185 for loss of 1. So we've had, what, 2 consecutive maidens now. There's your friend.
Yes, Chalky. But will there be ruin that miss off of Achilles Brown? I mean, because really Chalky is back in sight.
Hello, Chalky. There you go.
The horn in his back pot. Yep.
So Springer the only man to go 74. Brown is on 83 from 126 balls, 5 fours. Good support from Greenwich, who was very much there. He's got 20 from 44 balls. So we start over number 46. And no doubt it's going to be Kevin Sinclair, the man from Berbice in Guyana. Hello to our friends in Berbice. I'm sure they're watching the stream. Has that tendency to go back to balls that he could be coming forward to.
Well, this is where the captain probably needs to employ someone in the back pad area again.
Yeah, I agree with that. Don't think they should have moved it at all. Sometimes it's even psychological. You mean you've got a batsman who's doing pretty well, but just that pressure, that feel around the bat. Now he takes that ball from almost the middle stump there. There was an element of risk in that shot, but it was short enough for him to go back. Gets a run, Greenwich.
Yes, again, because of the nature of the pitch, the surface is so good that the bounce continue to allow him to get on the back foot, even though it was that close onto the stumps. As he had enough time as well still to play that one into the offside to pick up a single. But this is good stuff from Kevin Sinclair.
So the long off has been pushed back wide. This is good bowling. This is good bowling. And sometimes captains must just recognize that, look, the batsman has gone to a shot. He's 82, but yet.
You need to capture that moment.
Just capture that moment. Just bring a fielder in. These moments in the game. It is pretty clear to me that Brown wants to almost walk to the 100 here with the pace of a giant African snail. There he goes again. Now earlier, about half an hour ago, he was playing the shots. Getting close to his 100. A bit of fatigue is setting in as well. A bit hot, says our good friend Mr. Philip Spooner. Yeah, before he would have been driving that ball down to long off. Instead, he played from the crease, hit the bottom of the bat, didn't have a good over. It's been a bit of a situation for the last 3 overs, just 1 run coming. But the important thing is that Brown is still there. He's found good support from Greenwich, who's got 21. And Spartan, 186 for 1.
Yeah, just need to be mindful. He seems to be losing his rhythm, Achilles Brown. The batsmen also carry a rhythm, and he seems to be going into a bit of a rut there, really. And as well, Akil Greenwich, because he hasn't been scoring, so there's no rotation, and it really seems like they've come to a stuck, really, this batting pair, and it's really allowing the bowlers to really gain some of that ascendancy. But it's good bowling by Kevin Sinclair. Like you said, Brown probably needs to free himself up a little bit more. He seems to be batting himself into a rut.
Well, they've picked up those vital batting points here at Bank Hall. It's 175, so they've done well. And really got to get 5 wickets to get the first bowling point, so they're a long way off. On a pitch which is very placid. I've never seen a Bank Hall pitch this placid. Have you?
Well, like I said, back in my time coming to Bank Hall, Richard Applewhite is always that good groundsman that he was. You would know it will be full of grass. I can't ever remember playing on a Bank Hall track that is so bare, void of grass. So, yep, this is the first time, as I can recall, to see a pitch at Bank Hall.
Down at Maple, you would have had. Who were the fast bowlers at Maple in that time?
Oh,
when
yes.
you played?
We'll have the likes of Emerson Jordan, obviously.
Yep, very good indeed.
Pedro Aguirre coming off of a youth, so that he was pretty deceptive. Also, we had a guy called Matthew Nichols.
Yeah, what's become of Matthew Nichols?
Yeah, Matthew Nichols.
Is he still in Barbados?
He's
in the hotel industry, is he?
Executive chef at the Club Barbados.
Oh, executive chef he is.
But he is one who would have, Matthew Nichols, one who would have really produced some
he was good. He was
talent bowling spells here at Empire. If you
Yep.
can recall, just getting the edge of Roland Holt and Sherlin Greers and that lot.
Yeah.
But on that lawn, he was good enough to went to Barbados senior trials, Matthew Nichols.
Yeah, good.
So yeah, we had, and then the likes of a medium person, Donovan Lopez, former Barbados captain.
What about Bowen? Big Bowen.
Big Bowen as well. He was, I mean, just a little
Peter,
before.
was it
Peter
first
Bowen.
Peter Bowen?
Peter
St. Lucie man?
Peter Shaw Bowen, yes. A very, very talented bowler as well.
Yeah. Hit the bat hard.
Ian Williams was there for a while. Yeah,
like Ian Williams.
Yeah, so we had some good pierces in my time, as that one is coming off the outer part, in the part of the bat, down to square leg for a single. So again, not as assured these batters in this period, but
you would have had Sylvester Louis at one stage as well.
That would be earlier before.
Along with Williams, that was a good combination.
Yeah, that was earlier. Williams came a bit after, but Sylvester with Bowen and Chetwin Burnham.
Chetwin Burnham, the late Chetwin Burnham. He was a medium pacer.
Yes, as
wet wicket bully.
You remember,
he was good.
Wayne Gibbons.
Wayne Gibbons, he's gone to the great beyond now
as well. Another
medium
man
pacer
that could do that job for you. So yeah, at Maple, those type of bowlers really. Everett Corbin,
he was good, solid left-hander.
Yep. Bowls of mediums as well. So he was probably one of my mentors in my early day, a man in my area.
Everett Corbin.
Yeah, so you know, Maple had its share of that. But coming up Bank Hall, like I could tell you, we would never seen a pitch.
No. Emerson Jordan was pretty sharp.
Good exponent of a fast bowler.
Ian Williams was pretty good as well.
Williams was good. I mean, he would be disappointed if I didn't mention his name in later times. Victor Patrick.
Victor Patrick, yeah.
He would have played in South Africa alongside Dexter. So he was.
How good was Victor Patrick?
Good all-rounder.
Good all-rounder.
Man, yeah, bat and ball.
Yeah.
Very good all-rounder. Get the ball to move around.
Right.
Awkward bounce. And then with the bat, he was a man who could come into the back end and really offer something. And then we get into the more modern times, the likes of Kemar Roach. I mean, we can't mention a Maple pace attack without mentioning someone like Kemar Roach.
Yeah, Kemar Roach, of course. So we've got a refreshment break. And look at those drink attendants. Oh, wonderful. From the youth program here at Bank Hall. One of the clubs in Barbados that is very active, because the reality is a lot of clubs are not as active as they used to be. Here we go. It's very much out there. It's got some water and some juices, I would imagine, and very much a part of the future of Empire. But to just reflect on what has happened so far.
Before we go there, yeah, Andrew, let's head over to this game. Looks like the Signal Financial Barbados Youth.
Yeah.
Here they are.
206 for 5. That's not bad at all.
That's a good score.
Malik Amy.
And your friend Jahidi Hines.
Yeah, I like J.D. Hines. He's on 30.
But Amy,
I think he's a good cricketer.
Yeah, he's on 65. Amy, I can tell he's doing a good job for his team. He's good enough, Andrew. He scored an elite century last season, Amy, against the Wanderers, I think it was. So here he is on 65 and looking well set. So 206 for 5. It's a good score here.
Yeah, Amy is a good player from Lodge.
Yep.
And Wanderers with Million picking up 2 wickets for 16 runs, the lead bowler. A lot of bowling. King, Matthews, Springer, Million, McAllister. Good to see him into the side.
Yeah. But Amy, like I said, good enough to score a century against them last season. And here he is again this year, well set on 65.
And they won the toss and chose to bat. So I would imagine that 48 overs gone, 206 for 5 is not bad.
No, not bad at all. Playing at Brayton. It seems to be their home ground now,
Yep.
the youth. So they're really enjoying the day there at Brayton.
Did you ever play at Brayton?
I played at Brayton when Daniel Pavilion you spoke about. I remember playing a quarter-final in the cup competition against your team.
Right, St. Catherine.
St. Catherine.
Yes.
Ahmed Proverbs was, he just came back and was in really prolific form that year, and he really took it on to us, man.
Yeah, I like Brayton. It's a wonderful venue. The BCA, they've had a couple of finals there as well.
Yep. So here we are at another ground. We've got Pitwick against University. UE 194 for 8. Shamar Holder showing his all-round ability. He's on 20. Javed Leacock, he's on 7.
Looking to get those batting points.
Yep.
Against Pickwick.
Yeah, Preston Clark, the right-hand off spinner, he's picked up some 4.
Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. So yeah, two teams who need some points in the table. Pitwick just fell short last game against the Super Blend Gladiola away from home. So they will want to do well here. So UE 194 for 8. I think the Pitwick side will think that they're doing a good job there.
Yeah, the Holder is on 20. So I'm in the last match get a good score as well. But more towards bowling, he looks pretty okay.
Yeah,
looks fit again, bowling with some pace.
Well, I heard you were doing your commentary there in that game, and you saw I was be interested to see the likes of him alongside Calvin Marcus, who you had a
Marcus is sharpish, sharpish.
So two good bowlers there, and then you saw in the batting your good friend Kyle Jordan. Good player. Boscobel.
He's the Boscobel man.
Yeah, meant to
wonderful.
Give you that information. He's a neighbor of Fidel Edwards.
Okay.
Next door to each other.
You think Edwards will teach him to bat?
Well, if he's waiting for Fidel Edwards to teach him to bat,
he's in trouble.
Pedro Collins could teach him how to be a night watchman.
Yeah, he was a good night watchman.
He was a good night watchman. But
that was his position. But it's lovely at Bank Hall, lovely breeze, the BCA flag, and of course the flag of the sponsors. And no doubt we must compliment the BCA for the initiative to stream the games. And people all over the world are locked into it. Fusionz, Spartan in a very strong position in the derby. 186 for 1. So Sinclair will continue in his brand name shades, the man from Guyana, Berbice man, one of the 3 counties of that wonderful country. Of course, you've got Essequibo and Demerara. You've been to Guyana?
Yep.
Several times?
No.
Okay.
Just one off.
Philip Spoon has been to Guyana over 100 times, he tells me.
And I heard you were about to get your passport.
Yes, indeed. Well, I may not need it. I just may need my ID
card.
to come.
Again, like you said, all good friends from there in Guyana.
Yes. Judgment is good on that occasion. Allows it to go back outside the off stump. Hard work at the office for the Empire team. Spartan won the toss and chose to bat. A good decision.
Good decision indeed. On what is, like you said, a good batting surface. You came to your opposing ground and made a surface like this, Andrew, and you win the toss. It goes without saying you want to have first knock.
Yeah, you do. It's a good shot. Single is protection the boundary at backward point. So just one.
Yeah,
Tell me about Albert, though. He's been a bit of a mover. Would have played for you. Then he went to police, was it? Did
That's
he go?
correct, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Now
played
here-
for a few. He's been at Wildy for some time.
Wildy as well?
Yeah, he was
Okay.
a man. Maple, Wildy, Police, Maple, now Bank Hall.
Oh, my golly. He may go up to St. Catherine's next.
I think age is getting the better of him. He's also played his trade in Trinidad for some time.
Yeah. So Brown gets one. He's been on 83 for a long time now. Had the width and cut it for single.
Yep. Generally, he's usually a good glove man, Mario Albert, but to see him shell that chance there and a couple overs ago, I mean, he'd be very disappointed in himself. He really prides himself on probably one of the better glove men in the country. But it's a bad miss. It's just a change in personnel. Captain Seeley, he's just coming to slip now. Kevin Stout, he's gone into that extra cover area. He's probably wanted to get a bit closer to St. Clair, offer something that he's probably seen from the slip area. So just getting closer to the bowler.
And you said he's going round the wicket now. Just to change the angle here.
Just out of interest, Andrew, to see St. Clair going around the wicket to Greenwich. Greenwich, who seems a bit happier to play him off the back foot. To see him just pushing the ball across the right-hander really seems a little bit more at ease. And you see the last couple of deliveries, they were able to pick up those singles to backward point. But the over comes to an end. I can tell you at the end of it, Fusion Boutique Spartan, they're 190 for one. St. Clair is just sending down his 15th over, 1 for 47. You can say Dre Springer, he's going to continue 8 overs, 32 runs, no wickets. But he's looked pretty better in this. He's looked a lot better in this second spell. This induced the edge of Brown a couple overs ago, and it was shelled by Albert.
In case you're wondering about the West Indies in terms of the T20 World Cup, the win 109 for 2 in pursuit of 163 for victory. So they require another 54, make that 53 runs from 35 balls. The rate required is just over 9. So will they be able to win? Matthews just got up for 48, faced 37 balls. Doughton has now come to the crease with Claxton, Glasgow, Aline, James, Hector, Fletcher and Ramnarak to come. So if they can win this game against New Zealand, it will be a good victory for them. We'll continue to monitor it for you. 110 for 2 and 14 overs and 2 balls. The target is 163.
Campbell, how much is Campbell?
Campbell is on 53.
Yeah, a lot will
From
depend.
40 balls.
Yep, she needs to carry on. She needs to bat through.
She actually batted 3 today.
Yeah.
Do you like Doughton opening the batting? What's your view on that?
I think Doughton, I don't think it's a bad move. I mean, Doughton is capable of giving you a good power play. As you've seen this one going to the boundary there from Greenwich, just over pitch on that occasion is Springer. Just coming forward on this occasion, getting it through the onside of the inner portion of the bat, but good enough, well timed to get off boundary.
Yeah.
See it here on the replay. Just getting the inside edge, but powerful enough to take it all the way onto the mid-wicket area for 3.
Yeah, inside edge. But got it through the wicket, as you said. Had the legs to get to the boundary. This is a very small ground. Like your club Maple, like YMPC. We were debating the other day when I was up at one of the grounds that people believe is, I suppose, maybe the biggest. Talking about the ground that Wildy plays,
Oh, Dash Valley.
Dash Valley. And there's some who reckon it's maybe the biggest. You agree with that? No?
I think Foursquare has got
Foursquare.
some good
I think
size.
Foursquare.
Yeah.
I think so. I think in the final analysis, I think people decided to go with
I think
the Foursquare oval.
Yes.
Good crown. Dash Valley is not far behind.
Not far behind, but yeah.
We wouldn't put Maple into that discussion
Yeah, they will come third.
comfortably.
Comfortably third.
It's a lovely flowing on drive. Love to see the on drive. It's a shot that when you see it, it looks so sweet.
This is one of the toughest shots of playing cricket.
It is. But I like the looks of Greenwich. He's on 27 from 60 balls. You could tell that 100 that he made against Pickwick has given him the world of confidence.
And it was a very good put together century. I mean, I was there for that game, and I thought he batted absolutely well.
Slightly aerial, but drop it in front of the field at mid wicket. Coming onto the front foot. Springer's angling the ball into him, starting just at the top of the off stump. So he's got a plan to attack him middle stump here with a short mid wicket in.
What's good though is that Greenwich has decided to get onto the front foot to Springer. Like you said, he's getting the ball into him, and you see how predominantly he was on the back foot. So he don't want to be trapped on the back foot to the ball getting into him. So this is good. At least he's worked out that he needs to get forward to Dre Springer.
This game continues tomorrow. Normally it's Saturday, Sunday, but it's now Saturday, Sunday, Saturday. And tomorrow, as the over comes to an end, 193 for 1. Gregory Armstrong is going to be our very special guest tomorrow. I just got a note from our good friend, Mr. Stephen Leslie. Titmus, his nickname. Have you ever met him?
I met Mr. Armstrong. As a matter of fact, we've got a little bit of something in common. And that his grandson, Thomas Armstrong, who plays with the youth right now, he's also a Maple man. He would have started with Maple. He's played his first Division 1 game for Maple 2 seasons ago. Got a half century in his first game. So here he is now really coming into himself. He's had a century in the Division 1 for the youth. And now he's made his promotion up to the elite side.
Talking about Maple today in the Division 1 competition, you're doing pretty well the last time.
Yeah, last time I checked, they were.
You better check again. Things happen quickly.
Yeah. Well, I'll get back to that. But if you see this lovely crowd building here now, Andrew, late into the evening, you can see the Empire spectators there under the tent. Seems to be set up for a barbecue.
Yeah. Always a lot of activity here at the club. It's one of the clubs in Barbados that there's action. Always action here. In fact, I, at the break, went down and had a word with some of the lovely ladies here. Always a good barbecue. Serve some very good fish as well in the bar.
Getting short and outside the awesome. Exactly where Greenwich likes it. Like I was telling you a bit earlier in the previous over, he's gone around the wicket to Greenwich, and I see how much more comfort he's got with the ball angled away from him on the back foot. I thought when he was bowling over the wicket, getting him on the back foot with the balls coming into him, he seems to have had a bit more trouble.
Yeah, Greenwich has made one run in the last 20 minutes. Sorry, make that brown. And we get another one that's badly lined on the leg stump. And all you had to do was just get batted about a lovely turn of the wrist and impact. Gets one. As I said, watched by his mum. Maybe he's the biggest fan, and his coach as well. She's always saying, well, when he gets out, he should have done something different. Now that choked him, that followed him on that occasion.
Now, as we're speaking about, you've seen him change.
He did.
And you can see how much different it is with the ball coming into him, still trying to be on the back foot.
Very clever bowling.
Yeah, he needs to be. You can't give him that room outside the off stump from around the wicket.
No. But he's going to get away with that, and we'll get a boundary as well. Down to cover, reach for it, in there for a long time.
Just allowing him to free his arms on that occasion, a bit fuller You see him just almost giving himself a room outside the awesome Akil Greenwich. And there's a vacancy over there at the sweeper area. The man is at deep backward point. So he's really had a lot of landscape over there. So he pick up another boundary. He takes his score into the 30s. He's moved up to 31. And they get a bit closer to that 200 mark. 199. And just make that.
Lovely drive. That's going to go for 4. Well, Philip Spoon has been talking about the shots of the day. That has the rate as 1. Get into the pitch and a beautiful drive through extra cover. And what a way to bring up the 200 for Spartan. Beautiful cricket by the Parkites. Have a look at that. Ooh, sweet like a Julie mango. Came onto the front foot and stroked it. We'll see that again, thanks to Bell imagery. But look at that image there. Beautifully played. I want to see that one more time if you can. Can you do that for me? Lovely lady there. She's very obedient, has always been. Have a look at this. Here we go. Driving through the cover area. That's gone for 4.
Lovely shot
Make
there.
that
by
3.
Yeah, 3. A lovely shot there by Greenwich, like you said. The Brand 200, 202 for 1. Some 50 overs completed. You can see the crowd here continues. See, nice view. Seems to be one of our visitors.
Yeah, one of our visitors, of course, yes.
Right here at Bank Hall.
So just around 4:30 we can have a change. Of course, Philip Spooner comes a call in white today. I don't think that's the colour of Spartan, is it?
I think he's pretending to be neutral.
That is a difficult assignment, I can assure you. And of course, young Rashan Hackett, who's hydrating with some water. So here we go. John Rock is back. And it's been a wonderful, wonderful period of cricket. 202 for 1. So we've got 50 overs bowled.
25 remain.
Yeah. So with the spinners on, we should be out of here maybe just after around 5:30, you think?
I know you want to go and see the Brazil game.
I want to see the Brazil game. I want to be home early. Well, he gets away with that. Just over the head of short wicket. It goes away for 3. His eyes open very wide there. And that will release some of the pressure that he's been under. He's been in the 80s for quite a long time now. And the 50 partnership has come up as well. 52 it is now. Good going by the Parkites in Bank Hall country.
Large and in charge.
Indeed. He likes to go back to one that he might have been forward to. Maybe he would think that John Rock is the man. A no ball is called by umpire Dave Thompson. That having been under so much pressure, dropped on 83 when the score was 185. I should really be looking to score off of him now. John Rock bowling left arm spin. Uncomplicated, I must add. Do you know John Rock?
Like I
Is
said,
okay?
yeah, he transferred from Yorkshire. He would have played for the Yorkshire team last season. But here he is. A big surprise he's continuing this way. I think Nathan Seeley probably would have been doing a bit more of the bowling.
Yeah, surprised that he hasn't bowled a lot today, Seeley. Reach for that. We'll get a run. We'll even get 2 had he gone quickly. I think he's just waiting to see if the ball would have gone through the backward point area. Reach for that. He gets a single.
Move into the 90s.
Yeah, he's in the 90s. And I'm sure Philip Spooner would want to describe the 100. Would want to put goat mouth on the young man. But this is really a good display of batsmanship from him. He's been guilty of being a victim of his own indiscretion. But he certainly batted extremely well here. That's very well played. Deep in his crease. Hurried shot, but lovely turn the wrist and impact and gets 1.
He got home quite easily in the end. The substitute in Coddle coming in from square leg. Couldn't prevent that single.
It's another name. This is unfamiliar to Barbadians. Cottle. So you got John Rock and Cottle and Emilius. Emilien. That goes through the field. They may even contemplate the second here. Ooh. Wow.
Looks like Brathwaite.
Straight through Brathwaite. Bayfield man like myself. Don't think Bayfield will be happy with that.
No, I don't think his teammates be happy
No,
with
no,
that.
no. It went straight through him.
Just remember, this guy is on 90. You give him easy runs. Yeah, he's there on 91. Greenwich, he's on 35. So, but it's been a good batting effort on the part of the Spartan side. Like we said, coming to Bank Hall, a game where they was probably started as the underdog shot.
Now he makes a good stop at cover. An ironic chase as you would expect for that. But he had to sprint like a goalkeeper to pick it up down at the point area, made that cover, and made a good stop. So, 4:30 in the country. The Parkites have continued to do very well. Fusion Boutique Spartan, large and in charge, 209 for 1, with some 51 overs to go.
Completed.
Completed with Greenwich on 35 and Brown on 91. Time for change of commentator. Philip Spooner is going to be joined by young Rashawn Hackett.
Thanks, Andrew, and thanks, Andy. The ANA, the ANA of commentary and Empire, the ANA Auto sponsored team. So Spartan on a test match score, really. It's like Rick McCosker and Bob Simpson digging in. 209 for 1. 51 overs down. It's 24 to go. Rashawn, welcome back, and I'm sure you're enjoying this quality of batsmanship.
Yes, thank you very much for that welcome. Good afternoon to you, Philip, and good afternoon to all of the viewers. I am certainly enjoying this batsmanship, and I'm sure that everyone on the stream is enjoying it as well. As we see a shot down to long off, and it goes.
Oh my God!
I would consider that a missed opportunity, Philip. I personally feel as if he could have gotten a hand there. Let's see the replay, though.
It was traveling. It was traveling at a serious pace and coming at a very, very challenging height. As you watch the replay, Sinclair looping one, and Brown deciding to go big, and it traveled quickly. And you feel that long off. He had to find out first of all where he was in relation to the boundary, which is the wall, and he didn't have any more real estate to work with. And as he back, he just heard the ball hit the wall. So Brown, fortunate if you're being honest, but brave while doing so. And Empire would tell themselves that they could have, but in reality, self-preservation won out in the end.
Yes, that always would have been a tough chance, but I'm sure the Empire side thought that they could have taken it. Bit of sloppy fielding here from Edmund, but no price to pay as they settle for a single.
And not meaning to cross you, Sean, but Charmaine Campbell is playing in the innings of her life for West Indies women in England. She's 79 off 53 balls, 6 4s and 3 6s, strike rate of 150. And West Indies are 147 for 3, needing 16 to win off 15 balls, which would be a massive upset in the first game of the World Cup against the defending champions, New Zealand. So, something to keep our eyes fixed on.
Well, no surprise there whatsoever, Philip. Charmaine Campbell, a quality player she is, so I'm sure that the West Indies side will back her to bring the game home. As we see, another over completed here at Bank Hall, 214 for the loss of 1. Achilles Brown, after what could have been a chance, is on 96 from 142 deliveries. Akio Greenwich, 35. I'm sure that you've been very happy with this batting performance, Philip.
Well, it's good to watch from a spectator point of view. They've played really well. First of all, it was the captain, Springer, who laid the foundation with 74. A partnership of well over 100 with Brown, and then Brown continuing after that in this 50-plus partnership now with Greenwich, and Brown has looked very good, set for 100, which one believes is just around the corner. So from a spectator point of view, great viewing. Obviously, if I put on my Spartan hat, delighted to see that they have come in the top of the table clash against our biggest rivals and have dominated.
Achilles Brown well within one hit of the century. A century that is well deserved. 142 deliveries he's faced.
Yeah, and 3s and 4s ground, that's good going. It's really good going. So good game building up here at Empire.
Good delivery there from John Ruck. It's something that I heard Andy Payne and Andrew Mason discussing, some of the Spartan batsmen going back to balls that they really should be on the front foot to.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good pitch, and the ball isn't spinning and bouncing. There's no real bite. So you can err on the side of going back. You know, there's no menace, no venom. And they're safe, really, in that regard.
Achilles Brown goes aerially. Oh, and he falls on 96 runs, holds out to that long on fielder, and Empire get the big breakthrough. Brown is on his knees, but the Empire side are up and chirping. An agonizing finish of that innings. Oh my days, well-deserved century. But Brown will depart for 96 runs. Philip, I know that you can feel the pain of that.
I can't believe what I just saw. He batted so well. I mean, no need to do anything, and caught on the long on boundary, literally on the rope. The fielder caught it a foot in from the boundary. I mean, it would have cleared the boundary if there was no fielder there, but there was. And all the hard work, he goes for 96. And there's something about Spartan batsmen and 90s in the Derby, because we've had a few of those over the years.
Well, that's actually what I was going to ask you, Philip. Does that give you any PTSD of your experience of...
As I said, I can't believe it. It happened to me. It happened to me 30 years ago. I got out for 95 in the Derby trying to clear the boundary, ironically, and Achilles Brown walking slowly. And what a wonderful touch. The two Empire kiddie cricketers coming on and giving him some consoling him. But Brown, excellent knock. Nevertheless, 96. As you see it here again, a short ball, a long hop really, a ball of no merit, and he saw glory, and he picked his spot wide of long on, but the fielder ran around and caught it chest high. And Spartan now 2-1-4 for 2. Brown gone for 96. Greenwich on 35. Earlier Springer got 74, and John Rock gets his first wicket, and he's a lucky man to get that. But Spartan still well and truly in the ascendancy. You'd take 214 for 2 any day after winning the toss and deciding to bat. And with the time left today, I think now, the thing is, the keeper is coming in to Ron Gibson, and he's going to look to continue.
Most definitely an agonizing dismissal there from Achilles Brown. But John Rupp picks up the wicket. A wonderful innings from Brown. 96 from 147 deliveries. 4 fours in that innings. What a beautiful knock it was. But fell just one shot short, and it brings wicketkeeper batsman Teron Gibson to the crease. He comes in at 214 for 2.
Yeah, and West Indies women closer to what would be a famous win. They're now 157 for 3, trying to get up to 162. 6 to win off 8 balls. Shemaine Campbell doing the big job today. She's in pole position on 87 off 58. She won't have enough to work with to get 100, but I'm sure this knock is worth every inch in goal.
Yes, a very, very good knock by Campbell indeed. I'm sure that She will be very proud of this opening to the World Cup, and as you mentioned, it would be a very famous victory for West Indies to beat New Zealand in the opening round of a World Cup. We as Caribbean people can't ask for anything better. However, here at Bank Hall, 53 overs have been completed, 214 for 2. A successful last over for Empire as John Ruck picked up the prize wicket of Achilles Brown for 96.
Yeah. The pain of getting so close to 100, especially in the derby. I mean, it's no ordinary game. It's not, it's not a walk in the park. It's a huge, huge event.
Well, that leads me to my next question, Philip. Talked about it's not a walk in the park, but we now saw the disappointment on Brown's face walking back to the pavilion. From your experience, when you get out on any 90s, that walk from the pavilion back, from the crease back to the pavilion, what is going through your mind as a batsman?
Well, everything is going through your mind. But in my situation was different. We were batting first and we were pushing on. So you were taking chances and anything can happen. And you live on the edge in that situation. So I just gone into the 90s with a 6. And the next ball I tried to hit another 6 and got out. Brown is slightly different. The first day of the game, and he set a really good platform. He batted through the day, and he was digging in, and he really was working hard. And and you could see the agony and the pain.
Yes, and a lovely shot there from Akil Greenidge, just on the back foot, punching it through the gap all the way into the boundary for 4 runs. So he eases up to 39, closer to a 50.
Yeah, and a quality shot again from Greenidge. He's gotten rid of the helmet now. He's a lot more freer. He's called for the bowl hat, and his dreadlocks are swinging on his head, and he's relishing this opportunity. And if he gets a 50, that would mean the top 3 all score half centuries for Spartan. But a good going by Spartan, and Gibson is going to know he has to come in now and keep the momentum going. He can't chew up too many balls and play around too much. Just keep rotating the strike, and Greenidge is looking to get bottom ball.
Most definitely.
Back
on the
again,
back
through
foot
the
again.
gap. Field on the boundary.
As we speak, I can hear the voice of Coach Dave Marshall still rallying behind his troops. I'm sure he would be very, very pleased with this batting performance. Seeing that we had a conversation just a few days ago in the Derby preview, and he was telling me that he would like to see that fierce brand of cricket from Spartan that they once possessed. Going into games looking to beat sides within 2 days is what he told me. So I'm sure
that's how Spartan played. The thing was win in 2 days and watch the third day somewhere else. And they achieved that last week when they rolled over with MPC in a day and an hour.
Did you have many games playing for Spartan and you guys beat people in 2 days?
It was more the norm than the exception. I played for government schools first, and Spartan would always beat us in 2 days. And then when you go to Spartan, you beat people in 2 days. I mean, Spartan has always been a powerful team, but more than just being a strong cricket team, it had a tremendous mental makeup in terms of seizing the moment and hammering the opposition when you had them under pressure. And it's a mentality that came down through generations, and you just joined the club and you met that way of thinking and you continued it. I mean, the self-assessment and the internal assessment in many ways was tougher than the external assessment in Spartan. So that was the Spartan mentality, and in the Spartan dressing room, players refer to Spartan as the mighty Spartan, not just Spartan. They refer to themselves as the mighty Spartan.
Yes, I have heard of that one. Spartan obviously was once a very dominant club. Still are very dominant in Barbados cricket. 218 for 2, 54 overs completed.
And West Indies women on the verge of something amazing. 161 for 3. 2 needed to win off 5 balls, and Campbell is on 90 of 60. So it's only a matter of time now before Divine balls to Campbell down the ground. Brilliant stop. Absolutely brilliant stop. no run. But, you know, still on a knife edge. But Campbell looking very, very comfortable, really. She has a mindset of complete focus. And I think it's only a matter of time before she gets bottom ball and seals this victory. As I say, two off four to win West Indies. What would be a magical start to the World Cup. Leg by here, diving save. Campbell's campers. Claxton comes down. Matthews looks calm in the dugout. A nervous sense of energy, but still very calm exterior. Want to win now, West Indies. And 3 balls to do it. Young Claxton on strike, and can't see them losing from here. New Zealand bringing all the fielders into the circle. Obviously, there's tension all around. It's gone down to the wire. Every New Zealand fielder in the circle, and Devine is going to charge in. It's a young Claxton who's on strike left-hander. Everybody in the circle must be squeezing her. She must be wondering, just get some bat on this and run like a hare. Oh, she misses. So it's now 1 off 2, and there's no way the West Indies can mess this up and take this to super over, because the West Indies it's already a super over if they don't get the run. So you don't want to. You want to win the game, and you want to dominate. I think Campbell's best bet here is to run a by. Yeah, get on her bike and tell Claxton, however you get on the other end, get on there, but I'm coming. And risk the by off this ball, and then try to win off the next ball if you don't get the by. It's a leg by. She's in. She's in. And the West Indies look like they've won. It's going to review. But I believe Campbell has made it. And the scoreboard should reflect 163 for 3 off 19.5. But the replays, I don't think are going to matter here. The West Indies are already celebrating. Shane Deeks and Haley Matthews already hugging. And there are high fives everywhere. Stephanie Taylor, who didn't make it today. And it's official. West Indies women have won by 7 wickets. Shemaine Campbell, the innings of her life, 90 not out of 61 balls. And the West Indies start the World Cup with a big win, a massive win, and will do great for the net run rate. Victory over defending champions New Zealand. And their flags are waving everywhere. I see Jamaica flag, Barbados flag. I see many West Indies flags. But Shemaine Campbell, innings of her life, 90 not out. And don't forget, before that, Aliyah Aline, 4 wickets, best bowling figures of her career. And victory for West Indies, and something to celebrate.
A remarkable performance from the West Indies women indeed. And I'm sure that they would be very, very happy about that.
Excellent shot there. We're back here in Barbados now. We just made a supersonic zoom from Southampton to celebrate with the West Indies women. And Akil Greenwich pouncing on a loose delivery from Nathan Sealing, cracking it into the boundary. And Spartan continue to gallop 2-2-4 for 2.
Well, Philip, that's what you get with the coverage of the Barbados Cricket Association. You get coverage here in Barbados and over at the World Cup. But we're back in Barbados where Nathan Sealy continues to Akil Greenwich, just turning that one down to the long on fielder, picking up another single. West Indies have something to celebrate.
Yeah, and they doing it, and we always seem to do it in style. We always seem to take it down to the end. But a wonderful way to start the World Cup for the girls there. They know what World Cup victory tastes like. They won it in 2016, and people forget they reached the semi-finals the last World Cup, but they did. And that's a giant step in terms of qualification, because New Zealand was the favorite in the group. So they have 4 other matches now to play. They have Sri Lanka, England at Lords. That's going to be massive. They have Ireland and they have Scotland, and they should take care of at least 3 of those 4 games. Let's hope they can get Taylor fit and Henry fully recovered. But that's a giant leap and a big result for West Indies women there.
Well, I'll tell you what, Philip, that win will do all good for the West Indies women going into future rounds, as we see some sloppy fielding here from the Empire side. Just misfielding what should have been an elementary stop. That's Kevin Sinclair, allowing the Spartan side to come back for 2 runs.
Yeah, sloppy, very sloppy from Sinclair. I'm tiring a bit here now. A bit weary from a long, hard day of cricket. And only 2 wickets in the bag, and Greenwich continuing where Springer and Brown left off, and he's looking to not so much going to overdrive, but to push on the score and keep the pressure on the Empire bowlers and fielders.
Oh, and there's a loud appeal, and he gives him nicked and caught by keeper Mario Albert, not on the first attempt, but on the second attempt. And Akil Greenwich has to walk back to the pavilion for 46 runs. Nathan Seeley into the dance, picks up his first wicket.
Yeah, good delivery on the off stump and with the arm. Batsman playing for turn that didn't exist and just feathered it really. And Albert, it was a regulation take, and he really made a mess of it, and then recovered and grabbed it very low at the second or third attempt. So another fine innings comes to an end. Greenwich promised more. He got up to 46 quality runs, no doubt. But he looked set for something bigger. And now we've got 228 for 3 and 2 new batsmen in. Maradon Ben, the prize horse really in this Spartan lineup. He's the best batsman Spartan has. And he comes in at number 5. For me, 1 position lower than he should be. But nevertheless, he's a guy that can dominate when he gets in. And with him is Teron Gibson, the keeper, who's 3 off 10. And now trying to dig himself in. So still Spartan in complete control. 2-2-8 for 3. And Empire at least fighting back with 2 wickets within the last 15 minutes. Brown going for 96. And then short of a milestone of 100, and then just saw Greenwich short of a milestone of 50. He goes for 46.
Well, Maradon Ben, as you correctly said, very, very talented batsman. No introduction needed whatsoever. He's dominated Barbados cricket, both in the first division, many runs in the first division and the elite competition. He's done it year in, year out, already scored a century for this season. But John Ruck continues from the other end. So 2 new batsmen at the crease.
Yeah.
For the first time this game.
Well, the second time.
But besides the 2 openers, yes.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. So they need to first get themselves in. There's need not take any risks, and there's no rush to do anything special. And just get yourself in, and then come back tomorrow and try to dominate for the first hour or so. Ben is capable of that. I think if Ben gets himself in, we could see something special tomorrow. He's the kind of player who can dominate. I mean, he made 150 last year in the first division. I think it was against Police. Some of the most amazing shots you'll ever want to see. And the 100 earlier this season up at Gladiola, I didn't see it, but from what I was told, it was some of the best cricket played this season as well.
Yes, and you talked about the Spartan batsmen, how they should be in no rush. I'm sure that Empire will have other plans. I think that they really will be looking to take advantage of this period of play for the past about half hour. They've really caught on some momentum. We first saw that wicket of Achilles Brown. Then went Akil Greenwich. So they have a chance now to break through and continue to make further inroads in this Spartan lineup. So I'm sure they'll be looking to apply some pressure late in the evening.
They waited late for that. Should have done that earlier than they did. They were off the ball. They were bowling both sides of the wicket, and they didn't look convincing at all. But they found a little bit of mojo now. And Captain Seeley getting a wicket, and he's inspired the change, and you can see a better body language, a little bit more enthusiasm, a little bit more effervescence. So let's hope that they can pull it together and continue to build some pressure.
Maradon Ben just on the front foot watchfully. Class player he is.
forward, really.
57 then, 231 for 3. Spartan losing 2 wickets in, I guess you could say, quick succession.
Yeah. The thing is, Bo, is that they've used a lot of spin today. They've used Sinclair. If you get the bowling figures, we can have a look. They've used Sinclair, who's steady without being threatening. John Rupp, you know, thereabouts, doesn't really impart much spin on the ball. Really, relies on trajectory, bit of change of direction over and around the wicket, but no real spin on the ball. And Sealy has been limited. He has hardly been seen today. So it's been a steady diet of slow bowling without there being any real spin. But you want to see the spinners in 3-day cricket spinning the ball, looking to impart spin and create something, create the illusion that there is something happening in the batsman's mind. But they've not really turned the ball. They've just presented slow bowling and asked the batsmen to do something, but without really any penetration.
Yes, a heavy diet of slow bowling indeed, but I'll now make room, Philip, to allow you to have a word with one of the Spartan players who we were very impressed with earlier.
Right, okay, so full toss dispatched. And onto the wall, 1 bounce for 3. So Gibson getting there. They said there's no real spin on the ball, and the slow ball is just presenting scoring opportunities, and Gibson helped himself there to a boundary. And he chose the longest part of the ground to hit it. And but nevertheless, Spartan continued to build at 234 for 3. And steady performance. We have with us Achilles Brown, who played brilliantly today. He got up to 96 before he fell agonizing close to 100. Shot from Gibson, square the wicket. Cover comes around and fields, and we'll have a word with him at the end of this over. And 96 Spartan, out of Spartans 235 now for 3 or 57.3. A really tremendous effort, not just a pursuit of runs, but demonstrating a lot of fitness levels. His fitness levels very much up, and playing with a certain level of relish, especially down the ground. It seems to be something about Spartan batsmen again. For 90s in the Derby is something that I did. I messed it up big time in the park several years ago, so I can sympathize with young Achilles in that regard. But bent off the back foot, square the wicket, nice way to get off the mark. Looking very relaxed. Always does look relaxed at the crease. It's a no ball again, and in discipline again from the Empire bowlers. They've sent in at least 6 no balls for the day, and they need to be better at that. But still, Spartan continues to build and build well. CD again from the south, twirling it as it starts its run. Short ball, Gibson dispatches it again, lovely shot. 1 bounce over the rope, another boundary, 3 more to the score. And as I said before, the spinners, they're bowling slow, but there's no real turn. It's a flat pitch. There's no real energy on the ball, and they're just presenting hitma really to the Spartan batters. And as the captain, Sealy, he's not been inspiring at all today. He's gotten a wicket, it's true, but there's not much happening for him. And Gibson is going to enjoy this for the rest of the afternoon if it continues at this rate. He's now made a change of the field. Square leg comes to mid-wicket on the boundary, and a long on goes all the way back to the rope and quick bit straight. 1 more ball to go. Shot again to mid-on. Shot again to mid-on for Gibson. Single. He goes to 12. 2-4-1 for 3. With a ball to go. not missing any cricket. Gibson again to Ben. Short. On the edge, takes it down to cover. And it's 57 overs down. Spartan 2, 3, 6 for 3. And make it. And we have Achilles Brown. Achilles, first of all, well played. And is it a case of so close yet so far, or are you happy that you've built a solid foundation and the team is doing well?
I'm happy that the team is doing well. I'm also obviously really grateful and thankful for the innings that I played today. It was an amazing opportunity to get out there. This is my first derby game as well. First time playing against Empire. Yeah, it was a great opportunity to get out there, get some runs on the board, give my team a great foundation. Obviously disappointed not getting 100. Those things happen, but as long as we keep building and obviously putting up a great score to go hard at Empire when they go to bat, and I'm thankful and happy with that.
And that's a good way to think. You let John Rock start and goes easy, bang. And how did you view it? How did you go about it? I mean, you started well with the captain. He set the tone with those big sixes, and you obviously you played second fiddle to him, and then obviously you got going and played your own brand of brilliance.
To be honest, I've batted all over. I've batted between 1 to 6, 7, 8 in any format. My plan in this cricket is to just build a foundation, to hit every ball, like just have a clear vision, and whatever pass. That's just how I go about it, and yeah.
So you're happy to open the batting here today and on a flat pitch?
Whatever my team requires, I'm 100% up for it. Whether I like it or I don't like it, it's a team sport at the end of the day. So this is not my first time opening batting. It won't be my last as well. And
you're a young man. You're 21.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I was that age when I made 95. So
wow.
I know what it feels like
Yeah.
against Empire. But talk us through the shot that led to your downfall. When you it was a long hop literally, and you took aim. I saw you took aim at wide long on rather than mid wicket. And what was you thinking there?
Well, I've been doing it the whole innings, so I figured why change it, and I knew it was gonna be a long hop because every over he bowled there was one. The ground isn't a huge ground, and I back my skills regardless. Some people would say, take the long route, get the singles, just get the 4 singles. But I mean, I've been doing it all game, and my mentality was to just whatever is loose, get on to it. So
yeah, I agree with that. I agree. You're playing your shots. You're getting the benefit of playing your shots. You keep playing your shots, and that's the right mentality to have. No sense, pushing and prodding. You may get a good one. You may inside edge one into stump. So
correct.
Keep it. Yeah. We're seeing some rather average cricket from Empire throwing the ball away, literally giving away runs. And Spartan go to 2, 4, 3 for 3. You look really fit. You look comfortable at the crease. At no point did you look jaded or uncomfortable. And obviously you're a very fit young man, and I guess that's a result of your hard work.
Yeah, definitely. I do a fair bit of traveling as well, balancing between obviously work and also cricket. I do cricket full time, but I also have different things that I do other than cricket, and it includes traveling and stuff like that. So I work really hard on my fitness. Fitness to me is everything, because strong mind, strong body. Strong body, strong mind, in my opinion. So I work on both mental health and my physical health, and that's very important, especially in these times where obviously I would say it's very hot. Once you're tired, your body gets tired, your mental start to fade, and if you're not mentally ready for a game, your body is not there. So I try to work on both all the time, consistently. So
And what was the skipper saying to you at the start? He was flying.
yeah,
He hit the ball on the main road.
yeah,
Some big sixes. And he doesn't need any invitation to play a shot.
100%.
And what was he telling you up there going at the start, first hour or so?
Well, the first 20 minutes or so, there's a bit of moisture in the pitch. It was definite. It was really windy as well, like very windy. And it's not my first time batting with him. No, we just take it ball by ball. That's our plan all the time, ball by ball. Like it's not really anything serious behind it. We just enjoy it and take it ball by ball. And I would encourage that to any cricketer out there, young cricketer.
And after he got out, Greenwich came in and more of the same, really, another experienced player who you could feed off. He kept scoring, so there was no real pressure building on you that kind of a way. I mean, you still had the freedom to play your shots and stuff like that. What was it like with Greenwich?
Well, obviously a new batsman coming in, experienced or not, you still, as a set batter, you need to take the responsibility to carry on the innings and get your team in a really great position. These things are really important, especially this game as well. We all know the history between the two clubs. It's a fantastic environment here. A lot of people came out to watch, great crowd, nice pitch, beautiful weather. So,
What is there not to love?
What is there not to love?
Yeah. And how do you see it now? 250 just came up, 3 down, or 59.3 over. Sinclair wheeling away. He's now in his 18th over, and he's putting a big shift here in his first day in elite cricket for Empire Bank Hall. How do you see the game developing? I guess the next target is bonus points, full maximum bonus points.
Well, we're in a really solid position at the moment. Is obviously getting through the day with preferably no other wickets down. Well played. It's just staying there, staying on top of things, and obviously going into the next day being on top. That allows us to go in with great momentum, and with great momentum can cause great things. So I would say for now, just get through the day. Maybe if we could get to 300, not sure how much time left, but we're in a solid position now. But if we could keep building on that and keep going, play as a unit,
You just saw a wonderful sweep from Ben. Sinclair strain again, and Ben, comfortable stroke maker, just whipping it away down to deep square, and there's no fielder there. And sped away to the boundary for another 3 runs, and it's 2-5-6 now. 3, and as Achilles Brown said, he's enjoying this. He's enjoying Spartan's dominance over Empire in the derby, and that brings the end to that over. Spartan 2-5-6. And Achilles, is there anything different about this game? It's your first derby, and there's a lot of history in it. This game has been played over 100 years, and it's always been the prominent event in the cricket season. Do you sense anything different? Were the discussions in the dressing room any different, or it was treated as another matchup?
As I said, we all know the history. This is a very important game to us. It was promoted heavily. Obviously, we were in First Division last year, and coming back up to elite cricket, top of the table clash, derby. We still wanted to continue the things that we were doing previously, just improving on it. So the conversations in the dressing room wasn't a huge difference. It was just more of, bettering our last performances. And as I said, Empire, great team, great environment. We definitely had to bring our A game today.
Well, it was a bit hard to better the last match, but beating with MPC in a day and an hour by 10 wickets. You were there at the end with the captain again, 45 unbeaten, and now today you put on well over 100. So you know, it's getting there.
I would say though, there's always room for improvement in anything. Definitely.
John Rock again, in goes. Gibson hoists this one over mid wicket, out the ground, and onto a car. So somebody has
A windshield as well.
yes, somebody has a windshield to fix. But the result of that is 4 more to the score. Spartan continuing to pile pressure on Empire. Fusionz Boutique Spartan piling pressure on A&A Auto. Empire 2-6-0 for 3, and we can see the evidence there of a shattered windshield of a vehicle part just on the outside of the ground. We feel the pain of that driver, and you know, Spartan building strongly, and Gibson now getting into his stride. He's 20 off 24, and Maradon bent 12 off 40. And why did you choose Spartan? Why, of all the clubs that you had the option, what led you to make your way to the park? Was there a family connection or friendships or anything like that?
Yes. The decision came from, there was an innings I played in in when I was playing under 19, a trial game, and I just remembered playing in the park just felt so much different to other places. You know, there's always people in the park. There's always people watching. There's, you know, a different vibe, always energy. And when I was playing this particular trial match, I was under a bit of pressure as well. Obviously, played a couple under 19s, and you know, I think I came back from England because I went to school in England. I came back, and I think that was my 3rd or 2nd trial game after coming back from the UK. And as I said, I was under a bit of pressure, and when I was playing, it just felt like home. It just felt like a place to be, a place to continue my career, and a place to expand on. You know, so that was basically a part of my decision. And obviously, I know a new coach, Marshall, from school cricket, and obviously being around the environment, Center Excellence, and different places around Barbados in the cricket environment. So knowing his energy and knowing his leadership skills, and you know, strong mentality when it comes to batting, bowling, or whatever, even off the field situations, you know, it's great to learn from him, because he's definitely have a lot of experience. So.
And how's it gone so far? Has it lived up to that level of expectation? Are you absolutely comfortable in the environment in Queen's Park? So much history on the wall, and so much of a legacy for the club. Do you find yourself wanting to be part of that legacy?
100%. I know every time you walk into the dressing room, as I said, there's a really great vibe. Even when you go into the clubhouse, there's the historic names, and you know, all these stories that you will be hearing as a kid, and then you walk in there and then you see the names and actually the achievements. It's definitely something that I would love to be a part of, you know, being on the Hall of Fame. You know.
The Spartans had 19 Test cricketers, and they're waiting for their 20th. So, you know, you should set your stall out to be number 20 and carry a few more with you and get up to Empire's 23.
Definitely.
But
being around Shamar Brooks as well too.
Okay.
It's definitely, you know, a great experience. You know, learning a lot from him. Yeah.
Gibson back, finally back with some play. The ball has come back, and John Rock short again, and off to Gibson looking to play forcibly to the offside. Not a lot of power, and feels it at backward point. And it's 260 now for 3. Achilles, we're going to let you go at the end of this over. I know we're in the actual match, and you have other things to do. You might be called on to do, so we won't want to keep you here too long. But you know, John Rock in again. Gibson forward, well played, up to mid-off, comfortable, so relaxed looking. And what was the shot of the day for you? Because we called the extra cover drive off. I think it was Edmund that sped away to the boundary, but You hit quite a few powerful shots down the ground and hit the wall. What was your shot of the day, in your opinion, or did you worry about that too much?
Not necessarily. I'll be honest. I don't want to sound arrogant or cocky or anything by any means, but I honestly can't even remember myself.
Yeah. I know,
Played so many. Just
you look good and relaxed. That's the most important thing. You look at home in the middle. And, but we rated the cover drive #1 and the square drive earlier as a #2. So.
Definitely a strong point I have. Just as I said, I take everything ball by ball, and I kind of always forget about what happened before when I'm batting. So I guess obviously when you come inside after, so much things on your mind, obviously I didn't make get to 3 figures. So, mind a little, shaken up, but yeah. But
well, thanks very much for your time. Really wonderful to talk to you. An excellent innings, falling 4 short, but 96 more than most people.
Yeah.
So well played, and you've put Spartan in a strong position. And a Spartan man like myself, I'm biased. I'm happy with the way things have gone today, and we want to thank you again and congratulate you on a very good performance.
Thank you.
And hopefully that if you get a second innings, you can put some more in the tins, because the next innings starts at 0. Always
100%.
remember that. All right, we'll go well, and congrats again.
Thank you very much. Cool. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, pleasure.
Cheers.
And we know. We're now going to be joined by Andy Payne again. 2, 6, 1 for 3. Sinclair for his 19th over. Thanks, Ren. The 19th over. And first ball goes away to the boundary. And Gibson goes up to 24 off 27, and he's maintained the momentum. And Spartan has never stopped scoring Andy Payne. They've never stopped scoring. They keep going at a rate. They're now at 4.3 to the over, and considering that this is the 3s and 4s ground, that's going at a good clip. And they're looking to continue to build the momentum and mount more pressure on Empire.
Yes, indeed. Like you said, continue to score at a fantastic rate, and just going into this last 15 overs or so, Philip. Have a player like Mardon Ben in the middle, bowling, getting a bit fatigued. I mean, yes, he's just there. He's 13 off 16, but he's a man who we know can really move this scoring along. So I think this could be an excellent period for the Fusion Boutique Spartan as well in that final hour.
Correct. There's 75 overs a day.
75.
Now at 60 seconds, so
13 more.
We're counting down. Yeah, we're not winding down. That's a different kettle of fish nowadays. But we're closer to the finish than we were to the start. And Spartan batsmen continue to look solid, and not solid in defiance, or solid resolutely, but solid, positive in defense. And they're really making Empire grind, really.
I mean, Philip, we go back to some of these derbies that we were speaking about. As the swept shot there. That's a lovely shot by the wicket keeper.
Wonderful shot. Dead square.
Yeah.
Split into 2 fielders.
Yeah.
And
bisected them.
Yeah. Onto the wall. You were saying.
Yeah. These are the shots that we come to expect from the wicket keepers. Those death shots. But yeah, speaking about some of those derbies that you, even yourself, would have played in, and I see the Empire's spin attack here right now, and you see St. Clair, who's a new acquisition, but John Rapp, Seeley, I know you would have played the likes of Sherlin Graves and George Codrington in your time, and it was just something of a difference in that type of bowling in comparison to what you're seeing here.
Yeah, I think the difference is the level of, well, Sherlin turned the ball, spun the ball, the leg spinner, he spun the ball prodigiously. He wasn't always accurate. You can get some freebies in between, but that's the nature of leg spin bowling. You got to try to spin it to be successful. But Sherlin also had good variations in terms of bounce. He had a googly, Googly probably turned more than the leg break, but he would always use the crease a lot and always try more to outfox you than to outthink you rather than outbowl you, if that makes sense. And Koji was steady, a bit quick, could be defensive, but Koji, you know, was wicket to wicket all the time, and he bowled to beat both the inside and the outside edge, get you caught at slip or get you bowled to the gate or LB. So that was their modus operandi. But there wasn't a lot of spin in the derby from the Empire end. It was raw pace, naked raw pace. I mean, the two derbies that I played, one was on a spongy wicket and the other one on spongy green top at Empire, so you can understand what's happening there, with Sammy Skeet. And the other one was in Queen's Park on a juicy pitch that with Jeremy Allen and Victor Walker, the ball climbing. So there wasn't a lot of spin. You know, Empire didn't see spin as their main part of their arsenal. They had pace, and obviously the pitch was prepared with pace in mind. Now this modern Empire team here that we're seeing today, obviously there's no Warri Khan, so he's a magic man, and he's a test quality bowler. So taking him out of the attack, you're taking out a big chunk. Kamari Boyce, I'm not seeing him. I don't know if he's still playing, if he's in Barbados playing or he's playing overseas, but he was accurate and used to do things with the ball, and he's not here. But the ones that we're seeing today, John Ruck is not a big spin of the ball, and you're not seeing a lot of variation. So you're seeing steadiness with the hope that somebody gets out, and that didn't happen today. He got a wicket, got Bronco on the boundary. Sinclair, accurate, but you know, there's nothing on the ball because there's nothing in the pitch to help them, and nothing there. And Seeley is on the ball himself, in my opinion. I felt he should have used himself a lot more. But he looked the most threatening of all of them when he bowled. At least he's been asking more questions. But I think this is a case of a good pitch met with good batting against an attack that is not absolutely penetrative. And we're seeing the score reflecting that.
Yeah, good thoughts, but that's why I brought you into that. So the question next is, if you are a Dave Marshall and you're finding yourself Spartan coach in this position, 270 for 3, Mardon, Ben, Teron, Gibson, two of your middle order batters, Ben in particular, you know how prolific he could be. What kind of total you think you'll be setting yourself?
Well, maximum bowling points is batting points is 300 runs. So your first target is 300, and when you secure that, then you go looking for lead. So how quickly I'd give myself a time tomorrow as opposed to a score. So we say tomorrow we bat an hour because we're playing to win the game. We're not playing only the batting and bowling points. We give ourselves an hour tomorrow, and how much we get in that, we get, or whatever the case may be. And with Ben at the crease tomorrow, and you give yourself an hour, you could be in for some good entertainment. You know, he can take the game away from you, or win the game for you with the bat. So I'm giving myself an hour tomorrow. So if I finish today at 310 rather, come back tomorrow. If I get 40 in the hour, we live with that. If we get 70, you know, we hit the jackpot. But it also gives a player like young Gibson a chance to carry on from today if he stays in, and he can get up to near 100. And he must be thinking that way. And you know, Ben thinks big. Ben thinks in triple figures, not in double figures. Ben doesn't play bingo numbers. Ben thinks triple figures. He made 400s last year, and he's got one already this year. So I'm thinking that way. And if our Spartan tomorrow throw the dice from early, Andrea Marshall as a left-arm spinner is as equally effective with the new ball as he is with the older ball. And I would open the bowling tomorrow on this pitch with Andrea Marshall.
Yeah, especially being a two-day pitch.
Two-day pitch, a second-day pitch. And he gets the ball to slide in more than most left-arm spinners that you see in Barbados. Warri Khan trajectory is his weapon. Marshall's ability to slide the ball in with fielders around the bat is a huge asset, and it makes him almost unplayable in some cases, as we've seen in local cricket. So I think Spartan, not only in the driver's seat, but have all the aces up their sleeve. And I'll start with Marshall from one end, and then recently Sobers has been very good, and he can rotate with King, and then have Marshall. If Marshall can get two early wickets, stout. Now Spartan would definitely be cooking with gas on a Sunday.
Yeah, saw that one played behind point by Teron Gibson. He moves into the 30s. Again, another ball played behind point by the wicketkeeper. A square of the wicket again, so he's picked up another boundary. So he takes his tally up to 31. Spartan then moves up to 278. 50 partnership coming up with that shot. Gibson, his contribution of 34. Ben, 17, off 23. So another good partnership in the making here for the Fusionz Boutique Spartan side. 278 for 3, in over number 64. Kevin St. Clair, he's into his 20th over. Picked up 1 wicket, 82 runs, but a talent partnership here as well.
Yeah, Spartan in partnerships all the time, and that's what batting was all about. It's all about, rather than earlier. I remember speaking to young Rashawn, and we were saying 2 new batsmen in when Ben came in to join Gibson, and they've already put a platform in place with another good partnership here for the 4th wicket. So it's domination by Spartan, and it's good cricket. And Gibson
hitting that one out of the ground. Philip, you see St. Clair giving that one some air, looping it high, and you see him just getting onto the front foot and hit that one well over the top to pick up another boundary, a maximum. So it's just turning on the pressure in this final hour, like you said, Philip. Fatigue on the part of the A&A Auto Parts Empire side, and just moving closer to those maximum batting points that you've spoken about. There's some 20 odd runs away, so it just trying to get up to that 300 this afternoon, and like I said, get as many runs as they could come back tomorrow and turn on that pressure on the Empire side.
What a glorious shot that was, and it's a pity that he couldn't have gotten 6 for that. He could have cleared the ground by a huge distance. Young Gibson putting his foot on the gas, and it's not something that we're used to seeing from him. We normally know he's a good stroke player, and he loves to get himself in and play those classic strokes, but he's gone from Rahul Dravid to MS Dhoni in a flash. He just 2 boundaries and then a maximum, and this is good to see, and I'm sure this is just what the doctor ordered for Spartan. Yes, and I have to step away quickly, Andy, and young Rashawn is going to join you. He's been doing 3 jobs in one, and we commend him for that.
Well, so, let's commend you, because you've worked a bit overtime.
No, I'm happy with this. if it's good when your team is doing the job to make you smile.
So thank you very much, Philip. As we bring Rashawn Hackett back into the chair. Spartan large and in charge, scoring at some 4.4 all day is a treason for his ground. I don't think the score rate has ever gone beyond that or beneath that 4-run over rate all day. Rashawn, Kevin St. Clair coming on a bit of pressure.
Yes, good afternoon, Andy, and good afternoon to all of the viewers. Kevin St. Clair, as you said, coming under a bit of pressure. I think that he's not had the performances that he would have liked today, bowling, toiling away, but just not getting those wickets. No fault of his, though, because the Spartan batsmen have been so good. One thing that I enjoyed about this partnership, 282 for 3, 64 overs completed. One thing I've enjoyed about this partnership, Andy, is the way that they have manipulated this field. I don't know if you noticed, but the Spartan batsmen, even to those straighter deliveries from Kevin St. Clair, they've made the room and cut that ball behind point. A risky shot, but very rewarding.
Rewarding indeed. I think it's good batting. What's good about it is, like you said, you can trust the bounce of the pitch. It's been such a good batting pitch. So he's playing those balls off the back foot. They're not causing you any kind of trouble whatsoever. It's not keeping low. So even near the back foot, the spin, you can adjust a bit to it as well. So the nature of the pitch allows for that. Like I said, the variations from St. Clair. And you saw when he tried to get a bit slower and a bit loopy, the batsman has really capitalized. Brown earlier got him over the top. And now you saw a splendid different shot there from young Gibson, just hitting that one out of the park, really, for another 6. So the variations, like you said, has been well adapted too by the Spartan batters.
Yes, Teron Gibson, you talked about his stroke play. He has rushed up to 38 runs. Yes, as I was saying, Teron Gibson, 38 from 37 deliveries. I now went to do 3 interviews, Andy, and when I went Teron Gibson was now coming to the crease, and now that I'm back, he's on 38 runs. So he has been going at a good flow, along with Maradon Ben, who's been more watchful, 17 from 24 deliveries. This partnership is a very, very dangerous one. Two of Spartan's quality batsmen. And it goes to show, Maradon Ben walking to the crease at number 5. After what has been a dominating day for Spartan, it goes to show the depth of the batting lineup, and there's more to come.
Oh, that's good. Like you said, Ben, who I think probably is the best player in this Spartan side. I remember a couple of rounds earlier, I told you it was just a matter of time before that he got a century. And look at that lovely shot there, flowing drive. See St. Clair running around from long off, preventing 2. So, but just so effortless stroke there by Ben. And I told you it was not just a matter of time before he got a century. And in the next round against Gladiola, you can see him raising his bat for that century. But he's that type of player. Like I said, most runs last year in the Division 1 tournament, 4 centuries. And here he is, 1 already for this year. And his team in an excellent position here for him to try to carry on. A no ball there by John Rutt. You can see him on his knees. He thought he had deceived young Gibson, but to the outstretched hand of Dave Thompson, signaling that no ball.
Yes, looks dejected. Was John Ruck on that delivery. A lovely punch here from Gibson. Picking up another single, and it's something that the Spartan side has done so well all day. Just the strike rotation on top of hitting boundaries. They have just been freely scoring, Andy. At no point in time have I seen the Spartan side restricted from scoring. 4.38 the current run rate, which is, as you said, no easy task on the 3s and 4s ground.
Excellent balling by his team all day. Again, just nicely forward is Ben as the over comes in, and it's the end of over number 65. The 285 for 3 fusion between Spartan. Really toiling here is A&A Auto Parks Empire side. See, losing today, Akeem Springer, the captain, he went for 74. Achilles Brown, a well played 96. Akil Greenwich, he went for 46. And Teron Gibson, he's very much there on 38. And Ben, he's on 18. So a solid start. I mean, good batting all the way down for the top 5.
Yes, what a day it has been for Spartan. I'm sure that Coach Dave Marshall would be very, very pleased with what he has seen. He talked about it, manifested it, and came so said, so done from his team. I would like to know what he told them coming into this day, because we can see they definitely came out determined and willing to score runs. Chose to bat, and they've made the best of that decision. I'm sure that Empire, they will be very, very tired. A lot of ice baths, a lot of spray coming out this evening after being sunned for an entire day.
Well, indeed, it's a bowling change from that the northern end. Dre Springer, he comes back. Before this, 9 overs, none for 35. Had Brown, he was once dropped by wicketkeeper Albert when he was on 85. Then add many more after that. 96, a good delivery there from Springer. What a way to start on his return.
Yes, Dre Springer, he's been fairly tidy all day. 9 overs, 35 runs, and he's been very challenging. No wicket as yet, but what a lovely delivery that was. Just beating Gibson on the outside edge. Dre Springer, good friend of mine. Very, very skillful fast bowler. Gets the ball to move both ways. And I'm very happy to see him back out and fit this season. Another good delivery.
It's good alertness there by the part of Mardon Ben. This Springer just rushing Gibson a bit. That ball rushing him, hitting him high on the tight pad. And saw a stifle appeal there by the Empire side. And Ben very alert. It's just calling his man through and getting home easily in the end. So 1 leg by. But Dre Springer, like you said, one who's got that ability to move the ball around each way. It's unlucky, like you said earlier in the spell. This is the first time we're seeing him bowler from this northern end for the day, really. And what a good start to this spell.
Yes, it's something that we've noticed On more than one occasion from the Empire side, they've switched around the bowlers. We saw Edmund coming from one end earlier, bowling from the other end. Now Springer. So perhaps as a tactic, just allowing the bowlers to express themselves.
Oh, well played there by Ben. Getting tall. Punching that one down to backward point. With substitute Cottle. He's in attendance. Man stationed well on that deep point area. So one is all it'll be. Like you said, 300 runs. That must be the target. You got to complete those 4 batting points. That will definitely be the aim of the Spartan side here this evening. And anything after that is really bonus.
Yes, anything after that is bonus indeed. Aye.
It's more runs. This time a ball offering whiff outside the off stump. Bounce as well. And Gibson throwing his arms at it, getting it off the outer portion of the bat and flying all the way to third man where there's no one station to pick up another boundary. So taking the total up to 290 for 3. I make it. Just continuing to pile on the pressure.
I am loving this batting here from Teron Gibson, Andy. He looks like a man who's focused and ready to get a score here today and carry it into tomorrow. I'd love to see him get a century under his belt. That was one of the things that Coach Dave Marshall alluded to in our chat earlier this week. Talked about Teron Gibson's wicket-keeping ability as one of the best glove men in Barbados. He referred to him as the best glove man in Barbados. But he did admit that Gibson was a bit short on runs this season, so it's good to see the way that he's batting now. 42 from 43 deliveries. Yet to get a huge score under his belt. 290 for 3. 66 overs completed.
66 overs completed. Still another 9 overs for the duration of today's play. So they're really in a very strong position. This Fusion Boutique Spartan side. You see Gibson just getting some refreshments there from Stefan King. I think he's the 12th man for this game. And just offering some advice as well. Definitely maybe a strategy set by the part of Coach Dave Marshall. As I said, some 9 overs remain in today's play. The sun is still out. It's very bright here. Now it's getting up to that 5:30 mark. But the sun is really out here and it's still very bright conditions.
Yes, the sun is out in its glory. However, the shadows are starting to make their way across the pasture. Not too much time left in today's play. 5:38 p.m. Jaden Edmond, though, he makes a return to the bowling. 10 overs he's bowled so far, 38 runs. Was very challenging early up in the innings with that in-swinging delivery. Just had the batsman in a bit of trouble. Hit the tie pad quite often.
I mean, it's a change that you had to go to. You had to go back to your Pacers. Both of these players look very comfortable against the slower stuff. They said it doesn't seem to offer any turn to the wicket. And these guys are looking really, really comfortable. And Nathan Seeley, the captain, he's forced to go back to his quicker men.
Yes, Nathan Seeley forced to go back to the quicker bowlers. In a day that has been dominated by the spinners, not dominated in wickets, but dominated in the overs column. Kevin Sinclair bowled 20 overs today. 3 maidens, 86 runs. Just that 1 wicket. Shaquem John Ruck, 13 overs he's bowled.
Well, that one is whipped behind square there by Ben. 1 is all it'll be. He's just such an attractive batter, Mardon Ben. I mean, many are surprised that he's never went on to higher honors.
Yes, when I look at Maradon Ben, I just think easy on the eye. And you said many are surprised he never went on to higher honors. It's something that Harold Eastman, good friend of mine, actually told me the other day. He was telling me that in his estimation, Maradon Ben has been one of the best batsmen in Barbados cricket in recent times. But it was just a bit unfortunate to not see him go on. Takes no credit away from what he's done, though.
Flowing shot there again by Gibson, who looks very good. That's a lovely flowing drive. Don't get a run for it as the substitute Coddle is in his way, but a full volley. And you see that one, like you said, getting the maker's name out to the bowler.
Yes, that is what I like to call a shot for knock. Lovely shot on the eye, but he gets nothing from it. But Gibson, he's looked very good today.
Oh, look at that. I mean, gee.
Straight out of the textbook. Oh my, another one. High elbow, Andy.
See, this is a man who's got immense talent. He just don't have the numbers to match. Again, this time on the back foot, growing tall on it and punching it again into that extra cover region. But he just looks so effortless.
Yeah, so looking at him, I can tell that he does a lot of drills. He looks technically correct. We saw the front foot drive followed by a back foot punch. What's next? A pull shot, perhaps? Oh, lovely shot. Just guiding that one down to that point fielder. Teron Gibson. He's just easy on the eye. He's one guy that I could sit down and watch him back all night.
I can tell you what's good about it. You can see his confidence. He's just growing in confidence in recent times. And like Dave Marshall rightfully said, his glove work is excellent. He just needs to get these numbers with the bat. He looks the part, though, just to carry on. He's 43 or 46. And like I said, how effortless he's looked. But his concentration powers needs to be more.
Wow. Oh, and he drops it. What a shocker that was. Shaquille Cumberbatch puts down the prize wicket of Maradon Ben on the boundary. How could he do that, Andy?
Well, he would want to bury his head in the ground, Shaquille Cumberbatch. I tell you, at this time of the day, and to drop that man, Maradon Ben, we continue to speak about how prolific he can be. And that's a bad drop because, like I said, the ball just getting inside the whip. Now, he comfortably got under that, and you would expect a player of the caliber of Shaquille Cumberbatch to hold on to that. But that one's going to begging. And I'm sure the Empire fans over there in that hut, they wouldn't be very pleased to see him having a drink now. I know he's holding his head in shame as to let down his teammates at such an emphatic total, just getting up closer to that 300-run mark. And Shaquille Cumberbatch, one who was full of energy and words all day, and just dropping that one crucial drop it could be.
Well, he now has a smile on his face, Andy, but we all know that smile, the smile of shame, knowing that deep down inside you can feel it. All I can think of, Andy, is the picture I saw of that crowd in 1990 behind him. Imagine if he did that in front of such a huge crowd, the words that he would get. Oh my, he would never be able to live that down. But such is the game. Catch some, you drop some. So Maradon Ben gets another life. He moves up to 21 from 34 deliveries. Dre Springer into him.
Good delivery by on target. Ben just needs to regroup. He's been along for a long time. He's a very experienced player, so I'm sure that drop wouldn't hamper his techniques or anywhere his temperament in any way. It's just an opportunity to carry on, really. And that's what he's telling himself. He got to make them pay. You know what, to drop a player of that caliber.
Yes, I'll tell you what. If I were Maradon Ben, Andy, after the game, I'd be sure to buy Shaquille Cumberbatch a drink.
I wouldn't. I would.
I mean, one of the easiest of chances he's put down, so just as a thank you.
I wouldn't at all. I would say, sorry, son, you got to pay. So 294. This is some 6 runs shy of those 4 bonus batting points. Again, here is Gibson off the bat foot. Brilliant diving stop there by Cheyenne Braffett, running over to his left at mid-off. Just restricting them to 1. But again, getting into some excellent positions is young Teron Gibson. He's equally attractive off the front foot as he is on the back foot.
Absolutely. I'm just here thinking that I wish that we had the quality, the privilege of the split screen technology where we could see both the shots and the commentators' faces at the same time, because these shots that he's playing. Wow, the look on our faces, Andy.
I'm sure our producer Jalea, she'll be giving our technical man and Gary Bell something to work towards.
Well, I mean, it's a good feature to have.
But again, our team doing excellent work. Our cameramen being very much on the ball, as is Jalea giving us this replay here again. As Maradon Ben just wrapped on the pad. The field goal is all around, but young Shamar Boyce, the umpire, rightfully saying that one is going to beat the leg stump and not putting up the dreaded finger. So 295 for 3. Ben, he is on 22. Gibson on 44. We're into over number 68. This time he's worked that one behind square, albeit along the ground on this occasion, where Kevin St. Clair picks up. So, yeah, another over comes to an end. As I said, we're just winding down here. 296 for 3. 68 overs completed.
Yes. Good batting here from the Spartan side. Teron Gibson. He eases closer to a half century. 44 from 47 deliveries. Maradon Ben, after getting that life, being watchful. I'm sure he'd look to close out today's play and capitalize coming back here tomorrow. Get his team to as big a total as possible. With what we're seeing here right now, Andy, we could be very much in for a 400-run plus first innings.
I can tell you what, I think we've just misled the viewers somewhat, Rashawn, in terms of that. Remember, this being a 3s and 4s ground. 275 would have been the maximum batting points. So just we were thinking about it as a 3, 4s and 6s ground. So yeah, so they've gotten the batting points, really, the 4 batting points. So they've gotten the maximum. This one's down the leg side. So maximum batting points already acquired by the Fusion Boutique Spartan side. They're just targeting that 300-run target now, as they're 296 for 3. But yeah, maximum batting points already acquired.
Yes,
maximum. 4 is the maximum.
Yes, very well done to the Spartan side. So they've crossed that first landmark off of their list. Next thing now would be to put on enough runs that they think secures them first innings and come back and bowl out the Empire side. We are in for what will be a game, but that is an extravagant shot there from Maradon Ben. Just a flick of the wrist, Andy, and it goes all the way over the ropes for 4 runs. What a player he is.
And that also brings up the 300 runs for the Fusion Boutique Spartan side. Maradon Ben getting the ball angle into his pads. The previous over, he was dropped at backward square by Shaquille Cumberbatch, but on this occasion making no mistakes whatsoever with this one and hitting it well over mid-wicket for maximum. What an attractive player, Maradon Ben.
What an attractive player indeed. And the thing about it is that he has that traditional technique, low, not the highest of bat lifts, just lifts the bat at the very last minute and drops it. And when he drops it, the ball disappears, Andy.
So 300 for 3. We're into over number 69. Maradon Ben, he's on 27. Gibson, he's on 44. What a fantastic batting effort on the part of the visiting Fusion Boutique Spartan, coming here to the Mighty Bank Hall in what is our derby, the rivalry. Remember, these two teams will have started this round top of the table already at 67 points apiece and leading the competition in terms of points.
Yes, Maradon Ben just a bit disappointed on that occasion. Would have liked to got more of it.
What we can tell you is that one team here, they've moved their tally alone. They now move on to 71 points. The other team is still very much stuck at 67.
Yeah, so I think that we can say that Spartan are currently ahead in the competition, but Empire will have their time tomorrow to have their say.
Edmund just bringing his man onto the front foot. Solid in defense is Ben. But yeah, this is a really, really good batting effort on the part of the Spartan side. Rashawn, just for a recap, remember earlier this morning, the Spartan side captain Akeem Springer won the toss, and immediately he said he was going to have first not. He had a very good first innings partnership with his opening partner in Achilles Brown. He got up to 150 partnership before he was the first man to go 100 and Oh, this one is hit over the top by Ben. It's one bounce and into the boundary. It's just one bounce over pitch on that occasion there from Jaden Edwin. And he's picking up a boundary as signaled by umpire Dave Thompson.
Well, there looks to be a bit of confusion in the middle. So no boundary.
Let's have a look. You see that one. Thought he was gone really, Mardon Ben. But didn't get over the rope, really. It seems to have just gone for a single in the end.
What could have stopped it though? That looked to be a sure boundary.
I'm sure our camera crew here will help us to see how close it's gotten.
Oh, no sign of the ball, but umpire's decision is final. And speaking of final, that was the final delivery of the day. So Spartan finish on 301 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. Andy, what a day it has been for Spartan. They've completely dominated this Empire side.
Yes, they really have completely dominated this day, Rashawn. It was really all Spartan today. I mean, really 301 for 3 at the close, 69 overs completed. Tell you, it's all there. We're going to give a recap at some point, but before we give you our recap of today's play, I think we've got an interview with one of the Empire stalwarts, and we'll go over to Julia now.
Alongside me is the manager and coach of the youth program at the Empire Club, Mr. Christopher Williams, a great man. Sir, thank you for joining me today. It's a pleasure to have you alongside me. I wanted to interview you because, first of all, we're at the Derby, and I know which side you're backing from the shirt. But we saw that the youth team was heavily involved in the senior cricket, and the youth were bringing out water. The youth were involved in the game. What drove this inclusion of the youth in this cricket today?
Okay, well, let me say that it goes back to, I think about 7 or more years ago, where I decided, well, not I mean, it's a group decision that we would allow the boys to take part in the derby, just so that the boys will get a feel, the young players in the young generation will link with the reality of the rivalry between Empire and Spartan. So what has happened over the years is that every first day of the derby, we would bring our boys out to support the Empire team. So if it was in the park, we would be in the park. Luckily this year we are here at Empire. And this morning you would have witnessed, we did like a guard of honor. We had about 20 boys here, and at the ceremony or at the spinning of the toss, we have had 2 juniors accompanying the 2 captains. It is interesting to note that Nathan Seeley, who is captain in the elite team today, he is one of the boys who would have passed through the youth program. We also have Hakeem Perryman. We have Revere Cottle. Missing because he's overseas is Kobe Williams. So the Empire Club benefits from the program, the Empire Youth Program. I have to mention Ian Perryman and Jason Haynes, because the 3 of us, and Sheena Mason, and there are others that work as a core group. We just came out of Guyana as well. So the Empire Youth Cricket Program is alive and well. We have a lot of boys that you can look at them and see the potential in them. And as I told them this morning, if you look at Nathan Seeley, a few years ago Nathan Seeley was like one of you, and now Nathan Seeley is in the Empire Blazer spinning a toss at the Derby. So that should inspire. And we had, like I said, maybe about 19 or 20 boys. So if we have been able to inspire 5 or 6 of them, Empire stands well going forward.
Absolutely, Mr. Williams. I don't even have any questions left. You know, summed it up also well. I believe that what you and your team are doing here at Empire is highly impactful for the youth, because I could see the excitement on those boys' face going out to the middle with the older guys. So continue to keep that up, Mr. Williams. Keep on inspiring the youth, and I'm sure that many of these youngsters will want to be playing in this derby. So thank you very much.
Well, this morning I got it with so much excitement, and I've been trying to ignite the excitement in the boys, and those people that know the boys and know me would know that I would finish. What else can I say? Empire, empire, empire.
Absolutely, I would say, but I'm neutral for today. So you enjoy your day and continue inspiring youth, Mr. Williams. Congrats on what you guys are doing with the youth program. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well.
You've heard it here from Mr. Christopher Williams, manager of the youth program at Empire.
And tremendous interview done by young Rashawn Hackett talking to Chris Williams.
Alongside me is the manager and coach of the youth program.
Here, the youth program at the Empire Club. What it has been, Andy Payne joins me for a look back at the day's play. The derby, we always look forward to this battle. And Spartan won the toss today and quite predictably decided to bat. And at the end of the day's play, they'll be quite happy.
They'll be very happy indeed, Andrew. Definitely taking the advantage of today's play. A good pitch from the time we saw it this morning in the middle, doing the toss. I really thought it was going to be a very good batting pitch. And they really used all their skills and took full advantage of winning that toss.
Well, they got a good start as well because Springer, who has done very well for them, and young Brown, they had 153 for the first wicket to set up what ended to be an excellent day for the Parkites.
Yeah, indeed. Akeem Springer, the captain, he's been really the talisman alongside Marv Downben for the batting of Spartan in recent years. And he really set it up. You know, he batted with assurance, he batted with full maturity, and he guided his young charge along in Achilles Brown. That 153 runs partnership first wicket, it really took all the sting out of the Empire side. And he got up to 74 before he went leg before wicket to Kevin St. Clair, the import.
Yeah, and it was that kind of partnership that you would love. And then the attention turned to a young batsman with tremendous ability. He got to his 50, got into the 80s, was very slow, then got to 96, and then gave it away. And I understand that he was in the... We actually had a chat with him. He would have been very disappointed, but overall a good knock from this young man who's got so much potential.
Excellent knock by young Achilles Brown. Like you said, he's been a second year into the Spartan side, being entrusted now to open the batting alongside his captain, Akeem Springer, and he batted extremely well. Like you said, he just set himself up for a good knock. He bided his time. Had a bit of challenge with the new ball this morning as you saw the ball moving around, a little bit of bounce as well early this morning. So he really weathered that storm. And then when he got really set, he played some excellent shots, Andrew. Fantastic on the cover drive, on the very excited, very much easy on the eye. He got up to 96. First, he had a life at 85, and you saw him, like you said, being stuck there in the 80s for some time. I think that's really done in him. His concentration just started to wane a bit, and then he got up to that dreaded 96 before he fell to a catch in the deep by Jaden Edmond off to the left arm spinner in Shaquem John Rutt.
Well, Greenwich came when he played against Pickwick, got to 100, then got to 46 and got out. But then Marden Ben, you know him very well, you're both from the north, St. Lucie, got together with a young Gibson, and at the close of the first day, Spartan are very much in control in Bank Hall country. Listen to this, 301 for 3 in 69 overs. What a day for Spartan.
Very much a good day for Spartan. They'll be very happy, definitely the happier the two teams at the end of day one. Gibson, he's on 44 not out and looking very good. And Ben, like he said, 28 not out, being given a chance at deep bat with square there by Shaquille Kamabach. And I'm sure he'll be looking to make them pay tomorrow. He's one of those prolific batters who likes to score hundreds. He scored some 400 runs in the Division 1 season last year. He's already got 1 century in this, the Elite Division for 2026. I'm sure that Coach Dave Marshall, he will want this pair to carry on for a long time tomorrow, probably an hour and a half, get up to that 400 run mark before he's asking the Empire side to bat for the first time.
Just before we go, a word on the Empire bowling. Were you happy with it?
Not as
Andy?
No, I just thought it lacked penetration. Really, Andrew, lacking that penetration there, the Empire bowling. We saw Shaquille Kamabach coming back from injury and being entrusted to bowl the new ball, his first full game for the season. He just managed some 6 overs. He was troubled with some balls in his earlier spell. Jaden Edmond, who I thought bowled manfully with 12 overs, no wickets for 46 runs. A bit unlucky at the end. He didn't get Ben. but then Dre Springer, who also offered a chance when Mario Albert, the keeper, floored it. He was not as good. But the spinners, for me, they weren't as penetrative as the Empire side. Like Kevin St. Clair, 20 overs, 1 for 86, not a lot of variations. Shaquem John Rutt, 13 overs, 1 for 53, left arm off dots. Ordinary, in my view. Nathan Seeley, on the ball, pretty much in my estimation, 7 overs, albeit he went for 45, picked up 1 wicket, but I thought he looked the most threatening of the 3 spinners.
Yeah, I agree with that, and you are 7 overs today. But at the close of the first day's play, it's been a tremendous day for the Parkites, and it was really good to see some of the former cricketers very much here in the pavilion. Good to see some of the Empire former cricketers as well. We had a very good crowd, and we look forward to the action on the second day. So, 301 for 3, Spartan 69 overs. It's been a great day for the Parkites. Andrew Mason, on behalf of the entire team, here's hoping for Baltimore. We'll come back tomorrow just around 12 o'clock. Please join us then.